Hey everybody, welcome to the second day of the semi-finals of the Asia Cup Rapid Champions Chess Tour. The games have already begun. We have Ding Lijen versus Artimev on the screen right now. Ding is leading the match. He won the match yesterday. And on the other board, there is Magnus versus Aronian, in which Aronian needs to win this match in order to tie and force a tiebreaker. So Magnus is leading and Ding is leading. I saw some predictions in the chat that we are going to get to see a Magnus versus Ding final in this tournament. I'm here with Srinath. Srinath, what do you think?
Hi, Soumya. Good to be back. Hello, everyone. Lovely to be back. I'm excited to see who goes through to the final. It's going. Yesterday, Ding was very comfortable against Artemiev. So first thing, I think Artemiev was a big favorite among both the panel as well as the chat yesterday. So chat, what do you think? Will Artemiev strike back today? Let's have that as the first poll for the day. Will Artemiev strike back today? And yes, the match between Magnus Carlsen and Aronian hasn't yet begun. We can only speculate why there is a slight delay. Feel free to make your speculations about the world champion. We are a very kind channel. Although Chess24 is owned by Magnus, we are allowed to make fun of him. So you are allowed to make fun of him. So that is exactly why I'm saying feel free to write your comments in the chat. And yeah, the Magnus Carlsen game has also begun. The Ding Artemiev Soumya, apart from being our in-house endgame expert, you're also our in-house Grunfeld expert. And the game is in the direction of Grunfeld. So please take us through it.
Absolutely. So Ding played this F3 variation of the Grunfeld, and here Black can face it with D5. He can also play C5, which transposes to the Benoni or / Samish variation of the King's Indian. He could also play Bishop G7, but Knight C6 is also a very important idea in the Grunfeld. And after D5, Knight E5, you're attacking the C4 pawn. So the knight cannot be immediately kicked away with F4. You need to support the C4 pawn. So white plays E4. White gains a lot of space in the center after that. And the black is forced to play D6 now because white is already threatening to play F4 on the next move. So D6, Knight C3, Bishop G7, F4, Knight ED7. And now Knight H3, this is, I think, the main idea. There is also Knight F3, but Knight H3 and Knight F2 with the idea to support the E4 pawn is a more popular way to play. And even though in this variation, white has control of the center with E4, C4, D5, and F4, it is also true that the pawns, the further the pawns are, the more weaknesses they create. So black actually banks on the fact that probably white has overextended. And once he breaks in the center, he will be better because of the pawn weaknesses in the center and his piece activity. What do you think, Shri?
I think that's exactly what happened in the game as well, Soumya. So either Ding or Artemiev may have overheard you, perfectly summed up. And the rest of the game from the 8th move onwards was played exactly according to how you prescribed it for black. Black immediately starts putting pressure on d5 after short castle, knight f2, knight b6, putting pressure on d5 and c4. And now after bishop e2, he simply goes e6, the first wave of attack. The first wave, white survives without any issue. Short castle, a into d5, c into d5. But now the second wave comes. And through the second wave, white is not able to hold his control on the d5 pawn anymore. I think we are a better analogy cannot be found to explain the assault on the d5 pawn. Now that we have all been through the second wave, and in the second wave, white capitulates. He takes d into c6, d into c6, and now after bishop e3, the formidable center that white had, which Soumya was talking about around this point. Yeah, it was around this. Okay, I don't know where my arrows went, but I'll just remake it. The formidable center that white had here, as you can see, it has been broken down by black. Of course, it doesn't mean that black has achieved everything, because in return, as in life, when we gain something, we also, there is also, it's a very much like double entry accounting. There is a credit and there is a debit in every entry. So the same way, uh, black did break white center, but he ends up with these pawns on c6 and d6, which can be a potential target if white manages to get sufficient forces. On the other hand, black has major credits to his name, and that is superior piece activity. And he also has pressure on the e4 pawn. As you can see, it's undefended by any other pawn, and also cannot be defended by any other pawn. And all these things combine to give black the counterplay. So I think we have a very interesting position. Maybe slight pressure for white, maybe not. How would you evaluate this, Soumya?
Yeah, I think both sides can be comfortable, as you have mentioned, Shri. But personally, I would prefer to be black. So I would say it's sort of equal, but black has some targets, like he can actually break in the center now with d5. He has played queen e7. I was expecting something on the lines of rook e8 and d5, but queen e7 probably with the same idea. So the idea is that after d5, you force white to play e5, and after e5, you go knight f d7 and break with f6. So I just feel like black has a concrete plan right now to break in the center, and white needs to basically play with some prophylaxis. He, even though it looks like he's controlling the center, it is black who is attacking the center right now with his pieces.
Yes, and it's a very typical Grunfeld slash King's Indian strategy. I mean, there are two approaches for black in general to fight for the center. One is to occupy it with the pawns, just like white does. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6. You see, this is the classical Queen's Gambit declined. The classical way was to start with occupying the center with pawns so that you get control of the center. This is one way of controlling the center. You directly occupy it. Then in around 1920s, 1930s, another way of playing for the control of the center became popular. And at that time, this was called the hypermodern approach. So, when I read through the history books, and I used to look at these things of 1920, 1930 being called as hypermodern approach. And I used to wonder how on earth is that modern? I mean, but
Very true.
but now I understand everything is relative. So compared to what was in the 1870s and 1880s, things in 1920 was very, very modern. So this hyper modern approach, which was actually pioneered by Richard Reti, this started with occupying the center with pieces instead of pawns. That is how this one knight f3 opening came into existence. The idea was to cover the center with the pawns, and sorry, with the pieces, not directly occupying them with the pawns, inviting your opponent to occupy it with the pawns and then attacking them. So you're also seeing these strategies in, I think, the old movies, where there were fight scenes involving the medieval army. The opposing army would wait for them to advance. They'll keep waiting. And then after they are sufficiently advanced, they'll start attacking so that the army cannot push back. They cannot fall back and retreat. So in chess, the King's Indian and Grunfeld openings, they are very similar. And one knight f3 g3 also occupies a very similar approach. To a certain extent, even one b3 does the same. It invites black to play e5, and then after bishop b2 c4, you try to attack the center, which is already established by the opponent. You invite them forward, and then you surround them. So many examples, so many analogies between war and chess.
Also, talking about King's Indian, there is a question in the chat by Tapan Krishna who asks both of us, according to you, which is the most beautiful chess opening? I thought every GM and IM have a couple of favorite openings. So it's true. And actually, the first, I was thinking about this question for a while. And I think for me, the most beautiful chess opening would be King's Indian. because there are so many nice dynamics that can happen. From the black side, black just keeps on attacking, and there are so many nice pawn formations and checkmate ideas that come into play, especially in the classical variation of the King's Indian. What about you, Shri? Which is your favorite chess opening? Do you have one?
Well, actually, I immediately started thinking as soon as you were talking. I'm happy that you went first. It gave me some time to process. See, back in my childhood, I used to love the Sicilian openings because it used to give you such rich play. And my theoretical preparation ended with 10 moves, 12 moves at that time. So at that time, I found a lot of beauty. But what happened when I grew up is I started to look at these variations with 30, 40 moves in almost every branch of Sicilian. It all got so well analyzed. So what used to be something that aroused curiosity became something different. It became a thing of memory. So due to that reason, I think maybe due to that reason, and also after all the understanding and the maturity and understanding that I had after growing up, I actually quite like Berlin because I think it offers equal play, objectively equal play, and it also offers a lot of new areas to explore. I'm not talking about this Berlin Queen E4 Queen E6 repetition, of course. That doesn't offer anything. But in the games that actually play out in the Berlin, I think there are a lot of rich possibilities, new things to explore. So I quite like the Berlin also because it's not something as easy to understand, in my opinion. I don't find it as simple to understand. It's complex, so it keeps you curious. It arouses that curiosity. It's not as analyzed to death. There are so many new things to be explored out there, and no one remembers everything. And also, it's I think one of the rare openings that offers equal play both to white and black. You know, white usually
Wow.
has a slight pressure in all most of the other openings.
Wow, completely unexpected answer there, Shri. Like when you started with Sicilian, I was sure, yeah, I could completely relate to it. And then you were like, no, but it's so over analyzed. And then you settled on Berlin. I'm sure nobody expected it. But it seems like you like endgames, no? Because Berlin is almost a sure shot way of reaching an endgame if white wants.
Yeah, but that's only one part. And also, the Berlin endgame itself is incredibly rich. The Berlin
Mhm.
endgame, there are these moves with King E8, King C8. First of all, there is a bit of an imbalance. There is this pawn structure imbalance we all see in the Berlin endgame. And secondly, I'll just put it on the board just so that people understand. Although
Mhm.
not quite related to the game,
Mhm.
I just don't want to explain it in the air.
Mhm.
So this is the Berlin endgame, and you see, there are already so many imbalances. The pair of bishops, the double pawns, the king can go to e8, the king can go to c8. There are many things you can do with the pawn structure here. Many things you can do, white can do here. And there are variations which has been analyzed to 30, 40 moves, but there are also many fresh directions. And this is only one part of it. There is a whole new direction within 4d3, which is also very rich and filled with possibilities. Black can play bishop e7, bishop c5, and you get many different kinds of push and different kinds of play there. So I quite like. I find it very interesting, and it's one of the areas of chess where I'm not as well versed. So that also makes it interesting for me that there is so much new to learn.
Nice. By the way, we have to look at what Magnus is doing against Aronian. They have Roy Lopez on the board, Roy Lopez Archangels with Bishop C5, the opening which Adiban was choosing a lot in the Bantam Blitz Cup, in the AICF World Cup qualifiers, and in the CCT as well, without inserting B5. So fifth move, Bishop C5, Neo Archangels, and after C3, B5, Bishop B3, D6, A4. Black goes Bishop B7 here. Actually, Bishop G4 is also one of the moves which Swidler versus Adiban saw a lot. And then a4 bb7, putting the bishop on b7 is another idea in the archangels, but I'm always a little unsure of committing this bishop on this diagonal so early. So I just feel like rook b8 or bishop g4 are more popular ways to face this variation. But black goes for bishop b7, d3, h6, knight h4 now, going to f5 with the knight. And after rook b8, he took a into b5, a into b5, and knight d2. So Magnus treating this position very, very slowly. He doesn't hurry with knight f5. He first goes knight d2, castle, and also puts his knight on f3. He's not at all hurrying with knight f5 because he probably wants to prevent this d5 break first and take care of any kind of breaks in the center. And after knight e7, h3 even, with the idea to prevent knight g4, maybe he wants to go rook e1 next, bishop b6, and now actually knight h2. So this was the point after h3. He wants to go knight g4 and exchange the f6 knight and bring his queen to g4. And after king h8, knight g4, knight f g8. Wow. Aronian doesn't want to exchange this knight. He wants to play f5 with a tempo and open up the bishop on b7. And once he gets that, his bishop on b7 as well as bishop on b6 will be monsters, attacking f2 and g2. So Magnus immediately challenges black with bishop e3, reducing the venom of f5 so that at least one of the bishops will be exchanged. What do you think of Aronian's treatment of the archangels, with this whole bishop b7, king h8, knight fg8 idea?
Okay, there is a big running joke that whatever you play against Aronian, he will get this king h8, knight g8, and f5, regardless of what the position is. This has been the case with him for years now. Whether it's Italian or Spanish, in these types of questions, he gets it. So I'm not surprised with this king g8, knight g8, f5. The variations with a4, bishop g4, the alternative for bishop b7, these variations are also interesting, but there are two things. One is there are some pretty wild lines here, which you need to have it fresh in your memory. You would have had to revise it recently. And I think this is pretty subjective. Also, there are variations where the bishop does get exchanged here. So there are variations after h3. Bishop, there are positions that come like this, not immediately, but there are variations, and white places the pawn on d3. So these variations can be a bit unpleasant for black in certain situations. So I think it's just two different approaches, the archangel and within the archangel. And I think there is also a third approach here. You can just play rook b8. This goes into the main line, d4, bishop b6, takes, knight a3. This is actually the most popular move, the main line. Whereas bishop b7, I'm not exactly sure, but as I remember, this used to be the old main line, the old main line before this rook b8. Pawn sacrifice became mainstream. And yeah, I think bishop g4 was also played by Caruana, although I don't remember if that particular game in Romania. But I think bishop g4 was played in uh, it was played in many games. And getting back to this, I think Aronian has, slightly been better prepared. So that could also be a reason for Aronian's opening strategy, that he was probably expecting this a bit more than Magnus. And with this king h8, knight g8, bishop e3, c5, he has very successfully played against these white knights. At this point, the knights looked menacing. It looked like it was going forward. But if you see a few moves further, after all the maneuvering that Magnus did, black has actually managed to neutralize big parts of white's go forward initiative. And especially if black gets f5, this bishop also gets opened up. So it looks like a pretty successful strategy for by black. And after bishop c2, he plays this very nice move, very concrete move. You saw it?
No, I haven't. I'm still. Yeah, I just saw the move.
It's hard to hide from it because it's right there in the corner of the screen. But yeah, knight d5. Knight d5 attacking this knight and this bishop. And after knight f5, he will take this bishop, I guess, and then prepare towards playing g6, evicting this knight from f5 or the central breakthrough d5. And in the future, without the white's dark square bishop, if black opens up this dark square bishop, I think black has. I think it's a very interesting game, but black will be happy with what he has achieved from the opening. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think allowing this knight d5 might not be in white's favor because white wanted to exchange the dark squared bishop with black's dark squared bishop. And now after bishop c2, he was threatening to play d4 and open up the center for his own bishop on c2. But now with black having the pair of bishops, the opening of the center might favor black instead of white. Even though black's king is definitely weaker, but he's played g6 with the idea to play f5. He insists on playing f5. Yeah, he wants to play f5.
He wants to open up his bishops, and he wants to open up also the files for his pieces on the king side. So here, I think it's already time for Magnus to try and start aiming towards neutralizing Black's initiative. I think he's no longer playing for the advantage. He probably senses that something hasn't quite gone according to how it should have, and he's just shifting around his seat very uncomfortably, and he has to try and start neutralizing. And has been the theme in this match so far. There's also a huge time advantage for Aronian. So I think job well done by Aronian and his team in terms of the opening. So g6 played, and how can white play towards neutralization? This is the question. But the question is not totally one-sided because we have focused a lot on black's counterplay. But also white has these weak d5 square to play against bishop b3, bishop d5 coming up. Either that or knight d5. But the question is, how do you deal against this plan of f5? Do you have any answers towards that direction, Soumya?
Oh, Magnus has probably answered our question. He has played c4, so he wants to play knight d5 next. So after f5, he will either take on f5 or he won't take on f5. I think he will play knight h2, and then he will put his knight on d5 and grab this center formation, like just keep the knight on d5 so that after bishop d5 you always have cd5, and if you don't take, then the knight on d5 is an absolute beast. So I think that's what is going to happen on the board.
Yes, and another very important component of this move c4, if you noticed, is this also ensures that the b6 bishop can never be opened up with c4 by black. I think this is a very important factor because, again, in a lot of variations, f5 will be combined with c4, opening up this bishop. So c4, apart from securing the d5 square, also ensures that the bishop on b6 stays behind the pawns that black has already committed. So in that sense, c4 is this very typical strategic move that is Magnus Carlsen's specialty, how he plays against pieces, and I think it's trademark Magnus move. c4. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I actually really like c4, and I like the way he has controlled the position. He has not let it go out of hand, even after facing this knight d5 move, which was completely unexpected. So he quickly, composed himself and found a way to play the position rather than think about what could have been done. And I really, that's something to learn from. So he's played h5 instead of f5, and knight h2, black takes on c4. So this also allows knight c4, right? White takes knight c4, and now the knight on c4 is so well placed. So maybe black is counting on playing d5 next. Yeah, I guess d5 will be played.
I think they
irrespective.
heard you, Soumya. Magnus immediately plays knight f3, preventing
Right.
d5, attacking the e5 pawn. So,
Right.
guys, this is how high level chess is played in general. You see, there are so many of these strategic ideas, and you see, both the sides are constantly advancing their strategic aims while simultaneously preventing the opponents. And this is typically how modern day high level chess is played. And all these strategic aims, they are complemented by concrete calculations. So if this works or not, if this works or not, and that is what is constantly going on in the calculations of the player's head. Knight e3 also played in order to play against d5 and also play bishop b3 and bishop d5. But Soumya, why do you think black keeps refraining from playing f5? That was the original plan, no?
Yeah, but now he has also played h5, so maybe he just doesn't want to make too many commitments. But here he can actually consider it. No, like let's see. Like if we play f5 into f5, g f5, we have a move like d4, which looks dangerous. But then after e4, it will backfire for white itself. So he plays knight e7 instead of f5. He wants to play f5. Oh, he even goes bishop c8. Aronian is taking his decisions so fast. Yeah, he's not even considering playing d5 or he's just like
No, and there is
making
also
sure.
a psychological component to this. It is that, as white, you're constantly expecting f5, right? And if
Mm-hmm.
your opponent plays it, it becomes clearer for you. You only have to react against the opponent's f5.
Mm-hmm.
But as white, if your opponent keeps the threat in the hair, he keeps it hanging. Like there is a knife on the top of your head and you don't know when it will fall. So if he keeps the threat of f5 hanging and you're not sure when it's exactly to appear, then white has to burn up time in every single move trying to calculate what he wants to do against either f5 or d5. So by being non-committal but also keeping the option open, I think there is also the psychological component which burns your opponent's time and energy. So if you have the initiative and if you are in a position to do this, it makes sense to delay something like this, keep strengthening, keep your opponent anxious, and then hit him or her at a moment when they don't expect.
Yeah, threat is greater than execution, and that is what black is trying to do. White, on the other hand, being very resilient. Yeah, he has put his piece on d5, one minor piece. If you take it with the knight after knight b4, white can put his knight on d5. So white being very resilient and posing threats for black, he can actually even play after knight b4. He can play a move like I was thinking he could play f4, but then d3 hangs. So probably he has to play queen e2 maybe to support d3. That is an option, or he could play bishop c4, or he
Can
could
you
put his
also play knight c4?
the other knight to c4. No,
Yeah, defending d3 and also improving a piece and
uh,
preparing f4.
yeah, that's actually much better. So he plays knight d4, but now white can actually consider playing f4 on his own because the bishop on c7 is fully blocked. So definitely a
Sorry,
possibility.
after 94, what move did you say?
I was thinking white can consider playing f4. I don't think it works
Ah,
concretely because of some tactics, but as a positional idea, I think it's a good idea to open the f5. It's just that
interesting.
after ef4, rook f4, black has a move like queen g5. So if you play queen f1, then queen into f4, queen f4, knight e2 check, and it forks the queen and the king. And moving the rook back will hang the knight on e3. But white would still have a move like knight d5. Oh no, white wouldn't because the bishop on d5 still exists. So yeah, that would actually lose for white, and that's why I think white is being very cautious. Rook a2 is a very weird move. Looks so passive, but maybe like I mean, you would expect white to go knight c4 actually instead of rook a2. Rook a2 is something I don't understand.
Yeah, rook a2 is it certainly looks passive, but I can also understand it to a certain degree. Rook e2 is also a move that keeps all your options open. Now, what options are we talking about for the d2 knight, apart from going to c4? I think yesterday Vidit was making this point about keeping more control. Yeah, so the knight on d2, it simply keeps more control. And I'm not sure if, concretely options like knight f3 will make any practical sense in the near future. But having this knight on d2, it certainly controls a bit more of the board. It's a bit hard to concretely say it controls this square, it controls this square, but overall it keeps more control, this knight on d2, and ensures that black does not get anything immediate. And it's also probably based on some variation that Magnus calculated. For example, if f5, for example, then after e into f5, black cannot take g into f5 because of queen into h5. So in a variation like this, if black is forced to take with a piece, then the white knight can also come to e4. And in a very, very far future, a far-fetched future, maybe we can also consider some kind of a rook swing to f2 after f4 is played, putting pressure on f7. This is not likely to happen because this will weaken the b pawn. But if it happens, and people in the chat are saying that rook a2 is the best move according to the Norwegian supercomputer CCT. But I'm pretty sure CCT's reasons and Magnus's reasons are totally not in the same postal code at all.
Oh my God, let's do you think we should have a quick look at Ding Lijan versus Artimev? Because a lot of action is happening there. Black has sacrificed an exchange, but he wins it back after bishop a6. The f5 pawn is weak, but on the other hand, black is up on material. He is 2 pawns up, in fact. And as compensation, white will have a pair of bishops. Not sure if it's sufficient, though.
Not sure if the pair of bishops is sufficient against black's pawns.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it gives white an advantage because bishop c3 check, king g8, maybe white simply wants to. Yeah, I'm not sure like how white is defending against the threat of bishop e2. So he probably, like my idea is black would be, after bishop c3 to go king g8 and after rook e1 to take on e2 and take on b3, after which I will still be 2 pawns up. And even though you can collect the pawn on a5, the a4 pawn is again weak. But on the other hand, I think what white wants to do is after bishop c3, he wants to save his rook on e2 by going rook e1 so that after knight b3, we have rook b1 ideas. Maybe this is what white has in mind.
But how rook b1 though? Because after, you mean you want to go with this rook to e1?
Yes, rook to e1 with the idea that after bishop f1, king f1, and knight b3 is not possible because of rook b1.
Yeah. When you said rook to e1, I thought you were saying rook to e1. Yeah. Yeah, that could be a way to defend the b3 pawn, and I think the defense of the b3 pawn is really important because in the variations in which the b3 pawn falls, for example, even this variation, although there is some ideas with rook e8, knight f8 coming in, even in this variation, if you see the fall of the b3 pawn contributes to the creation of a connected passed pawn for black in the center. So for this reason, it makes sense to make the opponent's job as difficult as possible. And that's exactly what black is doing here as well. He's making it as difficult as possible for white by he's making it as difficult as possible for black by trying to keep the b3 pawn alive. And the question for black, he has 3 options: king g8, king f8, and f6. I personally prefer f6 here because I want to keep the king as advanced as possible. And after rook e1 takes, you also see the pawn on f6, it contributes towards some squares for the knight.
Mhm.
So this could be a direction for the game to go towards. And now it's not so easy. Yeah? Although black is 2 pawns up, the a5 pawn is hanging. Black cannot take knight into b3 that easily. So I think he takes rook into f1. But I think we are basically calling out the game as it's happening. Yeah, for both white and black.
Yes.
Rook e1 takes, and
What would you prefer to be here, white or black, by the way?
black. I think black is better here,
Mhm.
but he has to be accurate. Oh, how about you?
Yeah, I also thought like black is better because he has more material and it doesn't look like white has enough. Yeah, I like a move like even f4 here, but it also feels like, yeah, even f4 actually looks very strong, no? Because once you give up the bishop on g6 for the f4 pawn, you are already giving up a one of your main pieces which give you compensation, and also the b3 pawn becomes super weak as Srinath is showing over the board. So yeah, I think this is a very good way for black to play.
Yeah, true. F4. I think
Yeah, he
f4 is a
plays
nice move,
knight e5.
but he plays knight e5. I think he's giving up this pawn on f5, and now rook into e5 is also a threat. So knight into b3, there is rook into e5 incoming. F into
Oh,
e5, bishop into
nice.
e5 check. This we should have asked chat. Yeah.
This is very nice. By the way, chat, do like the stream as Suraj has reminded all of us. Do like this stream, or yeah, do suggest your moves. We are looking at the chat time to time. Ranbir Sharma says f4 is -2. Wow. Thank you.
Yes, but
In-house
okay.
experts. Rook e8 has been played. Artimev does not blunder his rook, does not blunder his piece, and plays rook
I'm,
e8.
but it's curious, no, to play knight e5 and rook e8. It's like,
Hmm.
do you think he actually saw rook into e5 or missed it?
Yeah, I think he missed
Because
it because actually after rook e8 you can also take on a5, no?
yeah, after
Ah,
rook
but
e8 statue.
maybe idea is to play d3, yeah? But d3 I was thinking, yeah, it's actually not clear. Maybe allowing d4 would be a huge blunder.
No, but white need not take this. Yeah, that's the point. Like let's say I play rook f4, I control everything on this part. I threaten stuff like rook h4 and play with my two bishops. Then how do you make progress as black? Because black is the one who has to try. As white, I'm not obliged to try. And now I'm threatening bishop into a5 as well. So as white, I need not be the one to initiate something. Instead, I keep things in control and I invite you to try something. So, how do you press as black? This is exactly how advantages slip because the defensive side, they have fantastic counter chances, usually a lot of hidden defensive resources in the position. And here also, it doesn't seem so straightforward for black to convert. Knight e6, now rook h4, and then bishop into a5 is an option, bishop f5 is an option, knight g5. Look at this devilish threat by Artemir. Yeah, you quickly take bishop into a5 thinking, okay, I've got a pawn, I'm going to be free of defense, and then he comes with knight f3 check. This is exactly what Artemir is dangerous for. But Ding Legion, ever alert, he goes rook f4. uh, Again, what would you prefer now, Soumya? White or black? You want to
Oh,
play with the
yeah.
bishops with pawn down or knights with pawn up?
Would still prefer black actually because a move like c5 exists. He has played c5. You know, once I am able to push the d pawn, it can get very dangerous for white. But of course, this is a very unbalanced position. It's just that I don't mind playing black here. Let me put it this way.
Yeah, I understand. I totally understand what you're talking about. But from my perspective, what I feel has changed is that the bishops are long range pieces. So bishop d2, bishop d1, and let's say even if the bishop is on f5, it can control these pawns quite capably. So if the white a pawn advances, then it can get dangerous for black as well. So I think Pushin has now assumed a slightly more double-edged nature. Previously, it was just black who was hands down better, but now I think it's not that straightforward anymore. Now it seems a bit double-edged. We can maybe concretely look at the lines: d4, bishop d2, and how do you continue as black?
Yeah, maybe bishop d2 looks like a very sensible move. And I wanted to play d3 as well and push your bishop back to d1 so that after knight e6, I have you don't have rook h4 and threatening h7 basically. You don't have those
Right.
problems.
You just, and also you're bringing this knight to d4, yeah.
Right.
Maybe, yeah. And after d3, I also think we need to go bishop b1, bishop d1, because bishop b1, rook b8, and his b3 pawn is vulnerable. So, yeah, d3, bishop d1. But for these moves like knight e6, knight d4, there are also counterplays with b4. The rook is not hanging because after knight f3 check, there is always g into f3. And apart from that, it's not easy to advance this d3 pawn any further. So I think I
Right.
think this position is also not totally clear. But Artemi has gone slightly different direction. Yeah, he played knight c6 first, and then played d4 with the tempo after bishop c3, and now comes back knight e5. So it's not too different. I think we'll see something similar to what we discussed in that variation.
Mm-hmm.
And you see this bishop on d2, both protecting against this pawn and supporting this pawn. This is exactly why bishops are more preferred in these kinds of endgames, especially with the pawn. And now Artemi wants to play d3, c4, and rook b1. You see how tricky he is, yeah? In every move that he makes, there is some trick. Not that he plays for tricks. He's also making improving moves, but he also sees these tricks very quickly in his mind. One more, two more tricks, and he sets them up. I think this comes by playing a lot of blitz and short time control games. The instinct gets developed naturally. I've seen this a lot in these kids as well who play a lot of blitz. They see these tricks very quickly and then they set their opponent up for it. By the time we see it, it's too late.
That's true actually. And the trick you're talking about is d3, bishop d1 followed by c4, is it? Or direct c4?
Yeah, let's make a random move. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, two tricks. Yeah, one is direct c4 also because after b into c4, rook b2, a piece gets lost. And another trick is d3, bishop d1, c4 takes rook b1. This doesn't win a piece, but it drives a lot of white's pieces away. He has rook f1, but now knight e4, d2, all these things come with tempo. So I think
Yeah,
both these
actually.
tricks.
Yeah, white needs to be careful, yeah. And white has played what? h4. So knight e6 on the board, rook f2. Now maybe d3 and c4 anyway.
Yeah, d3 and c4 incoming anyway, but maybe white will hold on with
Play
b4.
b4,
Yeah,
huh?
setting up this dark square blockade. Now everything depends on whether white is able to hold this c3 square or not. If white is not able to hold the c3 square, then it's going to be lost for white actually. But white does have these two advanced pawns as well. On the other hand, white's pawns are not flowing on the queen side because these pawns they don't advance by themselves, and the rook is not there to guide these pawns. The bishop is blocking this rook. So now time becomes a very important factor. The time on the board as well as on the clock. How quickly white can get bishop c3, move the rook to a2, and get a6, a7. How quickly this can happen, and
Oh
maybe
my
knight
god.
c7 now.
Oh my god, look at
Six.
Ding's time. 4 seconds, and with 4 seconds left, oh my god, a6 he has played, c into b3, a7. This is the position on the board, both of them down to a few seconds. This is a bullet match now with 10-second increment. Bishop b3 was not taken. Why did he take bishop e3? Because he wants to support the pawn on a7, is it? Because
Yeah,
after
bishop into
bishop...
b3, I think there's knight c5, no?
Yeah, knight c5 and knight d4 as well basically attack the bishop and pick up the pawn on a7.
Yeah, and bishop e3 doesn't work because of rook a1 check. So he wants to maintain this pawn on a7. But on the other hand, what's happening here, Soumya? Can you just take rook into a7, bishop into a7 and play b2?
Oh
Just
my.
d2.
Absolutely.
D2.
Absolutely.
He
He
just
plays
plays D2. This
d2.
is much better.
Oh
Much
my
better
my.
by... And Artemiev found this in like 10 seconds only. Now the point is, if white takes bishop into 8, the bishop which was covering the d1 square is out. So bishop into 8, d1 queen's check. And if white doesn't play bishop into 8, he takes bishop into d2, then black just takes rook into a7. So black is winning now, yeah? Artemiev has turned this around. He has shown his blitz skills. Bishop c3, now the threat is bishop d5, hitting both these knights and the f6 pawn. So how do you prevent this as black? Just knight e5, covering the f6 pawn and also taking the knights out of the danger for the moment. Bishop d5, knight c5. You need to sense these things, Soumya. It only comes with practice. All the classical chess skills, not too relevant in these types of situations with less than 10 seconds and 10 seconds increment. People just sense these kind of moves like knight a5, going away from the danger and keeping all your pieces protected. So they have this sensing mechanism. They cannot rely on calculation when they're down to less than 10 seconds. So yeah, they just become very good at taking decisions within seconds that keeps you from losing immediately.
Yeah, intuition and practice mainly. Yeah, it's very interesting to see how many problems Artemiev set for Ding in this double knight versus double bishop endgame, and looks like Artemiev, as you pointed out, is on the upper hand here. Even though Ding is holding on, rook d4, a nice move, keeping everything under control. So Artemiev just plays h5. Now rook d1 even. Wow, rook d1. What is the idea? To play rook b1, is it? No, you can't. Bishop b3 is the idea, is it? Bishop e5 and bishop b3. This is the
Yeah,
idea.
bishop e5 and bishop b3 is the idea. You nailed that. Oh my god, he played that with 1 second remaining. He played rook c7 with 1 second remaining,
Oh
but
my god.
how is he going to protect this pawn now?
Yeah, he's losing the pawn. Bishop b3. Bishop in knight into b3, rook b3 protects the bishop on c3, and
Knight c1.
knight c1 we have. Wow. But we have bishop a5.
Ah, he missed bishop a5.
Nasty. Yeah, nasty, nasty.
Wow, Artemiev. Artemiev been Artemiev.
Ding feeling very fresh, huh? At 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yeah. Indeed, it's been a big game changer. It's been a big game changer.
Absolutely. Bishop a5, rook c5, and this is completely equal. I don't think Ding can screw this up anymore, and Artemiev also will definitely hold this game, definitely heading to a draw, even
Yeah,
though
the game
they
is
both have.
definitely heading towards a draw. And do you want to have a look at the Magnus Aronian game? Since
Absolutely,
this is
let's
going to be
go.
a...
Let's go to Magnus versus Aronian. So many moves played since we last checked it, and what is happening? Levon is a pawn up with a bishop against a knight. But this, if he manages to take the h3 pawn, he's definitely winning. But if he doesn't, if Magnus manages to keep it, and it looks like he will keep it, this could be a draw. So bishop f2 now, for example, is met with rook d5. And after rook g3, king e2 supports the knight on f3 and attacks the bishop on f2. So black doesn't have time to take on h3. And on the next move, white simply plays h4. So these are like some concrete
h4 at what
problems.
point? Okay. You
After
mean in the live board, yeah? The live board. Yeah, I think h4 is a very important move, no, Soumya? Because if he had
yeah.
taken this and lost the second pawn, white would have been just losing.
Yeah, bishop b8 a very tricky move because, for example, on the previous move, he could have played bishop f2. This is the variation I was trying to show, like bishop f2, rook d5. rook g3, and we have king e2 attacking the bishop on f2, and then white anyway gets h4 in.
Right. So, yeah.
Nice stuff. So,
But how
meanwhile,
does
chat.
black win from here?
Yeah, do you think it's winning? I think it could be a draw, this one, because with the pawn on h4, it's very hard to win, no, unless you win the pawn on h4 for free, which looks next to impossible.
Can I try though? I mean, can I just play rook g4?
So rook g4, I will take on d5.
Bishop g3.
And I might just play rook d4 now.
Rook d4 is a nice move. Okay, so let me continue insisting. Bring my king. Because rook into g4, I have h into g4, and then I'm not even sure if that is winning, but let me just try. Yeah. Oh, he goes rook
Yeah,
f2,
he has
and
gone
does he
rook
want some
f2.
rook f2 and rook a2?
So what was that all about?
I think this is just a draw. No, it looks like just a
Yeah.
draw. Even whatever the bar shows, it looks like a draw.
He could have played rook g3 instead of rook f2, and after king e2 play rook g4, so that white doesn't have rook d5, bishop g3, and now white doesn't have rook d4. This could have been a direction.
How? At what point?
Instead of rook f2, 59, if black had played rook g3, forcing king e2, because king e3 runs into bishop a7.
Mm-hmm.
So king e2 is forced, and after king e2, play rook g4 now, and after rook into d5, bishop g3. This was possible. And rook d7 does not work as well because of, first of all, king f6, but also king h6 might work, because knight g5 runs into rook h4 or bishop h4, and that is completely fine. There is no mate on h7.
Right.
This was possible, but Aronian didn't go for this. He has less time, or what? Yeah, he had less time, I guess. So
they both have less time, and I think that explains a lot. Also, in this position with bishop g3, I think white has this move rook g5. Maybe this, defends the pawn for now. And a position like this, you take this, your second pawn up, but with the rooks off. It's important to understand that this position after knight into g6 is just a draw. Black cannot win this because the king will reach this point at h1, and the dark square bishop cannot reach that h1 point. It's just an illustrative variation, because after g5 takes, the knight does get trapped after king g6, but it's still just an illustrative variation. Maybe h into g5, and then the knight takes on g6 whenever he likes, and this will be a draw. So rook g5 is a move that would probably counter against this, and it also, I think, shows this endgame, yeah, what it is about. If black takes the g6 pawn and exchanges the rooks, it's a draw because of the wrong color. The king will just go to h1, and black cannot win even if he's a bishop as well as a pawn up. So not easy for black to try and squeeze something out of this position. It's almost like squeezing water from a stone, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, we just went live on Vidit's channel, and the whole chat is sending hearts for Vidit. But I really wish Vidit was here to see those hearts. Maybe I'm sure he'll see the chat later. He will be joining us later, guys. But thank you so much for all the hearts. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see them when he sees the chat later.
Yeah, we can assure you that we will collect all these hearts and pass it on to Vidit. So that assurance we can give you. We are not going to keep it for ourselves.
Hey, do you like those Little Hearts biscuits? I love them.
I do.
I mean, I cannot keep the packet down. Once I open it, I have to finish it.
That is the problem. That is why I don't keep it at my house.
I love it. And
Especially when I get hungry at nights, and I have this. If I have that sugar rush at night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., I think it's going to be problems on the next day. Not big problems yet, but it will still make me slower than usual.
I
So we
love it
have
actually. So we have a draw,
a draw
is it?
fish. Yeah.
Yes, Sri, please continue. Yeah.
No, we have a draw on the Ding Legend Arteme, the first game. And the game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian is also going towards a draw if the white knight captures which pawn of black. The white knight has to take a certain pawn of black and then it's a draw. If the white knight does not manage to achieve that, and if black takes the h4 pawn, then black can possibly win this. So one of the things that black is trying to do now is try to get this knight, kick it out from f3 and make it difficult for the knight to reach that particular pawn. Now again, which pawn are we talking about? Which pawn are we talking about, guys? We're not talking about VD. That I'm certain. So which pawn should white take in order to uh, successfully make a draw? White has to take that pawn, and the king has to reach h1.
Let's see if our chat has any answers.
Yes.
Maybe. Oh, they do. Wow, very well educated chat in endgames, I must say. All of them are taking the g6 pawn. Very careful not to take on h5. h5 you can take unless if black is forced to take on h5 with the pawn. But if black can take on h5 with the king, then that would be a disaster. So it's always better to take the g6 pawn. And Magnus plays king d2. So the idea is that after king g4, he can simply come back with king e3, so that after bishop h4, you give knight e5 check, king f5, and knight into g6. And mission accomplished after king f3, king g2, and king h1.
Yes, it's important for the king to be able to reach the h1 square after taking this pawn, because in a position like this, if, for example, the black king is able to reach g3, then this is also losing for white. He has to be able to reach the h1 square. If black is able to prevent it, then he will lose it. So back to the game. King e2, king h3. So you see, there's a little dance going on around here. Magnus will not take bishop into h4 immediately. Instead, the king will go to such a place where it forces the white king up. So what we are looking for as black is a position where the white king reaches e4, the black king reaches something like f2, and this position being white to play. This is going to be difficult for white, because if you play knight e5, black will take this, and this pawn end game is winning. And if you don't take it, if you don't play knight e5, then it's zugzwang, because wherever the knight moves, the pawn on h4 is taken, and this pawn will be difficult to advance. So this is basically what Magnus is going towards with his king to h3. And Aronian plays knight g5 check, king into h4, knight e6. His intention is to try and take this one of these pawns somehow. And this position is still very tricky to play as black with just 1 minute remaining. We have seen so many instances where these kind of mistakes have been played. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up Magnus and Aronian. Magnus is white, Aronian is black. So Magnus is trying to defend, Aronian is trying to win. I'm really sorry, I mixed up both of them. Because subconsciously somewhere in my mind, I was supporting Magnus yesterday, and since black is winning here, I just mixed it up completely.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Shri, that black needs to be very careful here. For example, a move like h4 would run into king g4. And after h3, knight g5 already loses the h3 pawn. So black has to be very careful, play slowly. Bishop e5. Yeah, bishop e5 looks good, no? With the idea to just wait. So white plays king e4. Wow. Brave move by Magnus. What happens to king g3? I think white can simply take on e5, and after h4, knight g5. Is that a move? Yes. I think knight g5 works, because after knight King g4, you can play king f6. You maintain the knight on g5. You give up the knight for the h3 pawn and take the g6 pawn. So is this a draw? Is this a draw?
You mean the live
position on the board? Yes.
Well, I think you just have to look at the evaluation bar to say no. And it would be embarrassing to say yes and then look at the evaluation bar. But yeah, I think the evaluation bar gives away the answer to that question. But the steps leading up to that, that is still not clear. Actually, I've also seen Prag hold many such positions in with white, as in the side, as the defending side. He's very tricky. He finds this brilliant defensive resources in a matter of seconds. And Gukesh also, to a certain extent, he also manages to find these brilliant defensive ideas within seconds. Black has advanced his h pawn, but after king f3, he has to be careful not to play h3, because after king g4, again this pawn is lost. So he has to play bishop e7 first, which is what he has played, bishop e7. And here, after knight e4, g5, knight e4, would you go g5 or h3,
h3
Soumya?
maybe h3, no? So that after knight f2, I have bishop c5 or bishop h4, and after knight g4, I have king g1.
Yes, but you have to be
this
careful, Soumya. This is
works.
exactly how the position can become a draw.
No. I mean, after bishop h4, bishop h4.
You go bishop h4. Okay. You go bishop h4.
And he does play that. And after knight g4, we have king g1. So we are controlling the g3 square. And now we just push the pawn to h2. We are also controlling the g5 square. So after king f4, white still doesn't have king g5 after the bishop is placed on h4. So I think Aronian will win this now for sure. Magnus will resign. Resignation.
Wow. We have the results of the first poll we had in the channel. Will Artemio strike back today? 46% yes, 54% no. The next poll we have on the Chess24 India channel, will Aronian strike back today? And Aronian has lost the first set yesterday, but he has won one game in the second set. He's leading by 1-0. So if he can win today's 4-game match, he will enforce a tiebreak. So guys, what do you think? Will Aronian strike back today? You can make your opinions heard by going to the Chess24 India channel and voting in the poll. Will Aronian strike back today? What do you personally think, Soumya? I know that you are a big fan of Aronian, and I've also noticed that in many instances, you have exactly been able to guess his thoughts and moves. So I think your styles also match to a certain extent. So what do you think?
Actually, I of course I'm a huge fan of Aronian and his creativity. I think he's super creative, and I especially liked his interview as well with Surya which he did last year. It was very nice and interesting to see his thoughts and recommend all his book recommendations, all of that. So, yeah, very impressive person. But I think in this match, Magnus is a big favorite. And even though Aronian has won the first game, even yesterday he won the first game, but Magnus managed to come back. Just going by statistics, I would say Magnus is a favorite because he has been very consistent in these CCTs in the last 2 or 3 events. But of course, it will be very premature to rule out Aronian because Aronian is Aronian. He is such a great fighter and he's such a world-class player. As Adi always says, he's by the way Adiban's favorite chess player, and Adiban always tells me like he's very surprised that Aronian never qualified for a world championship match yet because he's right there, and it's true. I think it's a sentiment shared by many chess fans.
Yeah, absolutely true. He might be one of the best modern players who has not qualified for the world championship match so far. I can't think of many modern players, many modern uh, who hasn't qualified to the world championship match, but have stayed consistently in the top 5 for such extended periods. Aronian has managed to do this, I think, since somewhere around 2007 or 8. And for many years, he was the undisputed number two behind Magnus. Magnus was number one and Aronian was number two. And these two players have been so close to each other in strength for so many years. This match is also reflecting that Aronian, technically, the score between both of them is 2.5, 2.5. If you take all the 5 games, it's just that yesterday we had a cutoff after the 4 games. So that gives Magnus a huge advantage. He's leading by a set, but I think it's still double edged. Yeah, I mean, still it could go either way.
Yeah, for sure. It can go either way. And but I love the fact, in this game, it's usually Magnus who outplays his opponent in the end game, and it was Aronian. So that definitely gives him a psychological advantage doing a Magnus to Magnus himself.
So where did it all go wrong for Magnus in this game? Like, it looked like it's a draw for a very long time, yes. And this question also, it looked like it's a draw. And we were talking about how this hedge pawn was so strong and well protected that Black didn't really have much chances to break it. So how exactly did the game turn around, and when did it happen, Soumya?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, was this rook e4 a mistake? Like, was it a mistake to exchange the rooks? Could he have gone king d3 instead? What was Black's idea?
It certainly seems so. Looking at the game in hindsight, I think this rook e4 was a turning point, because if you make a move like king d3, and rook e4 is a move Magnus Carlsen made in just 3 seconds. He was not under huge time trouble when he made this. I think he had around a minute left, but he played rook e4 very quickly, and this turned out to be a big turning point in the game, because at first sight, this looks completely equal, yeah, because you look at this position, Black has 2 pawns. And what are the odds that the knight is not able to capture or access a single one of these pawns? What are the odds? But, uh, but, but that's where the power of this bishop comes in. The bishop, a long range piece. It's not just a long range piece, but it controls such a wide variety of squares. And in many situations, it's very effective at controlling the knight. So from this point onwards, Aronian masterfully shows how you can effectively restrict the opposition's knight. And of course, it also doesn't help that the knight on f3 is bound to defend the pawn on h4. Wherever it moves, the pawn on h4 gets captured. So king e3, king f5, king d2, king g4. You see, with each move, he doesn't allow this knight to e5. And king e2, king h3, king, if white played king e3, then after king g2, king e2. I'm not exactly sure here, but I guess Black has to try and lose a move somehow, and he can probably do this with bishop f4. Again, without engines, I cannot be 100% sure, but from a human perspective, this is how this is the kind of zigzag that Black will try to reach, and yeah, so this is one way. And again, once again, looking at this question, you might wonder why bishop at h4 doesn't work. The reason is because after knight e5, first of all, bishop into h4 could work. So it's probably a bit premature to conclude that it doesn't work. And after knight e5, there is a danger that Black loses one of these pawns. If Black loses one of these pawns, as we saw, wrong color, the king on h1. So the dark square bishop will win. The dark square bishop will not be able to control the h1 square, so it will be a draw. But in this case, I don't think white is winning one of these pawns. After g5, g4, g3, g2, this pawn advances very quickly. And at g4, it's already too late to take this pawn, because here Black can take with the pawn instead of the king. So this wrong color, it only works with the pawn on h5. And again, the reason why it works only with the pawn on h5 is because in this position, if we keep advancing the king, if we keep bringing the king forward as Black, in such a position, what happens is it's a stalemate with the king on h1. But if the king had access to an additional square outside the h5, then it's not a stalemate anymore, and therefore it's not a draw. So imagine the same thing with the pawn on g4. So king h3, and let's say king e3 was played, bishop in h4, and knight e5, and g5, king e2, g4. Let's say this gets taken, and now the white king reaches. Okay, this is also a stalemate, but now the white king reaches h1. Now, after g2 check king g1, this is no longer a stalemate. The king has access to either f2 or h2 if the black king was on f3. So he has this breathing space, and because it's not a stalemate, black wins this. Bishop d4 is a mate here, but I'm just keeping it as an illustrative purpose. Whereas if the king was on h1 and the pawn on h2, the same position would be a stalemate. The king has no escape, and this is exactly the reason why it's a draw with the wrong color bishop.
Wow, thank you so
Welcome
much
back,
for that
Soumya.
explanation, Shri. Do you know, it's very funny, what a funny coincidence that on Ding and Artemev's board also they had a knight versus bishop endgame, and with the same pawns. It's just that black had this extra f pawn, and also the h pawn happens to be the right colored pawn in this endgame, but like so similar and such a freaky coincidence to
Yeah,
have.
true. So similar, but the Ding managed to defend successfully, whereas
Mhm.
Magnus did not. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have already started their next game. So we have an English opening on Artime versus Ding's board, Bishop G2 Castle. In the last game, we saw Artime put a lot of pressure on Ding, but let's see how he does here. Ding managed to win a wonderful game with Black yesterday in the third round. It was so super impressive.
Yeah. I know. I think it was one of the best games I've seen in the one of the most one-sided games, no, in that
Mhm.
sense. And the thing with these
Absolutely.
one-sided games is it allows you to show concepts very clearly, right?
Yeah. It was super impressive, and especially like everything in that game, like including the opening, middle game, and the finish, everything was so nice. It was like watching a classic being played out. So, very,
Yeah,
very nice performance by Ting. And I'm actually very glad for him that he gets to play at a decent time and show his class in this tournament.
indeed. Uh, so what is going on in this opening so far? Is this just Sicilian Rosolimo reversed, which comes after e4 c5? Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
e4 c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop d5, g6, and do you have basically the same position, except that the position is reversed?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, actually, it is exactly the same. No, now White can play knight f3, or he can also start with e4 actually and play knight g e2 if he
Yes,
gets a
and it's
chance.
curious to see Artemiev. Yeah, he plays knight f3. He plays knight f3, and what do you think Black should do here?
Oh,
Goes
Black has
e4
played
right away.
e4 immediately. Mm-hmm.
So, although in terms of structure, this is similar, in terms of there is a difference that white has an extra tempo. So, it gives black a few additional extra possibilities. And e4, knight d4, and now rook e8. I do remember. I do remember this is a very popular theoretical variation, and after short castle, in general, whenever black advances this pawn on e4, it looks like it becomes weak, and it actually does become weak. The pawns overextended pawns. So black usually tries to defend it with c6 d5. White, on the other hand, he tries to break it with d3. And in a position like this, after c6 d3 takes, usually it is white who has a bit of an advantage. So e4, knight d4, and it's curious to so he goes knight c6, knight c6, knight c2, and he'll take. Yeah, he takes it. He takes it d into c3, and now h6, preventing the bishop to come to g5. If you see, it's very similar to this variation in the Rusolimo. After short castle, bishop g7, rook e1, knight f6, e5, knight d5, knight c3, takes, and here white usually, here the question is about equal, but white does have a very very slight pull in a lot of these questions, and the question we have here exact similar. It's
Yeah, but this is also something that black gets very often, no, with the knight to
yeah. I'm
d5.
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry. I made a mistake. This is the position I was going for, not knight into c3, d into c3. No, the thing is, I was baffled because it's not exactly similar. Yeah, this is not exactly similar to this position. Here it's white who has a pawn on c3. Here it's also white. So we are saying that the position is reversed. It's basically this position. This is reversed
yeah,
to this. Sorry, Soumya, go on.
yeah. And this h6, h3 was wow, h3 g4. What is this? He wants to play bishop f4 and bishop g3 or what?
No,
Or maybe queen d2, bishop f4 and queen d2.
I'm not sure if this is specifically aimed towards one particular idea. So one thing is, guys, Vidit will join us. Vidit will join us very shortly, and don't worry, he's not going to be affected by all the chat and the hate comments and everything. He's too strong to get affected by that, and also 95% of you send all the love comments, so he will join us very shortly. Don't worry, guys, and do keep these hearts and all these things ready when he comes. But it's probably a better timing if you send him that when he's present.
Yes. So
Yeah, so
g4
the
on the
idea of
board.
G4 we are discussing, yeah, I don't think it's towards any one particular idea, but a few different ideas. One is white can go G5, H into G5, bishop into G5. This is not going to be comfortable for you to deal with, no? This pin and then I castle long.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think it's very interesting how black is playing, white is playing this position.
Yeah, and apart from that, I think it also takes general control of things. So uh, it just takes a general control of the position in general. So I think it has many functions, many useful functions.
Yeah, this G4. I mean, actually, it's a very new way of treating the position also because I play this Rosolimo from black, and this H6 G5 is not a very common idea. So, yeah, as in rapid, like players show all these interesting ideas which might not work out in classical, but in rapid you can try them out, and opponent doesn't have much time to solve the problems, new problems being faced posed on the board. So because of that, we get to see some very unusual setups which are not very common in classical. So g5 on the board, g5 hg, bishop g5, knight h7 played. Bishop e3 can be expected.
Sorry.
And do you think like if black goes f5, we always have queen d2 controlling the f4 square. Queen g6 can be met with rook g1, so that's also fine.
Hey, hang on. Queen G6 can also be met with another very useful developing move. And chat, this is for you to find. Okay, Queen G6 attacking this bishop. Now, I could defend the bishop. I could spend one tempo and defend it passively. But what if I don't want to do this passively? What if I want to make a useful developing move, which it enhances my development? So it goes +1 forward for my development, my position, and also prevents queen into g2. What would you? It works, right?
I'm not
Or
sure if
maybe it
it
doesn't work.
works. Yeah, I'm looking at a option for white, but maybe it works.
It works, or it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, I'm looking at a alternative for white black, which can
Yeah, a counter move for black.
your suggestion could prove very expensive. Let's see if what the chat thinks. Chat is saying
It's okay.
Rupjivan,
It's
Long
still a very
Castle.
useful learning experience for the chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is the intention, We make mistakes and let the chat learn. That's what I've been doing all my life. It's my life philosophy.
Chat has found Long Castle Queen G2 Rugdi Jeevan. Very nice idea there. The only problem could be f4 though after Long Castle, and after Bishop f4 we have Queen into g2, Rook d g1, and f2 pawn hanging. So maybe f4 is met by Bishop d4.
Yes, this is the only flaw in an otherwise unflawed plan. But it's not clear, no? It's not clear because you can maybe continue with Queen d5 check here, for example. The king moves and now Bishop g3. This is one way. It's not totally clear how the queen comes out. Yeah, you can take rook into f2, but I'll play rook g1 anyway. So I saw extremely deep, Soumya. It's not that I missed this.
There is 97 though, but okay, let's just pretend that this works.
Yeah, let's just pretend that we didn't see this.
By the way, for f4 there is Bishop d4, so I think white is not doing so badly.
Yeah, f4, Bishop d4. And Queen d5 check was what I was initially counting on, I thought we'll take Bishop d4 with tempo after King h8. But what I initially missed was Bishop e6. And now both d5 and g2 get hit.
Ouch, so, that's painful.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sudhanshu. We just need the believers like you. And Neev Patel, well done on finding this idea. So, Soumya, you want to see something interesting?
Oh my God, yes. I think I saw it.
Yeah, so we were talking about all this d into c3 and how this is similar to Rossolimo, right? I think I kind of wasted my energy making all these moves because Aronian and Magnus, they have this exact same position we were discussing. The Rossolimo.
This is so great.
Bishop into c6. Do you think they are just copying each other?
They're just mirroring each other, man. Even the previous endgame was almost the same. This set is almost the same. Like, what is it with the four of them? They're just like so tired. They're like, chalo copy kar lete ek dusre ki.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, it reminds me of a funny story. Srinath, and for the chat, I'm sure everybody knows by now because it's all over the news that Abhimanyu Mishra became the youngest grandmaster at age of 12 years just 2 days ago. But there is a very funny story about him, which Surya Ganguly had once told me, and I wanted to share it. It's on these lines that we were discussing, that when Surya had gone to the US. So basically, Abhimanyu is a student of Magesh Chandran, who is a grandmaster from USA. And Magesh is, of course, Indian, but he lives in USA. His wife is a WFM, Anuprita Patil, and they both have a coaching academy called Kings and Queens Academy in New Jersey. So Abhimanyu is one of their students. His main coach also happens to be Grandmaster Arun Prasad, who is around the same age as me, and he's also from Tamil Nadu, Salem. And then he has migrated to the US, and he's one of the coaches in Magesh's academy. So this is a little bit about how Abhimanyu started to play chess. And there was a funny incident when Surya had gone to the US for a tournament come training camp, and he had taken a small training camp in the US for the kids in Magesh's academy. And a 6-year-old boy complained to him during the camp saying, coach, this boy is looking at my answer. And the boy who was being accused of copying quickly said, no, his answer is wrong. And actually, I'm looking at this boy's answer, not that one. so funny
I
and
know,
so
I know.
innocent. And this boy, who was looking at both the answers, the right one as the wrong, as well as the wrong one, was Abhimanyu, who is now a grandmaster and who doesn't need to look at anybody's moves anymore, creates his own moves over the chessboard, and is a superstar now.
Indeed, indeed. That's a very, very funny story.
That's hilarious. I mean, kids can come up with the most innocent excuses and reasons. So funny when Surya had told me this. I was so enjoyed it so much. By the way, Abhimanyu.
So Surya told you this, is it?
Yeah. And also, Abhiman, talking about him, he's also the youngest international master as well in the world. So he now holds 2 records. He was the youngest international master at the age of 10, breaking Pragyananda's record at that time. And now he's broken Sergei Karyakin's record, which was there for like 19 years, basically. And he broke Sergei's record and is now the youngest grandmaster in the world.
Yeah.
Very
True.
very funny. And
Amazing.
Chad is like, I love how Soumya says it and then laughs on her own. That's true, actually. I don't
We all do. Chad is going like more stories, please. Do you have any more stories, Soumya?
I have about Abhimanyu. I have a few stories about him actually. Like he's a very hardworking boy, because basically his coach Magesh is one of the most amazing people I have met. By the way, he's a engineer and he's also a grandmaster, and he's also one of the coolest people you can meet. I remember he was our team coach. The first time I met him was in 2009. He was our team coach for World Junior Championship. And it was the first time that we got a grandmaster as our coach. And we had a small camp in Chennai. And me and Padmini, both of us attended that camp. And at the end of the camp, we had given him the title of Cool GM because he was so cool. And we were just, until then, we were so used to seeing grandmasters who are very serious and very strict. And here it was Magesh, who was super chill and laughing and analyzing his own games, roasting himself in the camp with us. And actually that year I won the World Juniors thanks to him, because it was for the first time that we had a grandmaster as a coach, and he helped me so much, like for my preparation before every game, especially in the second half after I started leading the tournament. So I have some wonderful memories of working with him. And he then, it was one of his first coaching assignments. Until then, he was a pure player. And then because of this experience, I guess he probably, somewhere it motivated him. I believe so. I would like to believe so, that he can actually become a coach. And he went to the US and opened this academy with Anuprita, who also happens to be my childhood friend. So very nice couple there, chess couple. And they have this wonderful academy. And Abhimanyu, of course, proud student, proud coach.
So do you think in a way, is it fair to say that you inspired him to take up coaching, Soumya?
I would say just me. I think his overall experience was very, very positive in the World Juniors. I remember when I won the tournament, he was so excited. He was like jumping. Can you imagine a coach jumping? Like it's unheard of, right? He was just jumping up and down. And we actually had a bet that if one of us wins a medal, any of the students, we would go and swim in the sea on the last day, which was freezing cold. There was a beach in front of our venue. And he actually did that. He actually went and swam in the sea, which was freezing cold, and lost his iPhone. And oh my God, so much drama happened because he was so excited that his iPhone was still in his pocket. But he was like,
wow. Yeah, I know that happens a lot. And when the phone goes into the seawater because of the salt, the phone is just gone.
And it's because of the water also, no? Like
yeah. Because of the water, but not just because of the water. The seawater, it just corrugates it.
Yeah, it was just totally epic. Like the way he was excited, and maybe I played a catalyst. I would like to believe so, but I think his overall experience itself was very very positive, and he's in general a very dedicated and sincere person. So I'm really glad that he's getting such good results.
True, true. He's a fantastic person and also an amazing coach. I remember him. I met him first, sometime in 2001 or 2002. He was an international master. I was about 7 years old, and he used to train in the same academy as me back in the time. I was, this 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid loitering around. He was also extremely young at that time. I think either 20 years old or in his early 20s. And because I would just be so enthusiastic and ask too many questions, I was forbidden from entering the room, specifically kept for his practice. And he had a specific room in the academy to practice, where he would use a software called Chessbase 7.
I remember this software. Oh, and it's funny coincidence that I actually got this software from Anuprita. Like how everything is just totally connected.
Yeah. And I got to play only one game against Mahesh Chandran, one game where he played Sicilian Dragon and defeated me. I thought I was winning, my pawns were all advancing, and I'm pretty sure he would have no memory of that game. I remember because I was extremely young and I have a weird memory that remembers all these little details. So I was advancing the pawns, and then he managed to blockade everything and defeat me. And then the coach came and said, "Hey, don't disturb Mahesh. Let him prepare for the World Junior. Come here." I reluctantly walked off, not getting a rematch, a revenge opportunity. Yeah, he was very nice at that time. He was very nice, and there was this whole decision that he had to take whether he should go to US or continue in India, and he was very confused about it at that time. But it turns out that things have worked out really well for him, and he's also very cool.
Yeah, he's super cool and super chill and
I
super
remember how
approachable.
he broke your anxiety before the last round of the World Junior. I remember reading about it that you were, a bit tense, and after talking to him, it just melted away.
He gave me such an inspiring speech. So basically, I was leading the throughout the tournament, and after the 12th round, I actually managed to lose a pretty holdable position, and I lost my lead, and I thought everything is over now, and I just walked out of the tournament. He was standing right in front of me, but I just walked off. And then I was so upset, but then I saw the pairing for the next day, and I was suddenly very excited because I was playing the same girl in the last round whom I lost to in the previous World Junior. So I thought, okay, redemption time, maybe this is my destiny and all of that. And I came back and I thought to talk to him about it. Like, can you please help me? I think maybe I still got this. Can you please help me? And he was like, yes, of course. And he gave me such an inspiring speech from Remember the Titans. So if anyone has seen this movie, it's a football movie, and the coach before the last game inspires the players by telling them that the Titans control their world with full power, and that football field out there is your world and you are the Titans. And he just interchanged the football field for the chessboard for me, and he just said me, it is yours to go and conquer, and it inspired me so much. No, he's amazing. He's an amazing coach, there is no doubt.
Yeah.
So
For
I'm
those who
really
just
glad for him.
joined us and are not quite clear whom we are talking about, we're talking about Grandmaster Mahesh Chandran, who is the coach of one of the coaches of the world's youngest Grandmaster, Abhimanyu Mishra. And Soumya was talking about her World Junior experience where Mahesh was the team coach. And that's how we got here. And I was telling the story about how Mahesh blocked my attack and my pawns, right? And the position on the board is similar. Ding Lision. I mean, Artemio came rushing with his pawns on the king side, but he has not been able to break and create any open files against Black's king. And I think Black has successfully managed to defend against white's attack on the king side for now. For now, as long as the white knight does not come to g5, which seems as unlikely as traveling to Antarctica in the times of COVID.
Do you think you'll be able to travel to Antarctica otherwise? I mean, are you planning?
It's possible. It's possible.
You would like
There
to?
are seasons for. Yes, I would like to tick all 7 continents someday. So I
Uh-huh.
traveled to Asia, Europe, and that's it. I haven't been to Africa. I haven't been to South America. I haven't been to North America. I have been to Australia. So 3 out of 7 done. But curiously, I've never been to USA. So North America is out. South America is also out. Although I would so dearly love to explore the Latin American continent and Africa as well. I haven't been to Africa. Although a lot of people, I think, have been to South Africa because there was a Commonwealth Championship there. But I was not part
Exactly.
of that.
Yeah. I went there for the Commonwealth Championship, and oh my God, one of the most amazing experiences of my life, because South Africa is so unique and so wonderful. The people there will completely blow your mind off, and also the animals. So it's an extraordinary experience, actually. So Bishop E3 C5. Now, can you take the pawn on D6? Chat, can you take the pawn on D6 or not? Chat. While we also try to understand.
Is it my
Looks
nickname?
like.
I'm not
Yeah.
supposed to answer that, right?
No. Let's ask the chat if what they think, and maybe then we can answer.
Chat could be Katie's nickname, though.
What?
She has
Because
answered so
she's
many
so
times
eager
when
to.
she asked Chat the question. So her nickname could be Chat.
Because she's so eager to answer, right?
Yes, she's so eager to because she's so eager to answer, and also because she has answered it so many times.
Vivek is like, Soumya, that's what everybody says about every country they visit. No, not really. I mean, I wouldn't say it about every country. South Africa is truly unique. You have to go there to understand. Like, the people there are amazing. They're so kind, so kind. I don't know if I was just lucky and met all the kind people, but I think that's too much to like too much of a coincidence. No, I think just generally the people there are very nice and helpful. It's
So,
like a cultural thing.
talking about kind people, the kindest set of people I have met personally are the people from the Faroe Islands. Uh,
Okay.
they treated me with such hospitality that, the first day I went there and I put my wallet somewhere in the room, and they took care of me and my expenses in such a way that on the last day I didn't even remember where my wallet was because I never had to take it out.
Oh, so that's very
And
hospitable, I would say. Very, very hospitable.
yes. That's a different level of hospitality that they treated me. I mean, they treated me as a guest, and that's how they treat guests in their country. Literally, literal embodiment of Atiti Devo Bhava. And also they took me around the whole country in one day. That is
Oh,
only possible
what?
in Faroe Islands.
What? Sorry. Everyone is like Rook D8 follows, but Rook D8 will be not possible actually because the queen on F7 is attacked. So Rook D8 will be met with knight into F7, and after Rook D2, knight G5 check, and then you simply pick up the rook on D2 after king into D2. But knight D6 is actually possible. Maybe I think black simply gave up a pawn to open lines, and maybe just queen c7 here is possible, I was thinking, because actually pawn on c5 is hanging, so you can't play queen e7. Your queen is attacked, so queen c7 looks like the only move here. And after queen c7, knight b5, just go back, yeah, and maybe this position he's willing to play, like queen c8 or queen e7, one of the two. But maybe he wants to take on b5. That's also possible.
This was a difficult question, no, Soumya.
It was very difficult. I was thinking about it myself also. It's not like I asked the chat and I knew the answer. Oh God.
Yes, I know. I do it as myself as well. There are two types of questions people ask. One is when they know what is the answer and then they try to get the chat to find out. The second is we don't know the answer ourselves and we are hoping that the chat will find it for us. But yeah, knight into d6, I was also exploring some exchange sacrifices, with queen e7, bishop into c5, rook into b3.
Oh, here, okay. Rook b3 looks nice. And
Yeah.
Queen d4 maybe.
But I'm threatening this check.
Yeah. Wow. White has to be very careful, actually.
Yeah, and the main thing was after knight e4, which defends this bishop and attacks the queen, and also creates threats like knight g5 check. Black can take this, and after bishop into e7, knight into d2, bishop into f8. This position is completely not clear to me. Black can take this pawn, he can take this pawn, he can take this pawn. He has all these options. He can only take one out of these three, and he will probably take the one which doesn't allow white open lines that easily. So I think taking on f3 might allow a bit more of open lines. But yeah, I think he can do something like this, and the position is wild and complex. We are going very far away from the game, but this was, I think, instructive to demonstrate. So
awesome. So let's see what happened in the game instead. And we should also have a look at how Aronian is doing against Magnus in the second game once we conclude the position on the board with some evaluations. We have long castle on the board after c5. And Black played knight g4, is it? Yes, knight g4.
Queen e7.
No, after c5, like the position after c5,
yeah,
long
c5,
castle.
long castle, queen e7, bishop g5, bishop d7, and now queen e3. This is the existing position which we have. And I think Ding Lijian is under pressure. White has a White has a very nice hold over Black's position, and Black is not able to move this knight because of the pin. He's not able to move this knight because of this pin. And this knight effectively restricts this rook. So at this moment, White is suppressing Black.
All right, right. Yeah, so White suppressing Black to passivity is Srinath's evaluation and is very much true because the bishops control so many squares.
Look at the sad rook on b6.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's so restricted. He wants to break free. I want to break free. But after d5, there is bishop into d5. Yeah, d5 has been played. He has to play d5. But bishop into d5 and you just pick up the pawn. You can even play... D5, you can even play bishop f6 and play rook d5. So White has a choice here.
Yes. This rook is basically like an elephant which has fallen into a ditch. The rescue efforts are on, but Black has to lose a lot of his soldiers in order to get the rook out.
We should definitely go to Levon versus Magnus's game. I'm just afraid that the game might get over before we can cover it. Magnus is down to 3.5 minutes. Levon with his time advantage as usual on 10.5 minutes here. How is the position? Opposite color bishops on the board. Is White material up? Yeah, White is a pawn up. Wow, Levon pressing Magnus, huh?
Yeah, White is a pawn up, but as you mentioned, it's an opposite color bishop. The extra pawn he has is a double pawn. But what you're saying is true. If anyone is playing for a win, it looks like it is Magnus. Sorry, it is Levon. But there are some threats here to watch out for us. White now, yeah. all these pawns, it looks super brittle. King f5, knight f4, knight g6 incoming.
Yeah, pawns are too brittle, as you have pointed out, and also knight d4 at some point. Maybe not
Honestly, I
immediately.
think it's full compensation for black. Yes, these pawns are brittle, and for black, I think the pawns on the queen side, white could try something like b4, and if black takes scene to b4, then just for demonstrating, if black takes and now e7 is hanging, and if black plays knight g7, then this c5 will hang. So if black doesn't do anything, then white will get this knight to b3 and create additional pressure. So this is one source of counterplay for white. For black, I think he just gets the king here, and the knight could attack h4 and g6. If white doesn't do anything, then black just takes pawn and gets an advantage.
Oh, what he wants is knight f1 he's played. So he wants to play allow king f4. He wants to allow king f4 because is there any tactic here? Let's say after knight g3, bishop f3.
Now, no.
Yeah, maybe we can ask the chat now, no? Or do you want to make one more move? Or maybe it doesn't work anyway.
I don't see it
as
myself,
usual, as usual, it doesn't work. After I was looking at bishop d2, king g4. Because the bishop on f3 needs to be defended. He cannot take king e5. And after knight h5, king h5, king f3, now king h4. I thought king e4, and this is good, but probably it's not enough, yeah?
Yeah, black is the one who's pawn up.
Mm-hmm. No, we can save the pawn.
Not pawn up. Bishop c3 will play, right?
Yeah.
But I thought sooner or later it should fall, yeah?
Yeah, I thought black can create a pass pawn with f6. Yeah, even knight f4 and knight g6 is good.
Yeah, probably has to do knight e2 and play knight d4 check. You have to be fast because white is also taking all these things. But yeah, I think we are going a bit far from the live action, which has moved on in a very interesting way. Aronian has very similar to what you suggested, but bishop d2 check first. Inverting the order, you suggested knight g3 and now bishop d2. Instead, he starts with bishop d2. The big difference is this sends the king away, and after knight g3, white is creating an outside passed pawn. White is creating an outside passed pawn, and this is much harder to stop. So now chat, okay, this is too easy for the chat. Knight g7, bishop c3 check, it wins a piece. And any other move, like knight d4, white will play bishop c3, he will take the knight and then play knight h5 check. So if Amitabh Rajan is asking, is a4 a good move for white?
And exactly a4. Any time, any moment. A4, A5, you want to play?
Yeah. But okay, the thing is, right now it's concrete, yeah? You have to try and win the pawn ASAP. You cannot wait around with something like A4. Maybe in the future.
I'm terribly hungry today because I didn't have lunch, so please excuse me.
Okay, sure. It's been, so knight G3, and now Magnus is under very, very serious pressure. Magnus, also you can see that look of tension on his face, and he's down to just 1 minute. Look at the speed at which Aronian plays. It's almost like this fight between Bane and Batman so far today, Aronian has been just much faster and stronger. He's leading the set 2 by 1 point, and he's on his way to exerting serious pressure in the second game as well. Now, knight g3, f6. Knight into h5 is the first move that we would consider in this position, but this will allow black to play something like king f5, get the king closer, and defend against the h4 pawn. So another way for white to start here would be to play bishop c3 check. But here the black king comes to f4. And now after knight into h5, king f5, knight g3. The king gets close anyway. Now, how do we evaluate a position like this, which is likely to come in the game, which is likely to occur in the game? This is again a big advantage for white because this pawn just advances. You can play h5 check, and next move bishop d2 check is also coming. So the pawn just keeps going forward, and this knight comes on to f5, putting pressure against the e7 pawn. This is the reason why this is such a large advantage for white. You see this exactly happening in the game, knight h5, knight g3. So we have this position live on the board. And here we were discussing h5 check, which I think is likely to occur. And after h5 check, I'm not exactly sure where black will go. King h6, it runs into a lot of this knight f5. So probably Magnus will play king f7. This is what I was going towards. You're keeping this e7 pawn secure while also being within the reach of this h pawn. So king f7. And here comes the challenging aspect of white's conversion, because it's not so easy to advance this pawn any further. It has advanced as much as it could, and it's not easy to get it any more forward.
Oh my God, Shri, we have to once have a look at Artemev versus Dingligen. It looks like Artemev is in the driver's seat, but he has only 50 seconds left and Ding has 4 minutes. Isn't this ending just winning? Like you push the...
I think it takes a few minutes to process exactly how, no? Like rook b4, how do you win?
So I was thinking b6.
And let's say I hide my king under the cover of the g pawn.
But then I push my e pawn, no? Like I'll play b7.
Yeah, true. Exactly.
And whenever you move your king away from the g file, I have a check.
And you queen the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And if I keep this pawn as an umbrella and keep moving forward, then it's too slow, yeah? The e pawn queens first.
Yeah, it's too slow. Too weak, too slow.
Yeah.
Wow, Artemev coming back in the match, huh?
Yes, Artemev coming back in the match, and if he wins this, he will lead it by 1.5 the second set. And we already had a poll on the Chess24 India channel where we asked, will Artemev strike back today? 46% said yes, and 54% said no. We will run that poll again after Artemev is in the lead with 1.5, and let's see the results. Will Artemev strike back in the second set today? What do you guys think?
Yes. What is chat saying? Srinath, Rohit Anand asks, Srinath and Soumya, are you guys going to Sochi? I believe Srinath is, right?
Yeah, I'm going to Sochi. It's happening in just about a week. I haven't bought anything. I haven't checked what is there. I don't know where my suitcase is. And it took me a few hours to find where my passport was a few weeks ago.
Hey, oh my God. I think Levon has an advantage now. Or do you think Magnus can hold this after knight e5? Now h7, knight g6, is it?
Yeah, h7, knight g6, and it doesn't look completely clear.
Yeah, we can go knight h4 and force you to go to h8 with the knight.
Yes, but now what?
Yeah, that's true. Now what? What next? So he plays bishop f4 with the idea that after knight g6, you can go bishop b8 and attack black's weak pawns on the queen's side, which are all on dark squares. Very favorable to white because white has a dark squared bishop. So you simply attack each pawn after bishop b8, a6. You play bishop a7, attacking b6 and c5 at the same time. So even b5 doesn't help because the c5 pawn hangs after c into b5, a into b5. And bishop c5. Good stuff, yeah. Do you think Aronian is going to win this game as well? I have a feeling that he could.
I think there's a 50% chance he can win this game. Magnus has only 30 seconds. The computer, 50% chance Aronian will win, 50% that it's a draw. White is playing for 2 results. The computer shows it's completely equal, but Magnus has only 20 seconds left, 10 seconds, 18, 16, 15.
Oh my God. Oh my God, I know we can't show two games at the same time, but look at Artimev and Dingliren. Oh my God, what a nice tactic on the board coming up.
Oh yes, chat. You can write this. You can get
Oh,
into
he
the.
plays Rook
Never mind.
G8, but why not B7? With the
I think he's
idea,
also winning.
but B7
Just
was so cute. Like B7, Rook H8, push the king to the G file and make the queen. Because after, B7, G2, King G6, Rook H8, King G6.
okay, King G6, and now what?
You probably don't win the G2 pawn because
You
after
just
B8
mate, yeah.
queen, yeah, you can mate him, no? B8 queen, G1 queen, and maybe queen G8, no?
Yeah, Rook G7,
Queen
Queen
G8?
E6.
Yeah. Oh, this was so
Checkmate.
good.
Yep. This
But
would have
he
been good if it
instead goes
happened.
for this. Maybe this is also winning. Yeah, Rook G6, now G2. You simply take on G2. So he plays King H3. And now King C5, I guess. And this should be winning.
And chat, now is the moment. Now is the moment to do what you have been doing for the last 2 hours. This is the right appropriate moment. We do have the man himself, the person you have been asking for the last 2 hours. Where is VD? Where is VD? Where is VD? Where is VD? It's been asked more times in my Chess 24 commentary than Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? All through my childhood.
Hi guys, what's up?
Hey,
How's it
VD.
going? What an exciting match! Dingliran is
know.
losing, yeah, to our team.
I know. Artemis got this. And VD, so many hearts for you for the past 1 hour, 1.5 hours. It's amazing. You have to go back and watch your stream and your chat and just count all the hearts. You have to do that. They just wouldn't stop, And again, they are back now. The hearts are back. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah, can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I said thank you so much, guys. It means a lot. Thank you so much. It's very nice to see that. I was also reading some comments on my last video. Very, very heartwarming, melted me completely. But yes, we'll speak about it. What's the game? Like, did it finish? It's going on. What's happening?
It's going on. White is completely winning. Ding is taking his time to consider resignation or play for a couple of more moves because King
I think he's trying
C5.
to find traps, yeah? Like King H2, King C6, and then Rook.
Some Rook
Where?
E6 check, right?
Sorry,
No,
what?
but B8, B7, B7.
Yeah, I know.
No, there's no chance. Yeah, Rook E8, you have to. Like Rook B8 makes sense. Rook B8 instead of Rook E7.
B7.
B7.
But okay, the same, yeah.
That's the problem. The problem is this extra E pawn, yeah? Clearly.
Yep.
He goes Rook F7. So the idea is after B7, he wanted to, King C6, he wanted to play Rook F3.
Oh, okay.
No, but B7, B7.
Hey, look at what's happening in the game. E6, he played Rook F6.
And now B7.
Oh.
Wow, nice.
Oh, because if you had taken Rook F6, G1 was queen with check. That's the point. That was the point. Oh, what's happening now? Queen versus Rook. It's not easy to win this, but it's very hard to defend as well.
Yeah, it's not easy to win this against Stockfish, but against a human, it's not so difficult, yeah?
Yes. What's happening in Magnus game? Can we just quickly look because this game will go on for a while? How is our leader doing?
So Aronian won the first match.
Who is our leader with it?
Our leader is Magnus Carlsen, no? Supreme leader. After Samaya Raina.
You talk like he's Aladdin.
I feel so optimistic. Oh, that's true. I feel so optimistic as white here. What do you think? B4.
Oh, I thought you meant you feel very optimistic after I joined in. So I was very happy for a second. But
That too.
Oh.
That too.
King G6 and maybe just A4 or you want to save that pawn, but you can't. So you need to give it up. No? Just A4.
And
How do you
A5.
feel about this position, Vidi?
I was like, it shows equal, but it doesn't seem so obvious that it is equal, right?
Yeah.
No, it seems nothing like equal. It would be nice if white can find a way to protect this pawn though.
Oh, but after B5, it says that Arudin has messed up. Has he?
Why?
Oh, I know what he wants. He wants to play knight B2, knight A4, and knight B6. But if black puts the bishop on C2, what's happening? It's very crazy complicated.
If he puts a bishop on C2, I was thinking, yeah, knight B2 anyway. Now you start advancing the pawns, right? And then I start bringing my king in.
No. King B2 you can play, no?
Yeah, what do you do now after knight B2?
But the engine says that black is doing well. What's happening? Why?
No, but I think the engine evaluation is almost irrelevant to how it is in the practical game, no? With 30 seconds. Magnus is not going to find...
Oh, Magnus has 20 seconds only against 4 minutes.
Yeah. And for a long time, that has been the case. Your mod is saying people have been spamming slow mode would be nice.
Oh, okay, sure. Thank you, Ragni. I'll do that. I'll enable so.
So bishop B1 and A4, A5. How does black counter this? He needs to play E5 maybe, or just F4.
I wouldn't be sure at all about the evaluation of this position. It can go either way. Engine says it's equal, but I feel anybody can win, to be honest.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's anything but equal. I mean, the players definitely don't feel it's equal, and that's the most important evaluation that counts.
Oh, Srinath. Okay, I got the face cam link. I'll just look at them.
Yep.
Very exciting game. Very exciting. I thought Aronian was better. Is he in shorts? Is the big question.
Oh, he's bailing out. He's making a draw.
He is.
Yeah, he's bailing out.
Why though? Why didn't he go for A4? It's very surprising.
Why didn't he go for A4? I think he got a bit worried, that the position can go out of control. F4.
Maybe
A5,
King F4 and King G3 first, and then okay, Bishop E4 is nice. Yeah. I missed Bishop E4.
But it was not easy. I think when you have like this 20 seconds, you're not sure about what to do. Yeah, you like try to play some line which you know for sure has a clear conclusion, not in the unclear position.
Aronian has 4 minutes. Yeah, he doesn't have 20 seconds. That is
right. But Aronian needs to make a draw.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't need to make a draw, but I think draw doesn't hurt him. He's leading the second set. Although win would pretty much clinch it. Yeah.
So here he just takes on C5, puts his king on F2 and bishop on D2, and that would be a draw. Even after the C3, even if the C3 pawn did not exist.
Yeah, even if the C3 pawn does not exist. So I guess this is a draw, and maybe we can move on to the other game. Artemiev Ding Legion is still going
resigned.
on. Oh, with it once again, you don't have, you're muted. Silence you.
And he's resigned because after King G2, we have Queen G7 coming in, picking up the rook on A1, and that is why Ding already resigned in this position.
Yeah. Meanwhile, what is the counter curse for silence you? How do you make someone speak again?
What?
I'll do it non-verbally. Oh yeah, it worked. We can hear you now, Vedi.
I don't know why my mic is going on mute. I just changed it.
I did a non-verbal silencio first. It worked over Zoom, and now I did something, and we can hear you again.
By the way, look at what Aronian has done. He has made the draw more complicated, has he?
Yeah, why did he just take on c5? I didn't get it.
He has advanced with his king, and now it might be a draw. Engine says it's a draw, but you have to calculate again.
So
Bishop
what he
f2 played,
wants?
king g4, b6, king f3 will be played, I suppose, or f3. What move do you play here? King f3. You move the
Yeah, you have
bishop
to
to
play king
h4.
f3, I think.
Yeah, king g4, king g4. You have to play, I think.
Bishop f2.
Yeah, and then you have to play f3.
Yeah,
Magnus will go f3
f3.
here.
So does b7 work is the first question. Does b7 work? Bishop into b7, king e6, king h3, king d6, king
F3.
g2.
Wait. I understood what is his idea. His idea is that when king comes to g2, he will bring king to e3 and make a
Yeah.
fortress. This is his
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
idea.
yeah. This is a
Uh-huh.
fortress. You just keep
It's
moving
a
back and
draw,
forth.
but he had to calculate it and make this draw. Okay. Now they just wait and it'll be a draw. Okay, it's just good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. True. And they have made a draw. So at the end of two games of the day two of the semifinals, Levon Aronian is leading the match against Magnus Carlsen by 1.5 half, and Vladislav Artemiev is also leading by 1.5 half. So both these players, Aronian as well as Artemiev, they lost the first set yesterday, and they have to equalize today in order to enforce a tiebreak. And I think they are on the way to do it. Sriram says
So
Sono.
Artemiev, sorry,
No
go
worries, no
ahead.
worries. No, no,
No, so
just
Artemiev is winning, yeah, the match currently, 1.5 half, right?
yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Artemiev is winning. Uh, Sriram Sonorous, I don't think it's a counter charm. It was a charm that makes your voice a lot more louder. Bagman used it just before the Quidditch World Cup for the commentary. And I also try to do it from time to time, but I use a muggle device called a microphone. But I don't think it's a counter charm against Silencio.
Can you speak in English? What language is this? Muggles, counter charm, sonorous. What is this? Which planet are we in?
You're a
It's the
muggle,
Harry
maybe. You
Potter
don't
world which you
understand.
need to get introduced to at some point. There was a question in chat for you, Vidit. How is your World Cup preparation going? Which we tried to take yesterday and didn't manage to get
Get
an
an
answer.
answer.
Yes.
I hope my games give the answer. That's the ultimate answer, I feel. And I hope in a positive way, not in the
Nice. Nice.
otherwise, like VD for vlog, it will start again.
Nice, nice.
Amazing, by the way. Levon has made a comeback, yeah, like to win today, and now he'll be black in the next game. And Magnus kind of has to win that game with white, otherwise he would be in deep trouble for the last round. This is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, totally. And
Uh,
in the first round, VD, Levon actually outplayed Magnus in an end game. So that was something nobody expected. And
I just quickly blitzed out the game, and it was very interesting. Can you tell me the highlights of the day so far?
absolutely. So we can go back to the game, Levon versus Magnus in the first round, where Magnus was white and Levon went for the Archangels, Neo Archangels variation with Bishop c5. And then after 8th move, he played this Bishop b7 variation. So other options were Bishop g4 and Rook b8, as we explained in the while going through the game. But Bishop b7 was also possible. When Magnus, very interesting treatment. He goes 10th move knight h4, and then he simply doesn't go knight f5 for a really long time. He goes knight df3, knight d2, knight df3, and at some point he allowed black went for this pet f5 line of Aronians. He went for king h8 and knight fg8.
Aronian loves to play king h8, knight g8 in any position. Like I've seen, he really loves it, and he plays f5. It's same like Soumya, but 1,000 rating higher. Same
Oh
idea.
my God. Oh my,
Are you not
1,000
triggered?
rating higher. 1,000 rating higher. I mean, what is...
So
Oh my
Soumya is
God.
like 1800 and
Hmm.
Levon is close to 2800. So, you know, same idea. They both love to move the king, play knight j8 and f5.
Oh my
What,
God.
what a comparison, epic comparison, which nobody will forget anymore. And
Vijit,
then,
I also have a question for you. So, what is
mm,
the longest you have gone without thinking about Samay? Longest duration? Is it in
No,
minutes? Is it in seconds?
no,
Or is it in...
I value time a lot, you know. So I think about it all the time.
You
No,
think
I
about
mean
him all the time?
that's the answer you want to hear. You don't want to know the truth because you can't handle the truth.
Let's do a poll, no? What
Do
is
you
the longest
know?
Vidit has gone without thinking about Samay? Days, minutes, hours, seconds.
oh my God.
Do you know the reference which I gave? Okay, this is a trivia for you and the chat.
Yes, I know
What was
it.
the, you know, Soumya? Okay, you
Yes.
got it. So, which movie's dialogue was it? You can't handle the truth. Come on,
I,
chat, show your
yes.
education.
Oh my God. But do you think
Education.
the chat will be watching these movies? Like our chat is like maybe
If
only watching
who, I think whoever gets
Twilight
it.
and Harry Potter. I
Oh,
don't
I
know.
thought you were going to say Pogo, but good. You said Twilight and Harry Potter. That's good.
I mean, it would be cool if they know this, yeah?
Oh, they do know, educated. They're
Yeah.
educated.
One
Educated
guy
in
Course
was
movie
they
saying.
know.
sense, I mean, movies like no, not many of my friends also know it. So this is like those people who are born in late 90s don't know this. Soumya knows because we both are in this early 90s.
You're
So we
such an
know this.
elitist with it.
I'm
No, it's
actually
just a
from the late
generation.
80s even, but
Arey,
yeah,
but
it's
it's
a
fine. Early
yeah.
90s. I took you in the early 90s.
But I'm fine with being in the late 80s, sweetie. Thank you. But it's an
Don't do this in the
amazing
name
movie,
of
yeah,
movies.
classic. What a nice movie, no? Few Good Men. So they guessed
Yeah,
it.
Exactly.
you good
It's
man.
amazing movie, by the way. Those who haven't seen, you should watch it. It's Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise, right?
I
Yeah.
know Tom
Amazing.
Cruise looking delicious, so you should definitely watch it. All the girls should definitely watch that movie.
Just 24 got a mini clip here. Guys, this is not why I suggested that movie. Not because of the deliciousness. For the storyline, I'm telling you.
Yeah, the story is amazing. And
That too, yeah.
Jack. Also, it's about a court case, which is
I
something
love
very
that. I
close to my
love
heart.
courtroom drama. I love
Yeah.
courtroom drama. It's so amazing. I can't find such good movies like, courtroom drama. I don't know why they don't make it. And
Yeah.
Indian courtroom drama is like very,
There was an
doesn't feel
Indian
like it.
version of this movie as well with KK Menon, which was and Rahul Bose, which
Oh,
was
really?
also okay. Yeah, it was also good. It was an
Oh,
Indian.
I've seen it. I've seen it. Where Rahul Bose is the lawyer. He's the Tom Cruise and KK
Huh.
Menon is Jack Nicholson. I've
Yeah.
seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And it was
I've
very
seen.
good. KK Menon has like acted really well.
Yeah, KK Menon is a great actor. He's a really great actor.
Chad is like
Justice for
Ronaldo
Ronaldo.
kingdom.
How much body fat does Tom Cruise have now that we have to find? Oh,
So
Shaurya,
let's.
yes.
Oh, sure, yeah, sure, yeah. You have
Nice.
watched the Hindi movie, huh?
Yeah, I've seen that show. I tell you, any courtroom drama, I love to watch.
So
I
you
don't
have
like
watched Jolly
melodrama.
LLB? You have
Yeah,
watched
I've
Jolly
heard.
LLB?
But that
Second
was
part also?
not really courtroom drama.
Second
Yeah.
part was good, yeah. I liked it.
वो
With
तो
Akshay Kumar.
अक्षय नहीं मैंने वो वाला देखा है उसके साथ
पहले वाला.
हाँ what's his name यार his actor Circuit.
Arshad Varsi.
Arshad Varsi. For me, it's always Circuit, I can't think of his name. Whenever I watch Munna Bhai, oh my God, like I just lose it. Like, because Circuit is such a character that you can't get over it. Like, he calls, like, एक Munna Bhai में scene है where he calls, भाई, वो calls Circuit body चाहिए. तो foreign body भी चलेगा क्या? And he just picks the guy and takes it there, like live body. Circuit is just epic.
Oh my God, that was epic, seriously. Foreign body chalega kya? I'll show you real India. Poor people, hungry people. Come on. It's so funny. It's so funny. Oh my God.
That,
So,
Did the games begin or we have time, right?
We have time. Let us just go through the important moments of this game. And then he goes for this F5 idea, yeah. And Magnus probably missed Aronian's idea with 18 knight d5. So after knight d5, he got this dark squared bishop. But Magnus kept his calm and he went c4 here, which was a very important moment, I think, because after c4 he gets his knight on d5 and controls the center and also prevents the bishops from opening. Like otherwise black could himself go c4 or d5. So c4 was a
what was the critical moment? Like this position feels close to equal. Where was the moment where the game changed actually?
Oh, it was in the end game, complete end game, and we were discussing that
play,
it's a
what
draw.
would you do here with it?
Rook e4 seems natural, but then bishop f2, yeah?
No.
Bishop f2.
No, this
GG.
end
It's
game
like
is
king f6. Oh, king f6, king f5, king g4. Duh. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
But even after king g4, after bishop h4, knight e5 is coming, and probably that's what Magnus saw. But he just plays king h3.
No, I think he missed that he can take the rook, I feel. Because when you see that the king comes to g4, you realize that you're going to lose it. Yeah, that's the problem. Nice. Okay.
So you and Magnus do think alike, yeah?
Well, I wouldn't mind that. I would take it.
Well, you did play rook e4 instantly. Magnus also took 3 seconds and played rook e4, and this is exactly why the game changed.
But you and Sagar do the same trick. You guys trick me, saying that you have very limited time and I have to find it. And this is typical chase-based India trick.
This is a universal trick. It's been around.
No, it's chase-based India.
Okay. Chat is suggesting some nice court movies, by the way. 12 Angry Men I have watched. Have you watched it? It is a very nice black and white movie about courtroom drama.
It's 1959, no? Something like very old movie. Right?
It's a classic.
No, I have not seen that.
And I think that movie also has a Indian remake. That movie also has. We are always there.
Well,
yeah, we are always there to remake all
everything has a remake. From what
is it like?
What I noticed.
Well, Angry Men.
It's a good movie and it has a jury. So the jury has to decide. And that's very interesting. The 12 men are the jury.
Why they are angry?
They're angry at what has happened and they have their own perceptions, their own biases. And that is how, they have to decide the case. So in America, the jury system is prevalent, right?
Okay.
Yep.
In the court.
Okay.
So they get to, so the lawyers argue how it works is, and the jury gets to decide which side they should take, and it's based on let's say 12 people astat. So basically if 7 people there are 12 people.
I know how majority works. I know Soumya how majority works.
So,
it's okay.
Exactly. So I think there has to be a certain majority also. It cannot be I think just majority. But I don't know.
More than 70% or whatever.
Exactly. So they and all of them obviously have their own biases because they are all from different socio-economic backgrounds and everything.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So how they need to convince the jury is the question.
Ramandeep said so Shaurya is the Hindi remake of Few Good Men. Although it's a copy, it's still very good. Yeah, I saw that. I liked it. But still, the punch, of Jack Nicholson, it's hard to, repeat that, And I felt Shaurya was a bit slow. I think Few Good Men had more drama. And the thing is it me or when you watch Hollywood movies, first of all, you don't understand in the initial 30 minutes what's happening. That makes you watch it. And then you start to unravel whatever is going on. Like initially, I don't get the movies at all.
But this movie was like that. Initially, you were thinking it's just a open and shut case and they just need to sign some papers and that's it. And then it gets very deep, yeah?
Yep.
So the games have begun. Awesome.
Yes, the games have begun and you also have a super chat from Shrikant. Is it? I'll try to read it, okay? Because it's going to be funny if I try. By Vedika Che Chocolate Milale. खूप टेस्टी आहेत. माझ्या मुलाला आणि मुलीला खूप आवडले. तिला प्लीज थँक्यू सांग आमच्याकडून. वेदिका ओपी.
Oh my god, so cute. That was so cute.
Good job, Srinath. Good job. And my favorite was Milale. You know.
But I
Chocolate
understood.
Milale.
I got Vedika's chocolate. It was very tasty. I don't know what the third sentence means, but please tell thank you from my
My daughter and son both liked it a lot.
So okay, son, yeah, got it. Mulga and Mulgi.
How do you know Marathi so well, Srinath? Do you have some history?
Vidit, we have
How do
friends
you know
since the
Marathi?
last 20 plus years, no? And it's established that you are Marathi and not a Gujarati.
So because of me, you know Marathi so well. Okay.
Yeah, and we used to stay together so many times.
Oh, that's what you learned from me. Okay, got it.
Well,
Just confirming.
Oh my god, this is hilarious.
Okay.
Oh, they have the same opening on the board as the first game. F3.
Oh, was it?
F3 Grunfeld, yes. Knight C6, same position almost. Same position actually,
same
not
position.
almost.
So I know, Artemiev is one player who plays Grunfeld, but his opening is really poor. His opening preparation. His main skills are end game and his middle game. They're very good, tactically sharp. But opening wise, it's not like he plays a lot of great ideas or something. So I'm very surprised he goes Grunfeld against Ding. But yeah, his opening is one of his problems. So any opening he played would be in slight trouble. And this position is very comfortable usually for white.
But in the first game...
Sorry.
No, just to follow up what Vidi was saying, in the first game, Artemiev actually put a lot of pressure on Ding, lot of pressure. He was material up, and also in the end game, he was putting so much pressure, and only he made a calculation mistake in time pressure, and Ding managed to equalize.
Yeah, true. And also, Artemiev is not the only elite player who plays Grunfeld and has suspect opening prep, no?
Who are you attacking?
MVL. And I think also Swidler to an extent. I know he has fantastic understanding in the Grunfeld, but I also don't think he's the most well prepared guy out there. So lot of people, but also I think playing Grunfeld a lot and understanding the positions and feeling them quite well is very important. Although it's very concrete in a lot of ways, but also I think a lot of things in Grunfeld are kind of unique to the Grunfeld, and it can be very difficult to understand for someone who doesn't play it much.
But I remember Vidi used to play F3 Grunfeld a lot in between when it was very hot. Like there were these years in 2016-17, and I remember Vidi had some very nice games after this F3 D5, the main line.
Yeah, I used to play this, and also this line I know. So the thing is,
yes,
in the live board, blacks usually plays castle, and then he plays c6.
Yeah.
Like his entire idea is to break the center, and usually he will go either d5 or play c5, bishop d7. And the next few moves are very important how black reacts. Otherwise, white can just be better. So the onus is on black actually. How do you equalize here? Like how do you play actively and make sure that you get dynamic counterplay? Otherwise, it'll just be worse because of the bad pawn structure.
This is exactly what we had in the first game of the second set as well, until this d into c6, b into c6. And Ding seems to be taking a while to decide where he wants to deviate. Meanwhile, the Magnus Carlsen Aronian game has also begun. So maybe we can check that out while Ding figures out how he wants to handle this.
Awesome. And by the way, did you notice that Ding has thought for 3 minutes and Artemiev is just blitzing out? So Ding is actually the one who is thinking what to change, and he played g4. Oh. What an unexpected move. I didn't expect this at all. Wow. Okay, this game is heating up.
Yeah, this game is heating up. And I quickly came back to this. G4, C6, G5, knight e8, and now do you take first and then play H4, or do you play
I
H4
think
directly?
whatever you do, I feel G4 is kind of bold, and maybe the result is kind of playing on its head. Yeah, maybe he wanted to improve, and I doubt if it's preparation. And Engine likes it. Did you see that the bar at first was low, but if you give it some time, it has increased. Maybe G4
But
could be his prep.
surely it's not over the moon inspiration, no? I mean, they have 15 minutes in between the games, and there is a very high chance that everyone has someone helping them in between the games. So you receive information in between the games, right?
Well, I was not getting any help from anyone, so I can't really say. Not
It's an
during the
awkward
game and
situation.
not between the games. Both. I'm not getting any help. Um,
G4, by the way,
G5,
has
98.
been played in one game. It has been played. So
Oh,
it's possible he checked it in the break, either he or his second, and he went for this idea.
Yeah, I think
In
there is a pretty good chance that he was briefed about this G4, but he
who,
took his
who has
time
played?
because sorry?
So the white player was 2492 versus David versus black is Jeffrey Jiang, who's a strong grandmaster from
Jeffrey.
USA.
I'll tell you how to pronounce his name. Jeffrey Chong.
Chong.
Chong, yeah. That's what I
Jeffrey
know. I
Chong.
mean, Raja will confirm. Raja, if you're watching this stream, please let us know if you're pronouncing it right. So Ding Lijen and Jeffrey Chong. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and it was played in 2015. So at that time, Jeffrey was not as strong as he's now. He was still 25-50, and the game ended in a draw after G4, black took on ED, CD, C6, D into C6, BC6, G5, 98, and
G4,
H4.
G4, then what?
Oh, actually, exactly
G4?
the position which you have on the live board, right?
Yeah,
Exact
exactly.
position, live board. Wow.
Right.
But you know,
H4,
like
and the
I will
game
play H5
continued.
at 6.
Yeah. The game continued for like 100 moves. And this is black took on white took on G6 after going H5. So
Okay.
this was the main
Very, very
idea.
interesting. Very interesting what Ding has done. I'm very hooked onto this game, but maybe we should quickly see what Magnus is doing, how he's going to win. I mean, going to try to win. So it's a
That's a
Archangels
lot of
again.
confidence in Magnus, by the way.
No, how he's going to try to win? Yeah, he's white. Yeah, he's going to put pressure, right? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Can you show me the move order? So
So
he
bishop
goes bishop
c5.
c5 first, not b5. Okay. Caruana has been playing this a lot, and Levon. Okay, Levon also plays Archangels quite a bit. Okay, so bishop b3,
Yeah.
d6,
And
a4.
Archangel has quite a bit of Indian history as well. Yeah. Surya Ganguly, I think he was something of a pioneer. He picked up Archangel when it had a very dubious reputation, if I remember it right, in the early 2000s, along with Alexei
Right.
Shilo at a global level.
Yes.
And of
I'll
course,
also ask the
with
chat, by the way, why is it called Archangels? Why Archangels? What does Archangels mean? Sorry, Srinath, go ahead.
I didn't know it was called as Archangels. I always pronounce it as Archangel.
I don't know. Ignore our pronunciation, but just let us know why is it called Archangels. Okay, so takes, bishop b6, bishop g5. Oh, this is a line which I think Anish Giri has played, if I'm not wrong, against Alexei Shirov. Bishop
Is this also the
g5.
line Karthik and Murli played against me last year, or was it something else?
You know it better.
I don't know it. If I knew it, I wouldn't ask. But I do remember you commentating on that game, criticizing my Moon ID7, saying stuff like only Srinath can play this.
That sounds about right. Chat is saying we only know one b3. Oh, that just makes it
This
worse.
chat has
Don't
been
depress Srinath.
contaminated.
Oh, look at the position, look at the live board, look at the engine evaluation. Crazy. Arunin has messed up, apparently, according to engine. Why is it so good for white? Is there a
Are you
move like
sure? Are you
beef?
sure with it? Looking at Aronian's time and also knowing that these
Oh
engines
yeah.
don't go deep. I
Why?
think you have become so involved with the chat that you have become the chat.
No. I tell you why. What is the correct move here? Okay, knight a3 is the move. I know you wanted to troll me, but Srinath, you have to try harder. Not so easy.
Sure.
The
It's a
point of
compliment, by the
93.
way.
What? That I have become like chat?
Become among the chat,
Oh
like,
yeah, I am among the chat, yes. Mohit
yeah. So
does get it right. After the Russian city Archangels. You're right. That's why it's named that.
chat, can you also tell us which is the correct pronunciation?
हाँ हम भी कुछ कर लेते हैं ना सब चैट में
कैसे
पूछ लेंगे तो
कैसे और जूम कॉल ज्वाइन करके बोलेंगे क्या मतलब प्रोनाउंसिएशन कैसे
हाँ pronunciation कैसे बोलेंगे श्रीनाथ 220 IQ
It's so easy to write it phonetically, no? Archangel means
oh
just cut it at
oh my
L.
god
Archangels means write the full spelling.
by the way look at the engine bar it has shot up even further I told you 93 will be played and now why is Levon playing so fast is he bluffing because there is a history of Levon bluffing okay now you take on f6 or you take on d5 you take bishop d5 first that's what you do.
How do you know so much here with it?
Arey, common sense. Bishop takes d5 and then bishop f6. I'm calculating.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Queen f6, queen d5. And now how do you defend the b5 pawn? What? Why is Levon bluffing so fast? Like the engine evolution can be wrong, but not this wrong, yeah? It's like what? कितना आगे गया है वो 3 मीटर आगे गया है. I don't know how to
3 मीटर
mention.
3 मीटर क्या
अरे that one
ये क्या था
एक सेक्शन से दूसरा सेक्शन is 1 meter.
CD5 VD is suggesting bishop into d5 yeah and after bishop d5 bishop f6 first and then take on d5
Yes.
with the queen and the b5
Which is all
pawn
common sense, by the way.
undefended.
But what is this bluff of Levon? Oh, by the way, you have to be careful. How do you capture? Okay, so I'll tell you the difference. Bishop takes d5 now. Bishop f6.
Oh, okay.
Now queen 8 is also an extra move which you should be aware of.
Oh.
But it feels unlikely that it will be good because I think you should play ed5 here.
How is bishop g7?
Exactly. Thank you for falling in the trap.
Yes.
Oh, I
please
fell in the trap myself. Sorry. Bishop d3 I wanted, but queen d6.
Hey, nice.
So I fell in my own trap. Very embarrassed there. Okay. So maybe it just works here. Bishop d5.
Story of your. Also, knight into e5 is very tempting here. This position looks so nice.
What? Knight into e5? What?
Why?
What?
Oh, queen g4 you want to play after de5.
I think I have inspired Srinath to play some good chess. You're welcome, Srinath.
But this is
But it is true,
crazy.
you're
Like, what do you do
inspiring.
after gf? Oh my god, this would be crazy if this happens. He has taken bishop d5 on the board. Bishop d5 on the board.
Exactly. And now I want to see Levon's face cam, which we can only see the eyes of. Levon
That's
has
all you
mixed
need.
up his openings. For sure, he has mixed up the openings. I'm 100% sure. This can't be good for black. Right out of the opening, Carlsen is winning. Oh my god, what a
He's
big mess up
scratching
by
his hand.
Levon.
What do you think that's an indication of? Just that he's scratching his hair, or he's uncertain about what to do? Is it a body language related thing, or just a hair related thing?
I don't know how to answer that. Why is Levon scratching his head? I mean, I know I can do good commentary, but not that good that I know why Levon scratches his head. Oh.
Also, I just saw your poll, VD. You are asking whether World Cup vlogs, yes or no. And Arnav Srivastav says, very nice chat there by him. The poll should have an option of do what makes you happy.
Oh,
That's sweet.
nice.
Very sweet.
Nice.
Do
Nice,
what
nice.
makes
No,
you
there is a lot
happy.
of
That seems inspired
comments
by
about it.
Sorry.
Anish,
I was going to say that seems
Anish.
inspired by wallpaper of a
Popular
Comedian.
streamer, beauty vlogger, Papa Mars promoter, and all that jazz.
Someone who takes really good care of his hair, by the way. He never scratches his hair during the games, as far as I have observed.
Why is Srinath obsessed with hair is what I want to know. Oh, By the way, this is just now. I don't get it. What Lemon has done? He just threw it away, in the opening. I mean, it's very understandable, but I'm just curious what he misplayed. Like, what exactly was his mistake?
Hmm.
It can happen
Good
that you
question.
mess up the lines, but where it
No,
messed
no, the
up?
I think
nine.
You know, the
D5 you
thing
go
is,
knight e7, yeah? Or no, knight e7.
makes a lot of sense.
Actually, guys, I was checking the opening, and it seems for bishop g5, the main move is h6 and not short castle.
Yeah, this is
Oh, is
also a
it?
line, yeah? Takes,
Yeah,
takes,
yeah.
and then there is some bishop d5 somewhere,
And they
right?
take, exactly, they take on f6 and play bishop d5. This is the main way to go. And
Exactly. Yeah.
there are many good games, including our Beast versus Boujanji, and there is Nepo versus Mamedero. Many
Is
games
there
in
any
this
game of
position.
mine there?
I don't see it.
No. Exactly. H6 is the move.
Oh
H6 is
yeah.
the move.
Oh yeah. You have a game in a Blitz tournament, Nair versus Srinath Narayanan, which Nair has won.
I think that is SL Narayanan.
No, it's Srinath. It is written.
See, I'll tell you the rule, okay? If it is Narayanan, a good game which Narayanan has won, that is my game. If it's a game Narayanan has lost, that is SL. That's how you interpret when you see Narayanan.
So maybe this is the reason they go h6, because of this exact problem that the bishop on g5 later becomes a monster and creates a lot of problems for black.
Guys, I'm just like perplexed. Now Levon is thinking. But the moves were very obvious of white. It's just
Yeah, but you know, after he has, I think after d5 he should have gone knight e7. This would have mitigated the damage.
now we only see his hair. We don't even see his eyes in the in the screen on the screen now. Uh, oh damn.
You understand why I was talking about his
Can
hair?
you
Because there is nothing else.
okay, let's see the game of Ding Legend. Is it okay? We see game of Ding Legend. We come back to this because this looks like one-way street for Magnus, to be honest.
Hey, what's happening here? Yeah, Ding is just going all out.
Wow, what an interesting position.
This is so good.
A5 played. A5 played. Now, where do you put the knight? Because if you go knight d7, d6 pawn is hanging. You can put the knight on c4, but it feels a bit dangerous to put it there. Like,
Yeah,
it's
rook a4
kind of.
is something you need to be careful about, no?
Yes, I thought I'll play d5, completely break open in the center. It's one of this position where engine is getting slightly better for white, but I don't feel that yet. Like, it's not a comfortable advantage. It's a very complicated position. I would play knight c4 here. Like, black has to go active. If he doesn't play actively, he'll be worse. He has to go on counter attack for sure.
Yes, just reminded me. I have a question for Chad. Chad, if PD was a professor in Harry Potter in Hogwarts, which subject would he teach?
Me,
Do you have
I
something
would teach.
specific in mind?
Yes, it's for the chat. You might not know VD because you need to read the book. But
I would teach a subject.
Yes,
Okay.
you will be the professor of which subject?
I would be Professor
Hogwarts?
Snape. Everyone dislikes Professor Snape, but he's eventually turns out that he's a good guy. So I'll be Professor Snape.
That
Yeah,
actually
Professor
sounds-
Snape, because it's actually correct, because you will be the potion master.
Oh, poison.
Oh my God.
Nice.
Hilarious.
So what does
I
he
was
do?
thinking that you're actually going for charms because VD is one of the most charming person we know.
चार्मिंग के लिए बहुत सारा कंटेंडर है पर पोजीशन के लिए एक ही है सो
Thank you, Soumya.
नो कंपटीशन
Oh, by the way, look at the move what Artemiev has done in this position.
Yeah.
He has put the knight on d5. Like if you take ED, There's bishop c3 in the position.
Oh, wow.
And then it's lost. Now every time I say position, Soumya is getting triggered.
So, what do you do as white here? Or do you just take HG?
But Indian doesn't
Because-
like this move. Indian doesn't
Because,
like
you
this
know,
move at all.
I'm also tempted to allow you to take on A1 and take my rook.
Take, and now I think just play a move like
Yes.
bishop d2. Like ignore. Right?
And try and
No, bishop
exchange
d2
with
doesn't feel right. No, bishop d2 doesn't feel right because knight will come to b4. How do you play here actually? Not so easy.
It's actually
Do
harder
you
to
take
play as
knight
white.
d5?
No? Knight d5, knight d5, rook a3.
Thank you, Srinath. A6 bishop was hanging for free. Which you just ignored. Was there a blunder master in Hogwarts? Then Srinath would get that.
A CD also we can take now on A6 and go for this rook A3, but it doesn't work. Yeah, this rook A3, the bishop on G7 defends everything. But still,
So takes bishop e3.
or maybe just queen D5.
But then why are we taking it?
Queen
Why not
D5
just
we
bishop
can
e3?
take, no? Oh, nobody wants the pawn, is it? After bishop A6, knight A6, queen D5.
Queen d5.
No, I don't want the pawn. Then
yeah, we don't
knight
want the
b4. Knight b4 in counter attack.
Queen B3
Oh, he played
and
rook
queen
a3.
H3.
Ding legend is listening to Srinath. He has played rook a3 directly.
My
But I
prescription
don't like this
working
move.
again.
Oh, Srinath should make this prescription his word. You know, if position is mine. Srinath, you are a doctor. Maybe there is a doctor in Hogwarts.
Yes, there
Who
is.
always gives
Madam
prescription.
Pomfrey.
Madam Pomfrey.
Hey, imagine Srinath as Madam Pomfrey.
No,
I don't know,
go
but
there.
it sounds
Don't go
funny.
there, chat.
Oh my god.
Soumya, which character you would be?
Hey, I'm
You would be
Hermione.
Hermione.
No? Yes.
You'll be
Hey, I even
Hermione.
have.
Ah,
Hey,
okay.
I'll show you guys something. 1 second. Huh?
This is so unfair. Soumya is so biased. She takes the best characters for herself and, and gives us stuff like Madam Pomfrey.
Srinath got Madam Pomfrey. Of all the people.
Unbelievable.
Oh, by the way, rook a3 is a big mistake apparently. Yeah? What was the right move there? Very curious. Not an easy position to play. And Ding has 8.5 minutes. Vlad has 5 minutes. So Vlad has
I'll
less
tell you what is the
time.
right move here, okay? It's actually very nice and pretty. So you take this.
Oh, let me. Okay. Take knight c3. I think that's
knight
what he was
c3,
worried about.
Knight into a6. And now what do you play?
Now we play. We play king f1. No. Oh,
Not
wait,
a bad
ultimate
guess.
blundered. What was the move here? Tell me.
I have already shown you this idea.
Bishop e3. Yeah, bishop e3.
Yes.
Yes, bishop c3, king f1. You give up everything for checkmate. Nice.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
But Artimev has made a mistake, guys. He did not capitalize on it. He played the move knight before, and Ding Liren has also made a mistake with king f1.
With it, don't do this, no. Don't make people hypnotized to the evaluation bar.
No, because
King f1.
it's objectively a mistake. I thought knight takes c3 he has to do, you know. There are two advantages of it. If he takes that, the rook can never come to h3 directly, you know, in one move. And I thought this was very obvious. But after knight b4, which looks okay as well, actually, to be honest. It doesn't seem like that bad of a move, to be honest. But king f1 engine doesn't like it at all. Now, how do you play with black here? And by the way, Levon is still thinking in this bishop d5 position. If you can quickly show the audience.
I know.
He's still thinking after bishop d5. Oh my god, such a bad mess up now. He's down to 4 minutes. Like from 15 minutes to 4 minutes, like 11 minutes think in this position. Wow.
Yep.
Sagar Shah is Hagrid. Is it a good thing? Chat is saying Sagar Shah is Hagrid.
Hagrid is a very nice person, but the only problem is he's not a person. He's half giant.
Giants are also people, Soumya.
Yeah. But he's not a he's not a people. He's a giant. Like, you know, how can you call a dwarf a person? No. Like, they're not human beings. No, they're a different kind of... But they're nice people. He's a very, very friendly person and one of Harry's father figures. So
Godfather kind of.
Is he the one who has this big beard? Not
yeah,
Dumbledore wala beard, but the black, and he's thoda motu.
he looks like a giant,
Yeah,
half
he's the-
giant. Yes, yes. And he's very fond of
Yeah, he's a
animals.
nice guy.
Yes,
But he
he's
goofs
a nice
up a
guy.
lot, kind of, you know.
Yeah, he goofs up a lot. And I actually don't know why they called Sagar Hagrid.
Typical
like maybe
Sagar
they
Shah.
should.
Sagar also goofs up a lot. Sagar Shah's point.
I think
No, honestly,
so you're
there
going to
should
show
be an
something by the way.
explanation, no? Oh yeah, can. But see,
Yes.
you won't recognize. Maybe Srinath will. So this is the hint, guys. What do you think this is?
Locket.
You have to show it
Chat.
closer to the camera. You have to show it closer to the camera.
Chat. What is
Is it
this?
Hufflepuff's locket? Or it was Ravenclaw's,
This
right?
is the clue. I have given a clue now. Guys. What is this? Really, which part of Harry Potter have you seen?
I don't know. I've थोड़ा इधर उधर देख लिया जो भी लगा है.
Nice. It's a time turner. So basically in the third part, right? Yeah, Hermione, they get a lot of subjects, okay, to choose from. And Hermione is this very studious kid, right? And she wants to take all the subjects possible. So she doesn't have enough time to take those subjects. So Professor McGonagall gives her a locket called the Time Turner, which if you turn it 3 times, and you can turn back time, so she can take multiple classes. She can be at multiple places at the same time.
Can I get it? I want to play CCT again and make it into topic.
Or do you want to go back to such a time where you did not
Where
meet
would you
someone?
go back? Yeah, where would you go back? If you had like one chance to go back in time, where would you go back?
Childhood. Probably.
Me too.
नहीं क्यों जानना है नहीं सब ठीक है अच्छा है everything is good actually I wouldn't go back I'm happy
You wouldn't go back.
Whatever
You'll
is,
keep
I'm
it
fine.
as it is.
No, yeah I'll keep it as it is.
Srinath, what about you?
I think I'll also keep it as it is.
I'll definitely go
By
back.
the way-
Mama. I'll go to my childhood when I'm 5-6 years old, enjoy my life.
Watch Harry Potter again.
That time there was no Harry Potter. I'm from late 80s. Harry Potter was written in 96. So, yeah.
By the way, this game has become super complicated. Like I have no clue what's happening. Ding has to bring his other rook to h3, but I don't see it coming there soon. And tactically,
my
I feel
eyes
black's
are all
position
on
is
this
easier to
rook.
play.
My eyes are totally on this bishop. I want to get it somehow. Some knight g4, knight f6, but knight g4, bishop g4 happens. But how do we get to it? Every idea of white seems too slow, too weak, too slow. So maybe for now, just defend e4 well and wait because there is nothing concrete, and then try and get bishop d2, bishop c3.
Wait for your chance to attack. You know, you don't kill Voldemort in the first movie. Yeah, you wait for 6 movies.
Voldemort.
Yeah, you first kill all his Horcruxes.
Exactly.
defenses.
Whatever it means. Okay.
Yeah, all the defenses. And
And
then
then
you
in the
make him
last
very, very weak, and then you kill him.
So now bishop f3 is like waiting move. Yeah, you just improve your defenses. By the way, can you quickly show the position in Levon and Magnus? What's happening? It looks very
Levon
bad.
is getting killed.
I want to see Levon by the way on screen as well.
Levon is getting killed, and with that, your prediction of the Magnus Aronian match is also getting killed, VD. It's actually going exactly as we predicted. +1 for Magnus yesterday, and now it's going to be 1.5. What are your thoughts on that?
Levon just messed up the opening, man. And I was there for Levon, you know. You guys were just like dismissed him, and I had to have his back, you know. Someone had to have his back. It's okay.
Yes, but
Magnus
how does it
played
feel
well.
to lose a prediction contest like this?
I would happily lose this prediction contest, you know. Rather than losing a game, I would get all my losses out here itself. I would be very happy.
Now chat
What
is
can you
guessing
say
who
I would
will be
happily
whom
lose
in
before?
Harry Potter. They're
Yeah, I think chat is completely into this Magnus is Voldemort chal raha could be.
Magnus versus Voldemort. No, but you know,
I know
I did
who is
write
Ron?
an,
Ron
I did write a
Weasley.
blog before this I did write a blog before this Magnus versus Anand 2014 match, equating Anand with Dumbledore and Magnus with Voldemort. It didn't quite turn out, but
Also,
there
we
was
need
another.
someone, no? Like somebody who is Dumbledore, who is extremely wise. In chess world, who is extremely wise? Like
Wise
Dumbledore.
and old and
ओल्ड अभी ओल्ड बोल दिया तो
Yeah,
किसी
old.
को
हाँ, अभी किसको नहीं दे सकते ना. I was saying wise.
I
Srinath
was
ruined it.
exactly अभी किसको
And
देंगे
who will be Raja, by the way? Who talks a lot
I think Vishy is
in Harry
Dumbledore.
Potter?
I think Vishy is Dumbledore.
Who
Oh,
talks a lot?
Vishy is Dumbledore. That's true. I think very wise, you know.
I wanted to say Vishy, but then Srinath just
Yes.
ruined it. I mean, I'm like, let's ignore that happened. Let's ignore that sentence.
Guys, wise is
Raja.
an euphemism for old.
No, it is not. By the way, Raja, I'm very curious. I think Ron reminds me of Raja, no? Could be, no?
No. Raja is very confident. Ron is not very confident as a person. Raja is serious. I also feel so. Serious black.
Raja is joking, no? Serious black. Oh, I thought serious as in serious.
Raja is serious and it is like Raja is joking. No?
Oh my god. Raja could be the Wesley twins also, no? They are always up to
No,
some
but then
prank.
who will Wesley be? If Wesley twins is Raja, then Wesley has to be.
Oh my god.
The thing seems to be in trouble, yeah? The center has opened up completely. Bishop to b7. And
Yeah,
now
somebody stopped following my prescription and look what happened.
What is prescription? And now d5 pawn cannot be saved and the king on g2 feels very vulnerable. I don't even see how to play here with white actually. How do you play? Like, do you play rook to h3 and king to h2 and somehow hide? No, but this knight d5, yeah, I don't think you exchange queens here. King to h2 and hope that nothing happens, nothing bad happens.
Yes, nothing will happen.
But isn't knight g4 a threat now? Knight g4 followed
Exactly.
by knight f,
It's like
bishop
you
d5
have
and knight
to-
f6.
Yeah, you have to just throw your pieces, like, and hope that it works.
Mm-hmm.
Dubo is Malfoy.
Anish is Malfoy, they are saying actually. Anish Malfoy goes well, but I don't know if Anish will be
How is
happy.
Anish Malfoy?
Isn't Malfoy is a... Yeah, he's like a bad character, no?
Yeah, but he's
Negative
very
character.
interesting character. Not just bad, but he's also very interesting, I say.
But he's a bully, right? He bullies everyone,
Yeah.
no?
He's
Malfoy.
totally not Anish.
Anish bullies everyone.
Totally not Anish.
He bullies me all the time.
He bullies only you with it, and I think that's a very good thing. He only bullies the bully.
By the way, f5, gf5, queen h5 played. Ding is going desperate. Bishop d5 now. What
Wow.
happened?
If Ding loses this, then Arteme wins 2.5. The score in which.
Wow, and then we get what we want, yeah?
Yeah,
A
tiebreaker.
tie break. And maybe
Artemiev, you know. Maybe Grunfeld worked out for Artemiev. Like, he played better this complex positions than Ding. Yesterday, Ding was getting slight better positions with zero counterplay for the opponent, and there Artemiev was suffering. But here, when it's complex and Artemiev is its own play, he's playing better apparently.
Yeah. Bishop into d5. But with it, how do you defend? You know what I've observed in these kinds of positions where it all seems to be falling apart. This is specifically where the elite really set themselves apart. Compared to an average grandmaster or other people even below them. So how do you resist in a position like this? How do you put up the maximum resistance? Because even in this position, it's not going to be easy for someone like me to defeat Ding. He would probably find some counterplay. I would make inaccuracies
True.
and time trouble.
True.
So maybe you can show us the difference.
But first of all, I'm wondering why is he thinking in this position? Because don't you have to take on d5? Do you have even an alternative? Or has he lost his internet connection?
Rook f3.
Rook f3? What? Bishop takes c4?
And then I'm hoping for some rook into f5 and g6 to.
Does it work? I mean, it feels a bit too much, yeah?
It does
It
feel a
feels
bit
too much.
but the question demands the.
Too
Also,
much.
you can just take rook into c4. Yeah, did you see this?
Oh, I didn't see this. Oh, that's why I didn't see this. Yeah, of course, that's his point probably.
I also didn't see this, but
Oh. I was like, rook only goes straight, you know, and like forgot that it can go sideways.
Rook f3 is
yeah,
actually
it's
very
an
cute,
option.
right? But he's still thinking. Mr.
Chat is
Also,
still
rook
obsessed
f3,
with
bishop
Harry
into
Potter
f3. I don't know
characters.
how to respond.
No, then you play king f3.
F3, yeah. Queen d1
And
is
now
covered by the
f7.
knight.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think Ding will play rook f3? It looks like it, yeah. He's thinking for a long time. He played rook f3.
He has played rook f3.
He played. You know, it's so obvious. Like when you think for such a long time, you actually end up making this kind of moves. Like you have already wasted so much time, you feel like you have to go ahead. It's like if you are in a. Yeah, I was going to give an analogy. Good that I did not.
Sorry.
And you get it. Yeah, you get it, right?
I do.
He's played rook f3. Rook f3 on the board.
But I would knight c2. Wow! Instantly Artemiev finds it. Now knight e1 check is a fork. Wait, what's happening? Like g6 played completely messed up. Yeah, the position. Like literally, कुछ सर पाँव नहीं position का. What is happening now? How do you play? Knight e1?
These moves like rook f3, Stockfish is not going to tell you. It will not be the stock move of Stockfish. So if you want to think more like a human, start looking at the second and third options of Stockfish as well.
Or listen to us. But
hey, g6 is very nice, ना? क्या problem है g6 में? Knight e1 आ रहा है क्या? Knight e1.
Guys.
King f4.
What's happening in Carlsen level?
Yeah, it's completely crazy. But I thought we can focus on this one because this is also crazy.
This is also completely
crazy. Oh wait, Levon won a piece?
Yeah, but now Queen g4 is a way to get the piece back. I just don't know if it's enough.
Queen
what? But
b4.
Yeah, Queen g4. Queen g4, bro. GG.
Oh, Soumya, the move was so deep, it took me several seconds to comprehend. I was like, how can you put the queen in front of the queen? Is she talking about some other question? Has he got the question wrong?
Question.
And then Queen e3. Okay. Queen e3 played. Queen e3 played though. And Indian still likes it. But you know, I want to go to Ding Liren game.
It's equal.
No, but I feel like we should see that game of Ding Liren because it's super messy. It's very, very interesting. Now, king, where do you put the king? h3? Yeah, he does go to h3. Now you can't play knight f3.
Artemiev has 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
Oh my god, very tough. Bishop c4. I think bishop c4 is the move. Yeah, he has to play bishop c4, I feel. Take the bishop out, you know, that's the most dangerous
piece. Rook into f5. Play instantly, Ding.
Rook b3 check. Rook b3 check. Rook b3 check. I thought you were telling me to play instantly. Oh, bishop c4 played.
Oh, rook f5, I have queen d7 as well. So I have...
Oh yes, queen d7
is not
as
a
well.
good thing probably in time pressure, but okay.
Yeah. Oh, now this 20 seconds. Yeah, if Ding can turn this up, it can be... But I don't see how. Because queen h7 check and bishop h6 is one option. Bishop h6, but then bishop f1 check. That's the problem. Bishop h6, bishop f1, and now if king h2, queen h4, you lose the rook.
You lose the whole house, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And king g.
Oh, queen h4 was so cute. Oh wow, nice.
Now
king g3. Now queen d6 and queen g6. GG's. You take the g6 pawn and that's it. Done for the day. So what do you play with white here? It looks messy, but probably Artemiev has it in control. And as you said, he has thought for a long time. And I think Artemiev, it gives him time to figure out all these details.
Yeah.
I believe Artemiev will take it.
With you around, we just don't need Stockfish at all.
No, you do need.
So quick at calculating variations. And the fact
because I see the evaluation.
Sometimes it feels so much more human.
Rook g3 on the board.
Ooh. Thank you, Shika.
क्या हो रहा है?
I think it's a good try. At least I don't see the pieces going immediately.
Queen f6.
Look at the bar.
Oh,
Oh,
the
GF7 and Queen H8.
Wow.
Queen H8 checkmate. GF7 Queen H8 checkmate.
What a turnaround this is.
Oh
What a
my
turnaround.
god. Oh my
That is
god. This is so
oh.
beautiful.
Artemir missed it.
So
And
King
Ding is
F8
not
will
nodding
be
his
played.
head. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Rook up.
Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh my
Crazy
god.
turnaround. क्या must checkmate था वो? Pawn into Queen
Yeah.
H8.
Did Srinath show it? How it happened?
No,
Just
no,
for
no,
the
no. I
chat.
was
Oh my
too
god.
mesmerized by the.
Rook G3 and this trick. Crap.
The
So what was
bishop
the
is
move?
pinned. The bishop is pinned, guys, because of the rook on g3, and the queen is protected by the rook on h4. So this is a beautiful checkmate on the board. Rook g3 का idea ही ये था कि fg मार के gf मार के gf reveal कर देंगे, पर black didn't allow the checkmate
On
and
the
he
G
played.
file. That is your GF reveal, guys.
He played king f8 instead, but then white won the rook on e8 for free. So white was basically a full rook up, and black
Actually,
resigned.
very difficult. You know what?
Yeah, I don't see
the.
the move. I don't see a move.
I'll tell you. I saw.
King
the-
Is it
F8?
king f8?
No,
Oh,
you give
sorry.
bishop f1 check.
King H2? Because I thought he was putting his mouse cursor on G8, you know, that's why I thought.
Oh
Was
my
this the only
God.
way? I know, Rook G6, Queen H4.
Oh wow.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
this the only way.
tough. It was the
This-
only way, yeah?
Yeah, this was the only way. Everything else was
Wow.
getting equal.
Wow.
King f8
Not
gets
easy.
equal.
Artemiev has lost the game, by the way. Ding Lijan is back in the match. I feel bad for Artemiev because he played excellent the entire game. And here he lost control at the end. I feel bad for him. Let's go to Magnus's game. What's happening there?
With
Yeah,
it, he
very
also-
hard luck, yeah? Hard luck for
indeed.
Artemiev.
Yeah, he played excellent.
Would you
Yeah,
also-
क्या
would you
मस्त
also put-
counter chances create किया.
Indeed. With it, would you also put Ding's markedly improved performance in this due to his much more humane time zone in which he's playing this time?
Yeah, definitely. And also, I think he gained a lot of confidence after candidates. He had a good tournament. He was having very string of bad tournaments, but he played well in candidates the second half, and that I'm sure gave him a lot of confidence. By the way, this cute move Queen F6 was played. This Soumya's similar to Soumya's Queen G4, which you can just show the chat what happened.
Yeah. Queen f6 check. Beautiful.
You take E8, and now I think this is just winning because what white does is usually you put the queen on B7 here, okay? That's the square you put the queen on, so that you cover all this diagonal, like the E4 square, for example, mainly, from where the queen can give the check. Yeah, and now you play Queen B7, Queen F5 played, or he played H4, okay? Makes a lot of sense as well. I think Queen E4 will be played now. And then I think Queen B6, I think this is the way he will play. The idea is to protect the F2 pawn. Like if you give a check on E1, king will go to H2 kind of. And the F2 pawn is protected. And I don't believe Levon has a chance. This endgame looks winning. And only 10 seconds for Levon. Let's see what he'll do here. Yeah, Queen E4 played. I think Queen B6 has to be played, I feel. And I think Magnus will just... Queen to B6 makes a lot of sense.
In the live position, yeah? Yeah. Taking control of the f2 pawn.
Seems like a good technique to go B6.
Taking everything under control.
Ding had a bad candidates first half, guys, not the second half. Second half he won, I think last three games he won kind of. Yeah, he played Queen B6, okay.
Oh,
so is making Biswa the Harry Potter. No. Why Biswa will be Harry Potter?
Because of his specs and the way his face is shaped.
Huh.
No, Biswa doesn't look like Harry Potter. Kya?
I'm not talking about Daniel Radcliffe. No, you don't think so? But who are the Harry candidates? Candidates for being Harry?
Anish Giri.
Anish.
Oh, yes.
Actually Anish.
Anish is, yeah.
Anish is true. We missed that. Everyone was
I don't like that Anish always gets the main character, the best characters. What is this? Anish always gets the best of everything. That's
But it
unfair.
depends. Like Snape, you got Snape. Snape is a very noble character.
But everyone hates him at first. Everyone thinks he's bad.
And everyone loves with it. So I really
No, but
don't
that's true.
see
I fit it. Everyone hates it at first, but then they realize his true nature.
only after he
Exactly.
dies.
Always.
Only after he dies. Thanks, Srinath. Oh, by the way, I liked one of the comment. It was Levi. Levi actually looks like Harry Potter. Very striking similarities, like Daniel Radcliffe.
Prince
Maybe
Gaming is
guys-
like Tanya looks like Hermione. No, Prince. That position has been taken. Koi और character ढूंढ लो.
Also, I think it was established that Tanya is Bellatrix, right? I
Yeah.
thought.
By the way, some weird technique by Magnus, little bit. Okay, he's still winning, but I felt that he could have played better. I don't know.
Like,
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
B4,
No, no.
B5 first, no?
No, before the problem was, I'll tell you, E4. And the idea here is to play E3. Like, let's say you play a move like Srinath, make a random, okay, Queen A7. Just
Why?
to
I played
illustrate.
B5.
Yeah, Queen is. अच्छा, नहीं उसकी जगह. Okay, fine. B5 पे Queen B2 was my point.
Got it.
And my point is, if now Queen C5, I deflect by E3 and take the B5 pawn. That's why Magnus played B3.
This is also winning, no, though?
Oh.
Maybe
Not sure.
No, but
By the way, in
honestly,
the game,
there were better ways, I felt, like for example, B4, E4, instead of going B5, come Queen C5. But that is also hit by E3, yeah?
yeah. By the way, what's happening in the game now? Because it looks like it's winning for white, but is it so clear? Oh, Magnus has two chairs apparently. He's sitting on one and there is one on the side.
So how
Weird
is this
remark.
Queen C3, B4, Queen C5 idea?
Oh, by the way,
He's
here you have to
exactly
be
playing.
careful, yeah? You should not play B4 here. You can
right
lose.
now.
Queen D3 check. Queen D3 check, you can lose.
Oh my.
And you will lose here because the pawn will just queen.
No, of course, Soumya saw this. She wanted to show this to Janta. She was setting up that question. Why not B4 and Queen C3? With it, this is professional streaming etiquette. We set up questions like this and we answer them so the Janta learns. That's how we do it here.
Yes, definitely we don't miss things. Definitely, that's not the way. VD is Ron because we know his family. Oh, Ron ki family is known to everyone. Oh.
Ron is a very, but yeah, okay.
Ron is a very ऐसे मतलब yeah, I know he's
Ron
not
is
a great
guy. Ron is a nice guy. It's just that he has a very big family. Oh, family. Oh.
Let's not go there today as well.
Maybe in okay, sorry.
Okay, maybe after the game, I think.
Yes, Queen D3, King H2.
Yeah, guys, like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. There is also a very interesting banter blitz match tonight, at 9:30 between Prague against Mr. Dodgy.
By the way, here there is a very nice trick. Queen F3. Now you can play a move like Queen C3. Queen E3, sorry. And idea is Queen G4. Then you exchange the queens with Queen G3. And then you win because you have an outside passed pawn. But Levon has played Queen D2. His idea is again to play E3, which we were showing many times. So that the B4 pawn will hang. And after Queen D2, I have no clue what to do here. King G2, I think. No, King G2 E3 exactly falls in the trap.
Why doesn't B5 work? Sorry.
Oh, B5 makes sense. B5 Queen F4, I thought, actually. What do you do after Queen F4?
And then Queen F3 you have for King H3. Right.
Yeah, you have to be very careful. This Queen endgames, very tricky. Very, very tricky.
Yeah, the Queen endgames are very tricky. But how do you win as white here then?
So what was the issue with King G3 as you were discussing? I don't think
That's
you
what
guys
happened.
King
found
G3
any
we saw
issue.
something, yeah. Queen D3 check. This is what exactly.
Queen
And
D3, Queen D6.
Queen D6 is
Oh my
blundered.
god! Oh my
Oh
god!
my
Lemon.
god.
Oh.
Oh.
I saw literally I saw Magnus blurting out some words, and from whatever lip sync I can do, they didn't look like good words. In frustration, I clearly saw Magnus. Wow, wow, Magnus made a mistake. I told you his technique didn't look convincing. When he played this move B3 and stuff, it felt wrong. He had to be more. Wow, but it's tough game, yeah. Unbelievable that I can't believe Levon saved it after the opening fiasco. Guys,
Yeah,
this
but
is chess.
Levon just resisted brilliantly. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
he kept giving him problems to solve, and also Ding, no.
Yeah, I agree. That's actually a question, yeah, which you said. Like the resistance is the key difference at the top level, and you can see in these games. But I feel the Magnus game after the opening, it just looked lost. Like even to reach this Queen end game was maybe a bit too much. Like if you just show the position earlier on, maybe you
Yeah,
can
I'm
show it after the
curious where
game.
he won the. No, I think it's a draw already. Or no, they are playing.
No,
Sorry,
no,
they're playing.
they're
They're
playing.
taking a few more moves.
Oh, I can't believe the frustration Magnus must be feeling right now.
So does white have any tricks after king h7? Are there any tricks?
No,
H6
no,
is
no.
possible, no?
Take it.
Just take it and no, if we can win the f7 pawn and e4 pawn, but it's too much.
Kuch nahi hoga. Nothing will happen. This question is exactly of that character. Nothing will happen. Although I
Yeah,
should.
I wouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't talk so soon in
No,
this
but
rapid.
Queen
Yeah?
B3 check. No, Queen B3 check.
Queen b3 and queen f3, yeah?
King F4, Queen F3 is there. And King G4, Queen D1. Queen H5 I'll take. Queen G2. No. This Levon is not botching up. If Levon botches this up,
Yes.
Queen F8. After this one, I don't want to complete that sentence. Why you playing Queen F8? Just give checks and make a draw.
Queen f5 probably.
Check. Maybe he was worried about. Maybe he was
King
worried
H4
about
maybe.
King G2.
King H4. No, I thought King H4. Queen D5,
Maybe
H6.
King H4.
No, king h4, queen f3 we have.
No. Oh, you
Why
have.
not?
Yeah. Yeah, but you're never sure, yeah, about this exchanging queens true.
Yeah.
No, I'll not complete that sentence. Anything can happen. I'll not complete that sentence. King H4.
Anything can happen Friday.
Queen f8, king h4 has been played. So now the threat is queen f5 and take the pawn on e4. So
And King H6, Queen G5 check you have.
But no. Now it feels very wrong. You give e4 pawn.
so now queen f6 check. After king h6, there is queen f4 check and take on e4 with check. That
But
was
now
the
he
problem.
lost the pawn anyways.
Matlab,
Yeah.
He misplayed.
Sorry,
Levon misplayed. Oh my god. This game is taking so many turns. Although engine says it's equal, but you don't want to give up a pawn now. Yeah, why to give up the pawn? Yeah.
This is similar to the fourth game yesterday. This is so similar to their fourth game yesterday.
Yesterday's fourth game, did you see Vidi? He was
I didn't see it live.
completely crushing. Like Levon was.
Oh yeah, I
so
saw
much.
F6, yeah, the blunder, yeah, I saw. And Levon has low time, yeah, so actually he can mess it up. But I had one endgame against Erwin Lamy in Olympiad where I had 2 pawns, H and G. Black had no pawns, and I still couldn't win it. And it was actually a draw at some point. Like not because I missed something, it was a theoretical draw. So this queen endgames, you can study as much as you want, but you can never get it right. It's too complicated at times.
I remember that game. Sorry, Soumya, you go.
Yes, please tell. No, please.
I remember that game so vividly because Anish made fun of you so many times about that game, yeah? And with its life history can be studied just by listening.
My life history is Anish makes fun of me, That's my last 6 years, if I have to sum it up. Maybe I have to go back in time I go back to the time where Anish did not bully me, which is like never.
Soumya, you're saying something?
I remember being on one of Vidit's streams, and he explained that in queen endings, one of the best ideas for the defender is to give checks from behind. So let's say queen
Yeah,
h1,
that was me.
queen g2.
That was me.
Yeah.
Not Anish.
Your stream only. Arre. You
I thought
only.
Anish told you.
No, you only said this.
Yeah.
So this was
Exactly,
one of
and that's what I was
ideas.
trying to do with this queen b3 check.
Mm-hmm.
You remember this queen b3 check I was telling, like to give queen d1 and piche se check dene ka.
So even here, if black gets queen h1 check or queen g2 check, it's a good idea.
Not sure how you can do it right now.
Yeah,
You know, when the king goes to f6.
hard to achieve. No, like even queen b1 and queen h1 right now, controlling this diagonal.
Guys, chess is just tough, yeah. These games show how tough chess is to play.
True.
Such a
what
tough
angle
game.
is this? Chat?
How is this? 30 degrees, no? No, 60 degrees.
With it, chess is not the only tough thing, okay? Mathematics is also not easy.
40 degrees hoga, I think.
Chat, what do you think? You can
45.
write.
45 lag raha hai.
45 is acute
it's
angle.
Acute.
Yeah.
Acute angle.
45.
Chat is going like acute angle.
Acute angle.
With it, sorry,
Queen
continue.
e5 played. Now what to do actually? Every move seems like tough now.
Just
now
wait.
You give queen h6 check, queen d8 check, yeah. Queen f6 now, yeah. I think you have to go queen f6, and then you do what? Then you give queen g8 check. Yes, Soumya, you're laughing. Please continue. What happened?
You will kill me, I think, if I make more jokes. But okay, last joke. I'm waiting. Especially for VD fans. Question: what is VD's camera angle? Chat.
Now you will say acute.
Okay, I got what you're going for. And of course you got it from my question. So
yeah, acute angle, yeah. Thank you, Soumya. Thank you. I hope Magnus and Levon never watch our stream.
King h6, queen e5.
Queen e5.
Oh.
Yeah, queen d8 check, queen g5. Let's be careful. Magnus setting up traps, Very important to be very relaxed in such positions, yeah. Queen f8, I think that's the move, yeah.
Queen d8 would be an epic blunder here, just to show the chat.
Yeah, you played queen f8.
Queen g5 and exchange the queens and win this endgame.
Yeah, better.
So, f8 on the board. Hey, how is queen f6 and king g5? Queen c5 check runs into queen f5. So there is no check.
Then queen g8 pe repetition.
Queen g8 is a check.
Queen g8, that's what happened. That's what happened already once. So you have to be careful. I love about the online thing is this threefold repetition, automatically the system gets it, yeah. You don't have to write it down.
Yeah.
So he plays king g4. He's like queen g8 खेलेगा तो queen g5 check देंगे और अभी queen c8 करके blunder करेंगे तो queen f5 आके जीत जाएंगे.
The trick is here that always your instinct is to give a check, and Magnus is setting up positions where giving a check is wrong. Like queen c8 check is natural, but then queen f5 would block it. So it's very important to not give a check in such positions. That's the key. Sorry, Soumya, you were laughing at something. Again a joke? Please tell me.
No.
We love your jokes. Please go ahead.
No, I was just reading the chat. It's okay. Go ahead.
Your jokes are killer, Soumya.
Thank you. But I hope VD will agree to join the stream tomorrow as well. After all the...
No, I'm having a lot of fun today, honestly.
Great. Thank you.
I learned a lot of characters of Harry Potter today, which I didn't know existed. So
है ना?
every day you learn something new. See, chat is also
It's
saying
just
go
going
ahead
like
with the joke.
henna so seriously.
Wait, is it repetition after Queen E8? Second time again, the same position. Same position.
Yeah.
Queen E8?
Hey, does h6 work here? Because queen e6 runs into queen f5.
No, King at 6.
Oh, wow.
You don't take the queen. You know, Anup sir, one of the most amazing coaches, he once told me, in general, yeah, he told me always let your opponent capture your pieces.
Hey,
Don't
look at
capture his
stalemate.
pieces.
Look at stalemate. Queen d7 stalemate.
Oh, nice, but Queen f5.
Oh, no.
But Queen d1 check, and now you give check. But that was a nice idea of stalemate.
Yeah.
We can show the chat, no? The stalemate, Shri, like queen d7. And like the king is basically cornered and doesn't have a check. So
Again, Magnus plays this move King h4, and your instinct is to give a check on e7 or d8, but again, you should not do that. Oh, by the way, very cute idea. Soumya, your idea would work now. Let's say, can you go move back, Srinath? Just 2 moves back after King h6. King h4, yeah. And now let's say random move Queen b4. It's not a good move, but Queen f7, and now Queen e7 is actually a stalemate. Like you cannot avoid it. But I didn't see a way how you can do that.
queen f7, queen f6 check देके queen f7 मार देंगे, इसलिए वो चल नहीं रहा.
So the thing is, objectively this position is draw, but there are tricks. So Levin has to be careful. But objectively it's a drawn position. He just has to not get into these counter checks. But it's also very nice to see how Magnus is continuously putting pressure. You know, that's how these mistakes happen. When you ask so many questions, eventually you get tired, yeah. Because
It's been back and forth between Magnus and Aronian. Yeah. Previously, Aronian he kept posing problems for Magnus, and Magnus made a mistake in conversion, and now that's been the story of the match so far.
Why do I feel that I've seen this position many times?
Queen
now,
h6,
if you give Queen d8 check, Queen d8 check, Queen f6, Queen g8, I think it's threefold, no? Am I wrong?
And it will automatically become a draw, you said, right? On the server.
Yeah. But he played Queen h6, Queen g4, and now Queen f8 again, yeah? Go back, no?
Yeah. I think you should maintain this position. You should maintain this. He plays Queen
he played
C6.
Queen c6. It changes his, from my experience, you know, my limited experience, what I've noticed is if you have found one defensive setup, in general, it's better not to change it. Because you have to find new tricks. There are, in every defensive setup, there are some tricks. And this setup might also work, but you have to know the tricks of this position. But with Queen f8, you had figured out, yeah, where are the checks, with what were happening. So I would have preferred to play it.
I would have also preferred that. Sundar Raman is asking if there will be World Cup streams on your channel as well.
I will give you the channel key, Srinath, for sure if you want to. No problem. But if it happens, I don't mind.
Oh, but maybe now it's a draw because after King e4 there is Queen c6 and the king will be too open.
Yeah, it's a theoretical draw. Queen e2.
Queen e2.
Okay. He keeps the game going, you know. Yeah. That's the main thing. Keep the game going. Don't end it. Like as long as the game is on, you have chances.
So good, yeah.
Mike is asking why aren't they drawing? Because Magnus has an extra pawn and Levon is still on the defensive. So he has to still make a lot of moves. By the way, you know how one way you can lose this position? I don't know why I find this automatically. So instead of King g4, I was thinking Queen g4, King f8, and Queen g5.
Ow.
Oh my
Let's
god,
ask
this is so good.
Yeah, why these moves come to my mind? I don't know. Has black to play. Why do I see this?
I mean,
by the way, chat
projections are based on our past experiences with it. That answers your question.
Matlab?
What we think as our future projection, it's based on what has happened to us in the past. So when you see a lot of mate in ones in the future, it's because of what has happened in the past. Or if you have images of kings mating kings, all these things, past images.
That's the problem with online chess. I cannot give check with my king.
Soumya, again, I cut you off. Sorry. You saying?
No, we do that every day.
No,
We cut off Soumya every day. So I think she has gotten used to it. Yes, Soumya?
No, actually, it's fine. Today, I'm really enjoying the chat, by the way. And also, chat was asking about the 50 move rule. So, actually, we won't, there is still a long time away for the 50 move draw because 74th move was the last pawn move, F4. So, there is still a long time to go. We are on the 98th move now. So, the game will keep going on. And if it comes very close to a draw, then Magnus can always push F5 or something like still.
Once I played Hikaru in this Champions Chess Tour, we had this endgame going on, and it was like 47 or 48 moves were done, and then he pushed a pawn, and then again we had to play 50 moves. It was so annoying. I hope that he would forget, and then he made on 47th move, pushed a pawn. Yeah.
I know, I remember that game, yeah. And Hikaru never forgets such things, yeah. Meanwhile, guys, I think this endgame has been going on for a while. And
no, let's stick with this, because it's fast moving. Or do you want to change?
But there is something
No, but
really
Ding ka game
interesting
में तो
Ding
हाँ वो pawn G6 पे पहुंच गया बाप रे ये क्या हो रहा है
But I trust Ding Legion, this. Such tricks usually don't work.
It's too
like
much.
It looks good. It looks good, but this knight on c3 is very ugly.
It actually looks a bit too fast, yeah?
Yeah, I think just simply you play knight e5, d5, and now you can just play queen e7, for example. And go long castle. Yeah, वो h7 pawn पे मार के क्या करोगे? I was worried at first queen h7, but then you have queen h4.
Nice. So if I play h4 now?
I did queen h7. I thought about it. It was nice.
Yeah.
It's actually not a bad move, h4.
I know. What if I play h4 now? Not easier practically to defend this.
What age is to VD? VD is to Srinath. That is a bully. It's true. Because Srinath was my second. I was the second of Anish.
Oh.
So I think it runs in the...
So this is the meaning of a second. Now I understand. Like chat keeps asking, what is the difference between a second and a coach?
Yeah, you bully the second, you don't bully the coach. Coach bullies you.
Now chat.
Oh my god, that's not totally true with it.
That's actually very true by example.
Exactly.
I also get bullied by Nihal and Arjun.
But he treats you as a second, not as a coach. They don't treat you as a coach.
And Divya.
I think then it's problem with you.
Yeah,
not with the system. You allow them to bully you.
What choice do I have?
Why do you think
for a long time? Okay? Yeah, why do you think this is okay for black? I just want to understand. Like G6.
I find it hard to
because the evaluation bars shows so, correct?
No, but in general, I feel hard to believe such attacks, premature attacks. So, but this h4 move I cannot refute.
So
h4 long castle queen h7, no? Kuch nahi ho raha hai kya?
Queen e7 is the position on the board, okay? So he's yet
this happened.
H4. Yes.
Now engine's evaluation increased. Maybe h4 is the move. One of the most beautiful moves, I think.
Oh, Queen h7 also is really beautiful, no? Queen h7
exactly.
is
But h4 is like the preparatory move, It's like even more beautiful in general, no?
h4 is amazing.
I know. I think it will happen. Artemiev will play h4. I think
what an idea.
And then, so Srinath, you can show the chat again. What's the idea? Because we went a bit fast.
Yeah. So Queen into h7 directly. it gives this amazing pass pawn on the h file, but it's not allowed to queen because black has this move queen h4 preventing it. So we start with h4 with the idea of queen into h7, and now if some random move, then after queen into h7, rook into h7 takes, there's no way to stop the pawn from queening. So this is the point behind h4, which
But even in the last position, Srinath, what I noticed is after you play g7, I play queen b4. I allow you to
I
queen,
also noticed
and
this.
now
I
I
also
take
noticed this.
queen b2 actually.
King
So
d2
actually it might not
and
bishop
b4,
b4.
and it's all
Yeah.
done.
So maybe h4 is not the. It looks beautiful. Maybe it's not the way.
Generally, the things that look beautiful is not the way.
Srinath, are we going again in your past experiences or?
No, I'm just talking in general, universal.
Soumya, you agree?
Soumya is in a different tangent. She
Yeah,
is
Soumya is
going
very
with
happy
Ronaldo
today
and
because she's
Ron
speaking about Harry Potter.
You
and
know who is
Ronaldo.
Ron? Did you read the chat? Do you know who is Ron to my Hermione?
Ronaldo is your Ron, yeah. But Ron
Justice
is
for
behind
Ajinkya.
Hermione. Hermione is not behind Ron.
Hey, Hermione and Ron get married in the end. What are you saying?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Spoiler
I
alert. You have to
think
give.
Ronaldo is
You have to
Victor
give a
Crumb.
spoiler alert.
Ronaldo is Victor Crumb. Top Quidditch player. Hermione has a big crush on him.
Oh, by the way, maybe we should put the other position, yeah, Magnus's game, just so that it is moving really fast. So it ends in a draw.
It's draw,
Okay.
it's draw, yeah.
It ends in a draw. Okay. Now let's stick to this game. Yeah. But Ron is behind Hermione, Soumya. He chases her.
ऐसा
I
कुछ
think
नहीं
in your
है,
case,
ऐसा-
it's clearly like you would like to
Time to private the stream.
Oh, poor Ajinkya. Justice for Ajinkya. Yesterday, what was it? Marriage is overrated. Today, Ronaldo is my Ron. Ajinkya, bichara.
He just came home. Luckily, he missed all this. So, Long Castle. Is it on the board? Oh, he hasn't played H4. He played Long Castle.
No, but H4 didn't look good, yeah, as we saw in, for example, this variation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks good at first, but when you go deeper, you start looking at the flaws.
And that's what Srinath said, Soumya, where I asked your opinion. He said all beautiful things are wrong. Generally, like something.
That's such a distortment.
What did you say? All beautiful things are what?
I don't even remember. I said something.
Yeah, beautiful things are generally. So, Soumya is sad now.
Yeah, like beauty in chess. Uska kya ho gaya matlab? What about all the beauty?
I don't think we are talking about beauty in chess somewhere.
I think
we are talking metaphorically.
Not talking about that.
Oh, but then
you're speaking metaphorically. By the way, it looks like Artemiev is better again. Why? After Long Castle, do you take on f7 just simply? Right?
You have to take on f7, no?
That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
And then f4, f5. Oh, no. f7. Artemiev better, yeah. But he is low on time. He's only having 5 minutes. So that's a major problem. He gets quite low on time, actually, what I've noticed.
Yeah,
he's not the guy who would blitz initially. He plays well in the time pressure, but you have limitations, yeah, how well you can do.
Yeah, I've seen all this, a lot of people who are very good at blitz and bullet, kind of get into this time trouble a lot, as if it's an addiction. And against the strongest players in the world, it doesn't work out.
Oh, g6 played. Wait, what's the point? Bishop g6? Bishop g7. Wow. So for the activity, he gave back the pawn. Now you have to come back bishop d3 and then the rook d to f8. You capture the pawn on f7, gain counterplay, and I feel that white is not that better. Although engine says that white is doing well, I feel that black has counterplay.
Why not bishop into h7 here?
Greedy. So greedy. Bishop h7. Maybe it's good,
I
but
know.
greedy.
No, I mean, that's the first question chat will be asking, right? Why are you not taking the pawn? Why are you going back?
But rook to f8, I was worried that the bishop will get trapped there. But you have queen
Yeah, I
g6
also
and
thought so. Queen g6 and queen
but queen
d3.
f7. Queen
Yeah,
f7.
at least queen f7 and this pawn is gone.
Nah,
And maybe this
no, it
pawn
doesn't feel like
gone
it.
also. Yes.
Yeah, the comment which Srinath made was the things that look beautiful are not the way. Something like this. Yeah.
Are
That
not
was the
Yeah,
usually
like
the
comment.
it's a
way.
very self-harming statement, don't you think so? Like
In your case, Soumya.
in Srinath's case, Srinath is even single. Like Srinath, like think about your future before making such statements.
Soumya, I clearly said things, not people. And
Oh,
all you're thinking about is one tangent
oh.
only. Both you and VD. So I can always save myself from that statement, okay?
Hmm.
I have a defense.
I
92.
actually like
The idea
this
is clear, by the
position.
way.
Hmm.
Position, Soumya.
Position. So knight d2 ki knight d4 ki knight f4. Okay, now knight
No. The
d4.
idea is to take on f7 and play f4. That is the point. Yeah, exactly. That's what
That's
happened.
what
Bishop
happened.
h6 will be played. And now I feel eventually the f4 pawn will be lost. But the bishop on d3 is better than bishop on d7. And that's why white is slightly better. Because the h7 pawn will be lost. I mean, but
And you'll have
my
a
gut
pass
instinct
pawn, na?
is
Outside
I think
pass
you have to
pawn.
play h4 here. It's
yes,
important. Yeah, because
h4. Yeah.
Oh, h4
when
is
black
strong.
takes this, he always loses this. I think this is the point.
Yeah,
But
that's
I
a
don't know
good
what
point
happens after
actually.
bishop b5.
Yeah, bishop b5 is also the trick you have to watch out for. But here you can, yeah. So it's a very subtle position. A lot of accuracy is required from white if he has to squeeze a point or half a point from this.
For
It's
bishop
very
b.
concrete also.
Also for bishop b5, maybe you just leave it and play rook g1. Sorry. So that after when you take on everywhere, you have like bishop f4, knight f4, rook f4, and then you have a check and you take on h7.
Right, but this feels like good chances
Yeah,
for
this
draw.
feels,
Rook
yeah,
f5,
pawn is gone immediately.
and
No, d4 we
so
have, no?
Rook
Beautiful.
f4.
Rook f4. There is this book Learn from Legends by Mihail Marin, and he has a very interesting rule in that. Okay, so he says generally in rook end games, um, many times one side which is having an advantage is a pawn up, yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
if his position is also active and his pawn up, that is equivalent to being two pawns up. Okay, and if your opponent is active, then also your pawn up position can be like not that good enough. So it's kind of fit to what language I'm using, but it gets neutralized. So if your opponent is active rook, it neutralizes that extra pawn. So activity is very important. Now we might see that here, rook h4 and something like that, something along those lines. I used fictus
Yeah.
in comment.
I don't know what that means. So I think it's a good thing for me.
No, I think
Neutralizes.
VD means that keeping the pieces active is more important in rook ending than the pawns, right? That's what you mean, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like
The
sometimes
rook's
you have to
active.
give one pawn. Yeah,
Uh,
you have to keep the rooks active. Very important.
Yeah, you could say that, or you could say something like fit-tos. Two ways of explaining the same
By the
thing.
bishop d3 played, and I'm very hungry by the way, so I'm gonna take a snack break. You guys can continue for a minute.
Sure.
Awesome. So rook, what is fit-tos?
I don't know. And I think it's a good thing that we don't know. Because VD said, I can't believe I used it and laughed. So
Oh, okay. So bishop d3, rook h4. And now maybe it's just equal, yeah? After this rook h5, what you were showing.
yeah, this is exactly why I wanted to start with h4 in that position. If you remember, I wanted to start with h4 here. And my point was, if this wholesale exchange happens on f4, then after bishop into h7, you don't have this rook h4. Critical difference, right? Are you in awe of my analytical skill, or have you noticed something?
No, I just realized that even after rook h5, we have h4 and we can't stop the h pawn.
Okay.
So this is
Yeah.
actually very much in white's favor, this endgame. That's why he keeps the rook on h4 and doesn't go h5, doesn't become too greedy. He wants to take the pawn on h3 now.
Yeah, but we have rook h2.
But we have bishop f3 and then you'll play bishop e2, is it? No,
Yeah,
we have bishop g4 now. We have bishop g4.
This is your point.
But you can defend with bishop f1. Like
hey, wait. I'll play king f2.
And rook. Oh, wow. This is very nice. Let's show this. Rook h3. Rook h3. Bishop h3. King g3. And Srinath, you want to show the main idea that you wanted to?
Yeah, so now the bishop is trapped and there's only one square it can go to from where it cannot be captured, which is bishop f5. But here the problem is after takes king f4 and king into f5, white has a one pawn end game. White will just be a pawn up and he'll also pick up a second pawn. So this is a very nice, king f2 is one of those typical moves you have to find when you're converting a small advantage. And if black takes with the bishop, then after king g3, one of the pieces is lost. So I think king f2 is a very powerful move which plays against it. In general, white has to bring his king towards the rook and start pushing his pawns. White has to do this. He has to put all his eggs in the hedge pawn basket. And the reason is because if this pawn's future squares are very well controlled by white, this bishop controlling the h7 square, and the king has to try and control h6 and h8. And once this pawn starts rolling, it's very hard to stop. The black king is so far away, and I think this gives a lot of winning chances. So this is Artemio's biggest hope.
Yeah, and he's in a must-win situation because he has won the second match and lost the third one. So if he manages to win this one, only then does he force the tie break. Otherwise, Ding goes through to the final without tie breaks.
Oh, so Artemiev has to win this game, yeah? Must-win game. Is it?
Yes.
Ooh, lot of pressure for him. By the way, there was a super chat by Akshay, which said, hi, Vidit, Soumya, Srinath, amazing streams. Thank you. Best of luck for World Cup. Thank you so much. Your opinion on Nepo saying that Abhimanyu's Mishra, his GM record was in a weak tournament. What are your thoughts? Like, have you seen the tweet, by the way, you guys? It was a very weird tweet.
He didn't explicitly name Abhimanyu, firstly. Secondly, I think it was just a typical Nepo tweet. I mean, he makes these kind of things all the time. And I don't want to go too into Nepo. But yeah, thirdly, despite the poor taste of timing of the tweet, I think the point he addresses, there is a point that the GM norm regulations, you can add an open tournament for one of the norms because it is possible. It is theoretically possible to manipulate things in a closed tournament, and so I think a requirement to have one open tournament amongst the three norms. I think that point makes sense. Not commenting about the tweet or the other things.
Oh, but there was a open tournament, no, Shri? The third one was an open tournament.
Yeah, so Nepo did not specifically name Abhimanyu Mishra or his GM title. Yeah, although it came right after the record, like it came the day after the record, so it's so easy to link both of them. But what you're saying is right. He did make a norm in the open tournament. So maybe it was not aimed at it in particular, but in general, strengthening the GM norm regulations. I think that would make sense.
By the way, I feel Artemiev is not going to win this game because there is a very nice trick here. The idea is to bring the king, right? But after king e1 or king e2, you play rook h5. And the point is, after h4, rook e5 is a check and you don't get time to push the h pawn forward. Like king f2 and the rook blocks it again. And Artemiev is down to 2.5 minutes against 9 minutes. And I kind of feel bad because it felt like he deserved to win today. He was winning the last game. And I generally, I'm a type of player who feels There should be like justice in chess. Like you're winning the game throughout, and in the end you make one mistake and you lose. It's not a good thing, but I have this bias, and I feel like Artemiev will not make it today because of this last game, and I feel kind of bad for him.
Yeah, but that's kind of the nature of sport. Yeah, someone has to feel bad. And also, I'm
Yeah, it's
wondering,
exactly like this Euro Cup, where France versus Switzerland, where Switzerland scored two late goals. It was almost done. France was almost through, and then they lose in the penalties. You know, and yeah, I feel like that. And then Mbappe gets a lot of hate.
By the way, I have an opinion, not exactly on the tweet, but on the fact that, he was just 12 years old and he became a grandmaster. And I just feel like, sorry, I'm eating. I'm really hungry.
you just
but
feel like you're eating. You're sorry that you're eating.
Sorry, I'm eating and talking. Maybe that's what I'm sorry about. Sorry.
No, you
Anyway.
can eat. I'll just speak. Yeah, okay, you go ahead. We both are eating and we are waiting for each other.
Who is going to speak? Okay, so
my point was not related to that
because.
But I don't know what
you
this
guys
move does.
finish
He wants to
eating.
play Rook F2. He wants to play Rook F2 or like Rook H5, Rook D2. So he has found a way actually to keep the game going. Very nice move. I think Bishop F1. But you can just play King E7 if I'm not wrong. Or you can play Bishop E4, Bishop to F5. Many ideas. I don't know which
actually,
one is
Bishop
good.
E4 looks nice, yeah. Taking advantage of the drawback of the opponent's previous move. But now Rook D2 is an issue, yeah.
Right, Bishop F5 C3. No, you cannot do that.
Yeah.
And there was this comment about
but
this.
You can take Bishop
Bishop.
H3.
I heard. Oh yes, that's true.
Oh, that's actually nice. Let's continue. After Rook H2, maybe chat can find what is the point.
Yeah, black to play and win.
So I was talking about
Katie is in the chat.
Mishra, yeah?
Hi, Katie. Shout out to Katie. Hi, Shri, Vidit, Soumya, and chat.
Hello, Katie. How are you doing? I thought poll was about what Soumya is eating. Oh, maybe let's create a poll on what Vidit is eating. I don't know, but I cannot guess also. So what was Vidi saying about Abhimanyu?
No, I was saying that recently I got some messages that Abhimanyu's dad's interview, and there was a comment also that it was a bit like people felt that he is under a lot of pressure. So I have to see that video yet. I haven't seen. And so a lot of things are happening when it comes to Abhimanyu. Like he became world youngest grandmaster, then Nepo tweet, and then his father's interview. A lot of things to be known here.
If someone makes big news like the world's youngest grandmaster, I think there's bound to be a lot of things happening around it. It gets talked about a lot, and a lot of angles get created. So I think that's normal.
Oh, by the way, this King C6 move was a very good move by Dingler, and with the same idea.
So what I wanted to say was that
one VD cutting off Soumya even when he's
no, but this was important. I think this Rook D4 Bishop F3, so it's okay. More important than what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say about Abhimanyu is that I just feel like any kid who becomes a grandmaster, it's just my personal opinion, and I wanted to ask you both also what you think. I think any kid who becomes a grandmaster before 15, and I'm saying 15 because of how fast chess is moving and how much information we have in today's times as compared to earlier. So I feel in today's time, any kid becoming grandmaster before 15 is like a genius. At least that's what I feel. Because it's so hard to achieve. Yeah, people spend their whole life and do not become grandmasters. Just because we have a lot of grandmasters in India, 68 grandmasters, it doesn't mean that there are
Were you referring to someone that they spend their entire lives trying to be grandmaster?
Myself, and there are actually many people. There are a lot of there are basically a lot of chess players in India. who are working very hard, by the way. They work on their chess very regularly, but it is not easy to become a grandmaster. That's the reason we have only 68 grandmasters as compared to the number of players who play chess in India professionally. So I just feel like becoming a grandmaster before 15, any kid does that, and definitely a genius. What do you guys think? Like, that's
Completely agree with you. I think becoming grandmaster is a incredibly hard thing. I also spent a really long time trying to become a grandmaster. I only became a grandmaster at the age of 23, I think. And in today's standards, that's like that's incredibly late. But for average mortals, it's a very, very hard thing. But then there are these guys who are outliers. They have an incredible love and curiosity for chess, and a lot of other things also falling in place. And that also determines how quickly you achieve something or where you end up. Talking about young
The
grandma.
game looks like a draw, by the way, you know, because
Yeah, it
you
looks like
cannot
a
play
draw. I
h4,
know.
because you cannot play h4 because rook g8 check. And the king moves, then the rook comes to g4, and you cannot save the h4 pawn. That's the problem. And with that, I think the Legion will make it. Artemy is down to 1 minute. Looks very tough, to be honest. Sorry, Srinath, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think Ding is going through. Again, talking about the young prodigies, another reminder: the Banter Blitz match between Prag and Mr. Dorji beginning at 9:30 today on the Chess 24 India channel. I don't even know if the tiebreaks will end before that, but if you're still watching, then tune into the Chess 24 India channel and do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Yeah, so A into B4 check, A into B4, and as VD pointed out, White doesn't really have any way to make progress here because H4 is Rook G8 check. I would think of Rook H2 check now, and after Rook H2 is not a check. I would think of Rook H2 now to try and make some progress, but I think this also gets defended by some active move. B3 is one move, which is really attractive. Takes Rook B8, H4, Rook into B3, King F4. And it feels a bit wrong for the Rook to move away from the H file and allow it easy access.
That's why Artemy played B3 to stop all these ideas. But now you can even play move like King D5, right? And go for the E5 pawn, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, now AD's fans would go crazy saying stuff like B3 is always a winning.
No, but he'll take King F4 maybe here. But Rook F8.
no, Bishop H3, no? Because Rook H2 runs
yeah. Sorry, yeah, Bishop H3, true. So there was a suggestion that they want to see all the panel members at once, but I don't think it's possible with the current layout, right?
Yeah, the overlay.
The current layout.
Oh, Ding Legend.
Also,
sorry.
then it would be easy to have the eating breaks.
Yeah, I was wondering actually what Soumya is having. I couldn't guess it.
Oh, I can show. I'm eating a protein bar, and it's a flavor is baked brownie.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not endorsing, but it's actually very nice. It's called Yoga Bar. And it's something I've had for like 2-3 years now. It's very tasty and energizing.
Maybe Ronaldo also has it, yeah. Maybe you're inspired from him, yeah.
It's an Indian brand, but it would be cool if Ronaldo has. Energy bars are really good. Do you have them? Do you guys have them?
No, I don't. No. I mean, I
think Srinath needs one though. I was having garlic bread. By the way, I don't think I'm ever getting sponsored by these pizza companies. So I have an opinion, okay? At least in my city, Domino's has much better pizza than Pizza Hut. Like Pizza Hut is really bad. Like the difference is so huge. I don't know if you guys agree or not, if you have had pizza. But Domino's beats Pizza Hut any day. Like it's too much difference.
I don't have either.
Pizza.
Yeah, me too.
There are so many good options for pizza VD on Swiggy.
Little Italy.
Guys, this is not promotion of Swiggy, Zomato or Pizza Hut or Domino's.
Like Even Papa John's pizza is very tasty. Hey, have you been to Papa John's during this MCL or something?
No.
I mean, they have two branches.
I only know Papa Mars, so I don't know Papa John's.
Chat likes Domino's. I like Domino's ka garlic bread. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I just had this Pizza Hut ka garlic bread. It was just like, just have to eat because there's nothing here. But you know
By
what?
the
One
way,
time Pizza Hut used to be so good, but now they have ruined it. Like Pizza Hut, if you're watching, don't sponsor me, but please improve your taste.
By the way, Katie is asking what is with it eating, and I replied, usually my head. But what are you eating on a serious note?
I said no, garlic bread. Like I had some leftovers from the
garlic
afternoon.
bread. Yeah.
Like, how can you ruin garlic bread? It's so hard to ruin garlic bread, but they still ruin it.
Pizza khato.
Soumya is curious. She's asking Ajinkya what pizza you eat. She forgot to mute herself.
Okay.
Okay, I can tell
What is
you
the
the
answer?
brand of pizza we eat. It's very tasty.
What
Mojo
is it?
pizza.
Mojo?
Ha,
Oh, I
in
lost my
Bombay.
mojo. So,
In Bombay, we eat Mojo pizza. It's quite tasty.
next time I'm there, Soumya, we should go to Mojo
Yes.
Pizza.
You should come. Hey, you are coming to. Okay, fine. We'll discuss this on WhatsApp.
A big
Well,
reveal was
was
about to
ran with the
happen,
king
but
with it.
saved in the nick of the time.
By the RTMF trying desperately to come up with something, just like how we are trying to come up with some words to finish the commentary, but this looks very desperate, more desperate than our attempts at commentary.
Hey, I like Kingies. At least it's like a plan, no? But I don't know where
Yeah,
the
but
king is
what is the
going.
king is going? Exactly.
Having a
And now
walk.
you lose e5 pawn, so there's no chance.
Yeah, it looks completely equal.
Pity because he had Ding in his clutches
So
after.
rook e2 check now, king f4, bishop into e6. What happens? You just take this.
No. Oh.
Take rook g2, yeah, also. No. Why you take on e6, by the way?
Actually, there is a very
Rook
nice
f2 is threatened,
tactic here.
Here.
Yeah, like a self trap basically. After king f3
This
here.
is coming on the board. Okay. King f3 is a bad move.
Yeah.
Bishop
This
f5,
is for the
yeah?
chat. Yeah, bishop f5.
So bishop f5 and this sort of doesn't work. So
He has to take bishop into e6.
Oh, by the way, talking about pizza, I ate pizza in Germany or Belgium or somewhere, in these European countries, and it was an authentic Italian place. Oof. I mean, after having that pizza, like I just realized what pizza is like. They're so good, so soft, like it's just too good.
it's so fresh, especially pizza in
Exactly.
Italy. Have you had pizza in
No.
Italy?
No, I've
Oh,
not
it's
been to
so
Italy.
good. Like you can just go to Italy to have that pizza. It's so good. And spaghetti.
Really, yeah?
It's so tasty.
Oh.
Italians love food, They are like
I love
Indians.
Italian cuisine.
They are like
Apparently not
Indians
just the
only. They
Italians.
love their food and they'll come and ask you. The chef will come and ask you, do you like your food? And he's so interested in knowing whether you're enjoying your lunch, your dinner, and they'll love
Ooh.
their
Guys, the evaluation
By the
bar
way,
is shorter.
blunder. Yeah, some rook g7 was a mistake. RTBF. Oh my god. Maybe he had to play
Why?
rook. I was thinking about it. He had to play rook g2, I think. But now,
Why is it a
wait, what's happening now? Now rook e4 check and rook d4.
Okay, he missed rook e4
Ouch.
check. He missed rook e4 check. Stop the press. The games are going to go on. Stop the press.
Wow.
Wow. We
He
have
missed rook
tie
e4
breaks.
check.
Rook
And
e4
he's not
check.
shaking
rook
his head,
d4.
covering his eyes. Oh my god, the
Oh,
semifinals
wow.
just
Oh,
flipped.
Digliren. Now he just face palmed himself. Oh, Ding just face palmed himself big time. Oh my god, he's so upset. I can visibly see it. Oh. Oh, what a turnaround. Chess. When we just let it go, it just happened. Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. Guys, I'm sure a lot of you are also professionals in your own field. Do you also relate to such rookie for moments when someone does 75% of the hard work, but it all goes away in the last? It's actually 85% of the hard work, but it all goes away in the last 15
Chess is
percent.
cruel. Chess is cruel.
Oh, he's so upset. Oh, he's so upset.
Yeah, he's really upset. He's extremely upset. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just going to take a while to just recover from this, yeah, and then continue to make his move and resign after some time.
Just look at him. Yeah.
Oh
Just
my
look at
God.
him. Heartbreaking to see him like this.
I remember I have a Marathi, it's a Marathi thing, Shri, so please excuse me. But I remember once my coach, Abhijit Kunte, is I think a common coach, yeah, for all of us at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
He once told me chess मध्ये हरल्यावर असं वाटतं की आभाळच फाटलं.
Slow.
Mm.
Like he
Now I
said,
now I understand how Janta feels when we analyze chess.
it's hard to translate, so I'll just translate
Arey,
it.
just
But
tell it
I'll
slowly, you
tell
know.
you, losing in chess feels like a cloud burst. But translation doesn't have that effect.
it actually feels like the sky fell down upon you. That's what he
Ah.
means.
But literal translation is cloud burst.
Huh.
By the way, this rook endgame is
So
just, I think you just have to cut off the rook.
Vivek is saying it does happen when deploying a software to production and miss to deploy a silly piece of code that breaks the deployment. Actually, chess way more cruel than being developers as far as army. But having said that, when I started
By the
exploring
way,
things outside of, yeah, you go ahead,
can I tell the winning technique here? The winning
please.
technique here is that you play king d4 now, for example,
Mm-hmm.
rook to h3, and now you have to play a very important move, rook b6, and you cut the rook along a rank. Even this is winning. Always cut the king, because if the king comes back, then you're lost. But cutting the rook king is very important. Actually, rank cuts are even better than file cuts. So cutting off the king on the 6th rank is just winning. Now you just push the pawn and it wins automatically, because the king can never ever come back to see it.
It's very instructive with it. Very, very instructive.
Thank you.
Super
And that's
interesting.
what has happened in the game.
Wow, so we'll see tie
Yeah.
breaks.
Ultimately does
Actually,
find it.
Katie really wanted to see tie breaks, but she's not with us on the stream today. She was the one rooting for the tie breaks, yeah?
Katie says she feels
By
bad
the
for
way,
Ding, but Ding kind of won the third game in a similar way, no? The
Yeah.
last minute
by
blunder
the way,
from.
is Carlson winning? Is he a pawn up?
Oh, yes, Carlsen
Is
is
he
a
a pawn
pawn
up?
up. That was a good call with it. Bishop d3 is a very nice move by Levon. Sorry, by Magnus.
What happened in the game? Maybe we should watch it from the beginning. So it was a French exchange. Levon played exchange variation, and Magnus played
Yeah.
French. What an interesting opening choice.
French is the opening Magnus goes for when he has to win, yeah. Like I go for 1 b3 when I have to win. The opening which we would never think of otherwise. The one we turn to in desperate times because the situation has become so bad that we lose all sense of
It is
inning.
okay. You don't need to justify playing 1b3. It's okay. I know you're guilty, but we get it. Knight
Yeah, so
c3
this is
takes
how the
takes
opening
castle castle. This is all known. H3 h3 rook. I have had many games here actually. I have had a game here exactly in this position with white. A3 a6 bishop f5, and I have played 95 myself. If I remember this game, takes queen d1 knight d1. I've had a game, if I'm not wrong, in European Club Cup, and I played f4 maybe here, if I remember correctly. But he played e6, which I don't like so much. I think I had played f4. Okay, now takes, and he went for compensation. For like he gave up a pawn, but he thought his two bishops will compensate for that, and he will have activity. But this bishop d3 move in the game, if you can show, that was a very strong move, and
yeah.
I think Arunian wouldn't like that because he loses one of his bishop and he remains a pawn down. Levon has some chances because the pawn on e6 is kind of weak, but definitely Magnus is in the control seat.
Yeah, driver
You know
seat.
why? What the move here is rook d1. Yeah, he played it, ignoring it because bishop takes bishop, then rook d4 is the point. No, I mean after rook d1. Sorry.
Ah, okay.
So the point is here rook d4,
But what if rook into f4?
and
Now,
yeah,
what
that's
does
the
it
move I
change?
feel. Now rook d3, rook d3. Your knight
Knight e5.
e5. Oh yes, knight e5 actually. Maybe we'll
But
see this. This has happened on the board.
but is there something here like takes bishop e6 and knight f1?
No,
Then knight
knight
d3
d3.
comes in, yeah.
Exactly. King f8, knight f5, and knight to d3 again. Chess is tactics. We have to be very sharp. Yeah,
Is
chess
there
is one of the
something after
most
knight
painful
d3?
sports. Agreed, guys. I don't know why it is like that. Like you build up, the tension for so long, and one move gives it away. Damn, it's cruel. It's like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
are in stock market for 10 years, you've built a lot of investment, all this patience, and then you hit like 2008 financial crisis, and then all your earnings go down, and that's so painful. It's very similar to that. You years of effort, and then you go down just one move.
True.
Artimev has won with Ding officially, so we will see a tiebreak on that
Wow.
board.
Wow.
Good stuff.
Amazing. Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff.
Good stuff. What are you
But
checking here?
Artimev, like I'm just like Ding had it, yeah, the game. It was so much in control. It was draw. He just didn't have to complicate things. Like he went with this king d5, king e5, I think. If he just stayed put, I don't think Artimev had a chance with this king somewhere. It was just a
Yeah, I
vain
think he had
attempt.
several. Also he had several draws in this point.
Yeah, no, I think, but this again, I told you, yeah, the dynamics of the position change. Now you have to suddenly calculate why you
no,
need
but
that. Just
honestly,
don't go for
bishop.
this pawn.
Yeah, just play bishop e4 here. Yeah, this feels like because this bishop is very good, and
Yeah,
I don't see.
but previously I feel it's an easier draw. Like you go back few moves. Again, you have the setup ready. You have the fortress ready. Why you want to change it? Here, rook g6. No. Yeah. In the end, even if the king goes to e7, like there is no threat here. You play rook h6, for example, and you start giving checks again. What is white going to do?
Yeah, you understand the problem, right? I'm sure you do. The thing is, Ding was, I mean, he wins with a draw and he went for the most
Yeah,
concrete solution and he tried to force it. And when
yeah,
you try
which
to
is
force it,
understandable. Yeah.
this is kind of what Arjun also did against Aronian in the game he lost. So when you try to force it in many situations, it all gets messed up. In many situations, you have to wait for you have to do the right thing. And in some cases, that is to go for the most concrete line. And in some cases, that is to wait a bit and wait for the opportune moment to go for the most concrete line. And in a lot of cases, I think waiting is the correct thing to do.
Mm,
But
by
the
the
c5
way,
has been played.
yeah, I mean, why not bishop e6? Like, just take back, no?
Oh, yes, bishop e6. Oh,
Oh,
I
he
didn't see
missed
this move.
it. Magnus missed it.
Bishop e6, no? Yeah. And white
Yeah.
is better.
You and Magnus do think alike. Second time today.
We miss the same things. Bishop e6. Nice. Soumya, good spot.
Mm-hmm. But
And
Magnus didn't
Aronian and
spot it.
Soumya also think alike. This is also something I noticed a lot.
By the way, do we get two tie breaks?
Oh, that would be
Yep.
epic. Yeah, if Levon
And
draws this game,
what was the
it's a tiebreak.
prediction on the first day, guys? Can you remind me? I have very bad memory. Guys, what was the prediction?
Hey, I had predicted Ding and Artimev tiebreak. Okay, so मेरा एक correct आ गया.
Okay. And
I had predicted Magnus to win 2.5, 1.5 in the first day, and the second day to be a draw probably, and a Magnus versus Ding final. That was my prediction. What was yours? Video look so happy.
I remember someone
Like-
predicted two draws, both the matches ending up in draws. Like, who was it? Can you remind me who was it?
Yeah, who is this prediction expert in the house? Who can see everything in the future?
Katie, if you're watching it, now you know. By with it means to see.
Rook d5.
This is VD going into AD mode. But
By the way,
okay,
now rook
not really.
e5. Rook e5.
Rook e5, knight f4.
Rook c5. I was hoping for this trick, Srinath. You see one move and you stop. After knight
Yeah,
d3, you
no.
miss rook d1.
It's part of prediction to make you the winning move.
Sure.
Chris Kane says that other sports have team variants, tennis doubles, cricket team sport, and table tennis is doubles. But chess feels personal as you are the only one to blame for the blunder. That's partly true.
Yeah, it's very personal. Honestly, I also feel chess should have some Valorant like variant with 5 players in one team. That will be a lot of fun. But I don't know
Yeah,
how to
at least
build a
you can
variant.
blame someone. Here you have to take the entire responsibility.
I wouldn't want to be part of VD's team in that.
Yeah, just the way he said it, yeah, like Srinath immediately. No, I'm not going to be your second in that team at least. Oh God. King F1.
I've been part of VD's team when we played table tennis doubles. Not
Also,
at all a
MCL, you
pleasant
were part of the
experience.
same team, no? MCL?
No, that was okay. But if you team up in something that he knows and you don't know, then that will be the worst experience of your life.
Yeah, now we should play badminton. I'm very fond of badminton, basketball. These two are my favorite sports.
I'll be dead.
I like playing badminton, but I don't play it. I just like playing badminton.
Many times what I do is like when I'm playing badminton and my partner sometimes is not doing, maybe he's just new, yeah, just started. Then I just tell him that to stay in a corner. I'll take all the shots, serve and move to the side. I
Do you
play
tell him to
everything.
go long?
Yeah, go long. Oh, by the way, like look at the advantage increasing, yeah, slightly, because there is still some pressure, and Magnus is not making the best moves apparently. Now King E1 or King E2. King E2 makes sense. King E2, knight E4, F3. Where does the knight go? Isn't white slightly or maybe much better?
But it doesn't matter, no? I mean, draw or win, it goes into the tiebreak.
Oh, that's
And
true.
I think
Oh,
Magnus
that's
kind of.
true. Oh, that's true actually. Yeah, for him, draw or lose. Yeah. True.
Also, like just king d3, king c4, or knight c4, knight d6. There are two ideas, yeah, for white.
I think his trick is King D3, Knight D7. That's his hoping for. But
Oh, what?
King D3, Knight D7 is what he's hoping for.
Huh. If
Or
if you
just to
don't-
play King D3 पे Rook E7 खेल दो. Or you make a silly move now, like you play G4
नहीं,
and then Rook E3. That's his, trick. So Levon has to be
अच्छा trick
careful.
है. But rook e7, there could be a counter trick like knight f5, and then I take on h6. So Magnus also needs to be careful. No?
No, he doesn't know.
Knight
Like
f5.
he,
He
losing
doesn't
for him
mind.
is same.
Ah,
Yeah.
True.
So for him, losing or draw is the same.
Yeah.
This has happened in the game King D3, Rook D7. I guess King to C4 or where do you go? If you want to play safe, yeah? No, actually, it goes King C4, Rook D4. Now you take on C5, right? King C5, Rook D3.
Just play knight g4, yeah?
Yeah, Knight G4 is the move. Knight D7 check, King C4. And you counter-attack the Rook. That's his point. Good. I think he will see it. I trust Levon. Someone has to trust Levon. Yeah, and Levon is just winning now. Knight G4.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because,
Magnus looks
talking
visibly
about
upset,
this,
no?
Yeah. No, ever since he missed that bishop at e6, I think he went on a tilt.
No, but
No,
knight
also
g4
last
is
game.
the only move. Rook e6 also works. Is knight g4 the only move? Because rook e6 runs into king f7, right? Yeah, he has found knight g4. That's good.
Yeah. No, I think now there's no chance for Magnus to win this. So we see 2 tie breaks, guys. What a feast you're having on a Friday weekend.
Wow.
Yeah, Friday night. Yeah, no, Vidit, what I wanted to ask
Friday
you is,
night, yeah.
talking about this.
Friday weekend. Wow, what a great phrase of words.
Just a famous guy says my ex just played sadminton with me. That's a
Let's
good
not
one.
read out such sad things,
It's hilarious.
Why, Srinath? Why is it sad?
It's sad for the person who wrote it, no?
Uh,
I have like really sad stories. If just a famous guy wants some company, I have like a lot of sad stories.
oh, sure, Soumya, go
Oh,
ahead.
he's
Because
just a famous guy. Okay.
yeah, just a
He
famous
used
guy
to
is
be
always
just a
some
random
tweets.
guy.
He's always talking about his ex, but now he's so famous that he changed it to famous.
Yeah,
Earlier
he
he
used to
was
be just a random guy and then he got upgraded to just a famous guy.
Oh,
he became
Magnus
very
just resigned. Magnus just resigned. He's like, मुझे कोशिश भी नहीं करनी है मुझे खेलना ही नहीं है मुझे खेलना ही नहीं है खेलूंगा ही नहीं मैं सीधा tie break. It makes sense. He wants to preserve energy. What's the point here? Oh, by the way, Ding and Artemiev are on the screen. Maybe their game will begin first. We should keep a watch on it. Till then, Soumya, we need to know your story. Let's go before the game starts.
Sad story.
I'll tell you the saddest story ever.
Oh, but D4 played. We have to wait.
Okay, fine. Now we can't. Now
Soumya, are you talking about the day you met AD?
AD, when I met him, he was so cute, by the way. He's my younger brother, and by the way, just for the chat, nahi to chat jayega. Oh, 85. So I just want to clarify.
AD is the
my younger
Thambi.
brother. Yes. And he was
He's
so
the
cute.
Thambi of all the girls. That's the problem.
He was just 14 when I met him first time. So he was like very sweet. And he was very excited about having a elder sister.
Oh, by the way, this Artemio goes for this line, this Tarash. It generally ends with slightly better, like Queen to B6 and E3. That will happen. D3, Bishop E3, and then you give a check on B4. I think that's the move. Queen D2, and generally you either play Queen E7 or Queen D2, and you go into this endgame, which is supposed to be slightly better for white. This is the game between Anand and Nordirbek in the Olympiad.
Yeah.
Abdusattorov Nordirbek. So Ding knows it, Artemiev does not, and Artemiev is already down 40 seconds, if I'm right, and very comfortable position for Ding. So I don't like this opening choice by Artemiev at all. He was doing well in Grunfelds. He changed, and this is supposed to be slightly better for white. I think Bishop C4 is the move now. Yeah, you go Bishop to C4.
Short castle.
Yeah, and you get this positions.
Yeah.
So you can't just take the pawn, yeah? Like, it's too much.
We have the exact position which we were talking about.
We have
take the pawn where, Soumya?
No. I was
pawn.
talking about the short castle, but the game is in a different direction, yeah? He took on E3.
So the pawn you can take in many of these positions actually. I mean, you can, but how does this get refuted with it?
Sorry?
How does Queen into B2 get refuted?
You can just play ED now. Or you can play 94, I think. 94 is the move. 94, Bishop C3. Bishop C3.
Bishop C3
no,
first.
not taking. Yes, intermezzo. Just like how we intervene when Soumya is talking. The Bishop C3 is like that, no? Always interrupting.
Not in. I mean, Bishop C3 is in a good way though.
Yeah, ours is not in a good way too. Okay, so we have reached this endgame, which is supposed to be very, very slightly better for black. And one of the moves here, which I would consider with black, is to play bishop to e6. Even though it exchanges the bishop and makes this e6 pawn weak, but still it's better to get rid of this double bishop advantage. And let's see if Artemiev will go in that direction. He is rook d8.
Rook d8.
Artimev is a
And
classical player, or is he more of like tricks? And what do you think with it?
I asked him once. He loves technical positions. His favorite player is Karpov, he told me, and he loves, such kind of positions. So that says a lot about him.
Karpov is your favorite player too, right? Or is it
Shamik.
Kasparov?
I like Kasparov, but I play like none of them. But so,
I remember you had suggested Karpov's Strategic Wins this book to me many years ago, and you said you
but did
really
you
loved that book. Yeah, yeah,
did
I
you
read. I
take my
went through
suggestion?
it. Yeah,
Thank you, Soumya. You're the only one who takes my suggestion seriously.
it was a very good book for the chat if you want to go through it.
Yeah, Karpov strategic wins. I'm a book nerd. Yesterday I was
Yeah.
reading this Alexei Drev's book, improving your middle game play. Although I'm sure that it might not, but it's inspiring. It's always inspiring. Like I always keep some books here. Like I have 5 books in the background. I'll show it later
Can
after
we?
the game.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I also want to see.
I also remember Vidit suggested this
Oh,
book
by the
collection
way,
of
guys.
Smyslow.
Oh,
What?
Smyslow. Yeah, that was a good book.
Which one? Smyslow, which one?
His game collection.
Ah, okay. Best keeps.
Yeah.
So
I had a
H6.
I had a dream
Mm-hmm.
of a position which is very similar to Anish's game, okay, against Wesley. And I'm gonna show you after the game. Remind me of that position. It just came in my dreams. I'll show you.
Wow. Vidit, do you want to write a book sometime? Is it like one
I
of your
I
aims?
wanted to, but then I saw how much work goes into it, and it's like it's not easy. So if I do it, it would be later in my career if it ever happens. नहीं तो
No, but
वापस
it's
people
worth
will
it.
say अरे बुक लिखने में चला गया वर्ल्ड कप का प्रिपरेशन नहीं कर रहा है इसको तो बुक लिखनी No, I'm just kidding, but yeah, it takes a lot of effort. Like I saw how much effort Srinath had to put in his chessable course. Srinath, giving you a segue to promote.
Oh,
And it
Vidit,
was very
it's
tough.
on sale, right?
Oh, I didn't know. I
Yeah.
bought one course and I bought one course and I realized that there are sales and I feel stupid now. I paid the entire amount.
Did you buy it in the last 30 days?
Yes.
So you can get a money back. That's the best thing about Chessable. Okay, so if you try a course and you don't like it for some reason, within 30 days you can get a full money back, no questions asked. You don't even have to specify a reason. Just write, I would like a refund, and it will
No,
get
but I
processed.
like the course. But I like the course. But I
So
didn't like
you,
that I didn't buy it in the sale. So it's my
so
problem.
you can get a refund, and then now you can buy it again during the sale.
Oh, now
That
it's
also
on sale.
works.
Yeah. Now it's on
Yeah,
sale.
yeah, that also works. Was it my
But isn't
course?
there like a time frame? Like you should have covered only so many hours in the
Nah, no,
course.
no, no. 30
I think
days. So if
so
you can
because we
finish a
had
course
done
in
all
30
this
days,
discussion for AD's B3. That's why I
yeah,
remember.
you know that, right? AD had a heartbreak moment when he heard about this 30-day money back because he had only planned for people to make the
Bye.
course good enough to buy it. He didn't think he would have to retain.
But I've seen these chessable courses and they are of really high quality. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
you
even
cannot
joking.
finish it in 30 days. So if
It's
someone is
really
thinking,
high
okay,
quality. And if even I found it useful, so imagine if there is a club player or even a player who is improving 2300, 2400, it's like you get so much of the effort for a very nominal amount. And if you're a serious chess player, I would really recommend it because I myself buy it. Uh, by the way, this position,
has become liquidated.
yeah, Vlad has exchanged one of the bishops, and that's why it's equal. So Rook D8 will be played, yeah. And now Rook C1, I think Ding is typical. No, okay, he's okay with the
He
draw.
wants to make
So
a
it
draw.
just
I think
goes in a
he's
draw. Wow.
trying to survive, yeah? I mean, trying to recover, waiting for his chances. Do you think he's still affected by that miss in the fourth game?
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. For sure.
How
It will
is
be
Ding
interesting
as
to see
a
how Magnus handles the same thing.
blitz player like compared to his classical?
I think he's good. He's not so bad. Yeah. He's good. But Artemiev is an expert in Blitz, apparently, from what I've seen and heard and known.
So in
Yeah,
the
but to be
blitz,
honest, 5 plus 3, it's not completely blitz in my opinion. It's not quite the same as 3 plus 2. I think the difference is huge. What do you think, Vijit?
I have mainly played 3+2. 5+3 I have not played so much, so I can't really say. I've played very few 5+. Like I do better in 5+1 than 3+2.
3+1, exactly.
I used to do it. I used to do better in 5+1. I don't
No,
know.
but I'm
But now
sure you
I
also
feel
did better. I'm
I
sure you
feel
also
now I
did
have
better
become
in
better.
5+0 than 3+0, right? 5 and 3
Uh,
is a big difference, right?
yeah, but now I feel I've got the hang. Like I've understood it better than how I understood this 3 minutes. How the mechanism works, because we have played so many games, so many competitive games. Now I at least know a little bit better than what I used to. I'm not saying I'm an expert, but compared to myself, I feel I've gotten better.
Right. Soumya, you're asking something, no?
Oh, I forgot. But there is a super chat here by Tapan Krishna. He says VD by இன்னைக்கு different level troll பண்றாரு. Means you are trolling on a
I
different
know.
level today. And
VD
he
came with the
says,
intent, no? You saw his tweet before the coming here.
no, I didn't. I'm
No,
not
it
on
was
Twitter. I
during
miss
the
out on all the fun.
it was during the show only I tweeted that. Thank you, Tapan. Thank you, Tambi.
And he says hi to all of us. And he says he's feeling bad for Srinath. Srinath, what do you have to say about that?
Uh, feeling bad for me is all
How
people
are you
do.
feeling about today's stream, Shri? What do you...
Well, it's the way I feel every time I do anything with Vidit, A lot of annoyance when it is actually happening and a fond remembrance after it happens, if that makes any sense.
I also got super chat. When is the next Olympiad? Is it online? I heard from Dorkovic. He told in this Checkmate COVID stream on one of these fundraisers that they're planning to have another Olympiad and also online. But I don't know when would it be. But he did say that, and I don't know when it's going to happen. But he
But
said that
why
they're
online?
thinking
I
about
mean,
it.
why not just have a normal OTB one at 2022?
No, that will happen, but just like a different, again, this
Oh,
online Olympiad, which would be just different than normal Olympiads, I guess. But that's the only information I know, Sharwar. Whether
that
this
will be a
end
lot
game
of
going to
fun.
end in a draw, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
this is going to
actually
end in a draw.
repeated once, King D4 96, King E3 97. This is the position we have for the second time. So Ding is wondering if he should repeat or not.
Yeah, people are saying about chessable courses. I would just say that I usually buy the PGN. I have not bought the videos because for me it's more important what they write and rather than Srinath talking about Catalan. I mean, I know what he'll speak.
Yeah, I think
I just
it
want to know what he recommends rather than what he says about it. But I think for
And
users, it's useful.
yeah,
yeah,
Soumya?
for me also, like usually PGN works better, but it depends on the person. For example, I was talking to Harshit about this, Harshit Raja, international master. He said he always prefers to watch the video because he feels he wants to hear the player explain his ideas, and then he remembers them better. So I think it depends on the person taking the information, no? Maybe
True.
VD, like if it's PGN, it's faster to grasp. Maybe that's why.
Yes, yes, yes. Because I
Short
don't think
out
I'm
time.
gonna watch 60 hours of because
No,
it's
but
just an additional
also,
thing to my preparation. For me.
Vidit doesn't have to go through the entire thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
for
exactly,
him, it's also important to know what is recommended. So he has an idea of what his opponents might play. That is one thing.
exactly, exactly.
And of course, sometimes he gets nice ideas which he uses to play in the champion chess tour and gets winning positions from it.
Yes, Srinath, thank you for that. I did use this idea once, so that's what Srinath is referring to. But it was a
Against
good
Prague,
one.
you used it.
Yeah,
We saw
exactly.
the game. We were following the game. It was
Yeah,
a
and
very
later he has
nice
used it
game
against.
until the maybe last moment.
Like
Yeah.
all my games, they're all nice until the last moment. Like my all
Story
games
of
in
Vidit's
championships.
life.
Oh, Sharwar, welcome to
Katie,
the membership. Thank you.
So
Katie
they've
is
made a draw.
asking. Yeah, they have agreed to draw. Katie is asking me if I have returned the B3 course. Now the funny thing is I didn't buy it only in the first place. I tricked AD, okay? I tricked AD. Like he had bought my course, and then I waited for 30 days. And then after waiting for 30 days, I asked him, look, I'm going to buy your course anyway, but let's exchange the files anyway because it would be easier to look through the PGM. And he was like, yeah, very good deal, very nice deal. We exchanged the files. And then I forgot about buying the course.
You can still buy it. Like it's still there on Chessable.
He
I know
doesn't want to.
it's on sale. It's on sale. But it's not
But
about
where
the
are the
money,
what
but
are
it's
the
about the
codes, by the way?
satisfaction of fooling AD.
No, but is there a code, by the way, like which we can put so that we get a discount? Because
No, it's automatically there. Like you just have to
automatically
put
reduce
it.
prices. Okay.
Yeah, automatically reduce prices. It's already
Okay.
applied. Code is pre-applied.
Guys, can I show you
It's
the position?
Yes. Let's see. Anish versus Wesley, which is
Yeah,
VD's
it's similar
dream
to that.
position.
when did we talk about this? I missed it completely.
Only if you listen, Srinath. Only if you listen. That's why I bully you. You ask me why I bully you because you don't pay attention.
I don't ask
So is
you why
it
you bully me. I already know the answer, and I don't regret not listening to you.
so? Is it possible to set up the position here because it's not
Yeah.
from the
For you, we
beginning?
can do anything with it. Please tell me more.
Okay, so white king on d2, um, rook on c8, bishop on c5, knight on g5, pawns f4, g3, d4, b4, a5, black king g7, queen f6, bishop to d8, pawn f7, g6, d5, a6. Yeah, this was the position, and it's white to move. So can you just put it? Okay, what are the moves that come to your mind here?
Do we also have to say it in 5 seconds?
No, I don't trick you guys. You can take your time.
Yeah, I can say it in 5 seconds, but I just want to give chat enough time to get into the
Yeah,
question
yeah,
as well.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can take
I've
time.
already seen the move and the knight 4 coming after it. So
No, the
I've
point.
also
Okay,
seen
I'll
the
tell you.
follow up, the strange square, and then later moving the knight and the whole thing. Have I got it horribly wrong?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I think
it
I
is
got it
like
horribly.
Wesley's game. Now I understand which game. I was thinking,
Yeah.
you said it was against Wesley, but I don't know which game. Na? I'm like, itna sara to game khela hai. Now I get it. Wow, nice.
So shall I
Okay,
tell?
but I haven't yet found. 1 second.
Because the games have begun.
Yeah, the games have begun. Yeah.
Okay.
So bishop f8
Mm-hmm.
is the move. You cannot take it. King f8, knight h7, and king to g8 after bishop f8. And now you just play a move like king c3, defending the pawn on d4, and it's zugzwang.
Oh, wow.
Just like how the queen was trapped on b6 in Wesley game, here the queen is also going to be like kind of trapped. Like any move you make, you lose. King can't move. Queen moves, you lose the bishop. Bishop moves, you lose the queen. Exactly, rook d8 is the idea, and it's a very nice zugzwang in middle game.
Good. This is your original composition.
Yeah, I got it in my dreams. I don't know why this position came.
Wow, what a nice position. Did you note it down after you woke up or you just remembered it?
No, I remembered.
Beauty. Wow,
Oh, this
Vijay,
is so
Anish
gorgeous.
affects you so deeply that you even dream of him.
Okay, let's go to the game. Oh, Magnus has played very different opening. Yeah, what is this? D6.
Why is their game started so late? I didn't understand. Okay.
No, because their game finished late, no? Later than the England's
Yeah.
game.
Okay, that's all.
So they need to give 10 to 15 minutes break.
Also, Magnus needs that time to change his t-shirt and all, no?
Oh, he did change, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, he changed. Like last time against Wesley also, he did change his shirt. Like some superstition, yeah? All chess players have superstition. Wow.
Yeah, it's a transitioning from rapid to blitz, and apparently he thinks it's very clever if you look at his t-shirt.
What does it say?
What does it
Clever,
say?
yeah? Clever.
Oh, that's it? That's all that's written on the shirt.
I mean, from what we can see.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all
Like, what
Magnus
happens,
can
guys?
write on his t-shirt. He can't write stuff like nothing will happen.
Well, isn't this very comfortable for white, or it's some opening theory which I don't know?
Shortcuts, it's opening theory, but I also don't know the details. Usually black goes
Rookie
bishop
one, yeah.
d7 here, yeah, in the Rilopus,
Yeah.
and white plays rook e1. Here,
Right.
black goes d6, so the threat is already to take knight into e4, which he usually he can take it at this point as well, which goes into the open Rilopus, but usually it's not. It's a different way of playing, and but
Bishop
d6
d6 to
after
rook
knight into
e1.
e4, he would be a pawn up for good. So white immediately goes for the center.
But
And now
here,
after
after
rook
rook
e1,
e1, knight f6, how do you win the pawn on e5? Like, do you take on c6? Because I feel that's what Levon might do. Okay, he plays d5. I think taking on c6 was the move. Um,
No, actually, the move is DE5. I just checked it. But I don't know if it's the best move, but it's the most
yeah. No,
popular
I
move.
think taking on c6 was
ah,
the move.
Oh, yeah. Bishop C6 also exists.
yeah,
Nepo
yeah,
has
it
played it.
transposes, no? It transposes, right?
And Nepo has played it against Artimev.
Oh, okay.
So
But
Bishop
because now the
C6.
position which they reached in the game is just draw. Here I was wanting to play queen d8 exactly, rook d8. Okay. And then knight e5, and you take the bishop on c6 and double pawns. But what has happened in the game, it's very symmetrical, and I think Magnus has just very comfortably equalized. He was saving his idea, or what was it like today? I don't know. One of the interesting ideas he has played.
But
Probably
I
believes
guess he
that it's
wanted to
hard to
use it for
play.
blitz, no?
Yeah, yeah, blitz idea. It's one of his blitz idea because you have to be accurate to take advantage. If you're not, if you don't, if you're not accurate, it's just equal. That's what has happened.
Yeah, and two things in blitz. Yeah, on one hand, it's hard to think and refute something, and second is it also takes time to recall things which you have seen a really long time ago.
Exactly, exactly. Now I think Levon will just take on d7, exchange queens, and play knight d2, which is basically saying like, okay, I didn't get any advantage, and I'm going to make a draw. Exactly, that's what has happened.
Still, a few accurate moves needed, yeah. Because, for example,
Yeah,
bishop d6 is a bad move because of bishop into f6,
yeah, and you double the
and
pawn. Yep.
yeah, yeah, this is just
So I
bad.
think rook e8 is a good move, and then you put the bishop on d8 even sometimes.
Yeah, but which rook to e8?
Rook a e8, I think what you said makes sense
Yeah,
because your king can hide on c8 after that, which doesn't break the coordination of the pieces.
yeah. Also, bishop d8 feels better after rook e8, rook a to e8. Whereas with rook
Yes.
h8, it can come under some
Magnus
bias.
is taking his time though, I felt that he would be blitzing out more. Maybe he's just getting into the rhythm. By the way, the second game has also begun between Artemiev and Ding Liren. Maybe we should move there because Magnus's game looks like a draw. I don't see anything happening there. But here, this is the second and the most decisive game, right? If this is
Mhm.
a draw, then it's Armageddon. So let's stick to this game. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. And we have a reverse Benoni on the board with,
This is very comfortable for White, I feel.
yeah.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Very comfortable and also the kind of position that Artemiev likes. Yeah. And what was your prediction
Exactly.
for Artemiev day?
It was draw, no? I expected it to end in draw, but I didn't say blitz ka prediction.
Yeah,
Now
you're very
92.
safe and conservative in your predictions. No, you just predicted the immediate thing.
Okay, I think this game Artemio was going to press. Looking at the position, that's a safe bet. Now 92, no?
Rookie
Just
VD.
put the knight to
But
d2, knight to b3.
knight d2, doesn't it run into knight e5 stuff?
Yeah, I thought about it actually.
Will you play queen f5? Because
Why
Yeah, we
not
have to
actually?
show why not queen into b7. Yeah, because
Yes.
mhm.
this just loses a piece, and so you suggest queen f4.
Queen
Oh, queen
f5
f5.
actually, but even queen f4 might be okay. This
No,
is the
queen f5
position
feels a
on the
lot
board.
better. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen f5 feels a lot better.
Rook a8.
So I see
Knight
Ashwini is
e4.
asking what is the score. So just to update people who have just joined in, this is the Blitz tiebreak. Both the rapid matches ended in both the sets ended in a draw. So Blitz is going to decide what's going to happen. And this is the second game between Ding and Artemio. First game ended in draw. So whoever wins this will win the match. And if it's a draw, it will be Armageddon. Sorry guys, continue.
Oh no, that was so useful. Thanks, VD. And knight b3 on the board. Abhi knight d4 threat hai.
Yeah.
Queen.
Queen d6.
Which,
Oh, knight
Acha,
d7.
knight.
Oh, look at the bar. d4 pawn is gone. Knight d4. Or what is the move?
G6?
Knight d4. Queen f4.
Uh-huh.
And it's
He
a
missed
pin. You
queen
cannot
f4.
take on d3.
And
Wait,
bishop
look at the
d6 is
bar.
knight
Oh,
d4.
oh my god. Ding might lose. Is it?
I think Ding is very upset.
What if I take and
he
play
didn't
queen
even...
d6?
No, but bishop
But then
d5
you
at
risk-
least or something. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
anything, yeah. Ooh, Artemiev creating upset. He played bishop d4, which Indian doesn't like so much. He preferred to keep the bishop, but this is also very comfortable. Wow.
How
Guys,
can...
this is crazy.
I thought, yeah, exactly. This I thought was an issue, but queen f4 and now queen d6. You want to play?
Rook
Knight
d1. Just rook d1 also. Like just
queen
defend the
d6.
pawn on d3.
Queen
Man,
d6
chess is
is
so tough. Ding Liren was so close to going into the finals. One move, and now he's losing the tie breaks. I mean, at least currently he's losing the tie break. What chess, man! How tides can turn, yeah? It's like amazing.
Yeah, and it would have been relatively better if Ding had lost the third game because he wouldn't have felt so shattered. Then blitz tiebreak, he would have probably come charging back. But when something is so close to your mouth and you still cannot eat it, it feels so much worse.
By the way, here I think, do you play rook d1 or do you play knight b5? Many good moves. I would say many good moves possible in this position.
Rook d1,
Yes,
but
I
what
did
else?
say position. Rook d1, I was worried about knight c5, attacking the pawn on d3 twice. But the thing is, even if you get this pawn, white has complete domination, like knight d5 here. And if you play knight d3 and you play queen, no, I wanted to play queen f3 or something, just keep pressure on the knight. Many
knight
moves.
e5 वापस चला जाएगा. Problem is.
Yeah, Artemio is thinking, he wants to find the most clinical way.
By the way, guys, Aronian has won a pawn against Magnus.
What?
What?
Look,
What?
I'll show you.
What?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Aronian.
Magnus has like 15 seconds remaining.
Oh, we should stick to this game then. Oh my
Wow.
god.
Yeah. I'll show
Oh my
how
goodness.
it all turned around. So Aronian played rook f5, g6, and after rook into f7 check, king e6, you would expect the rook to be trapped, right? But it does have this g7, g5, bishop g3, king f6, rook d7, king e6, and here is what Magnus probably missed. Bishop into
d6. Oh, and discord check.
bishop e5 check.
Wow.
And
Not
this
so
is the
clever.
position we have right now. Aronian is a pawn up and he's up by 90 seconds at least on the clock. And I think knight d4 is the first move that comes to my mind.
h3
and now
better.
knight
No?
d4.
h3 95. This is the golden chance for Levon. He cannot mess this up. This is like, you don't get such chances often. You have to convert this clean extra pawn. Knight d7.
Knight d7, beauty.
Nice. Oh, he's so much in command over here. Knight d7 is such a nice move.
Knight c5 now?
His forehead, it looks like he's in command, yes. From what we can see. That's the only thing. I wish we could see his entire...
f1, rook
Body
e5.
language, huh?
Yeah.
Now, rook d5 would run into
Rook
rook
d7.
b5.
No,
Rook
rook
d7,
d7,
rook
no?
b5 and b4, yeah? Rook
Yeah, just
d7
B.
looks very good.
b4
I
wins the
think
pawn, yeah?
Yeah. I think he wants to play b5. b4, c5 maybe.
Yeah, this
He
doesn't
played
look
rook
clear to me,
d4.
honestly.
I don't like rook d4 though so much.
I like rook d4. I think it keeps control. Rook d7 doesn't look totally clear to me. Because there's a danger of things getting liquidated in case it feels a bit too concrete.
Could be, yeah. You keep more control with rook d4. Wow, this is a golden chance for Levon.
His plan is to just create a parser here. Yeah. Next he goes king f2, h4, and exchange a pawn here. This he can just play b3 and c4, keep control. This is typically how Levon converts these kind of positions. He keeps control. He usually has a good technique from what I've seen. Funny thing coming from me to him, but just a general observation.
Exactly. I also don't say about technique, that's just I mum up. H4, I think this is a good move. Rook e6. The problem is you have to stop black from getting activity. That's how you should play this endgame, I feel.
G3.
If you don't give him activity, you will have good chances. H5, I kind of like it actually. Because the pawn on h6 will be weak in many endgames. Rook e5, now you go rook d7,
D4.
rook h7.
Oh,
Why
directly,
not rook d7?
simply.
Oh, g4 is also good. But yeah, b5 now, c4.
D7, rook h7.
No, play c4, no, first. Or yeah, rook d7, rook h7, even. But he plays c4, yes. Rook c5, rook d5. No, rook d5 wins.
Rook d6 check, rook d6 check, rook d6, rook d7.
Rook d6 check, yeah, and rook d6, king g7. Oh, what? Why not? Oh, rook is trapped.
Rook is trapped. It's game over. It's game over.
Oh my god.
B into c4, B into c4. Beautiful move.
Rook c4. Rook now it's just lost. Just lost.
Yeah.
King. Oh, rook d4. Play rook d4 and rook d6. Yeah. Or no, rook d4, rook c5. That's what has happened. Maybe he'll repeat. No, he'll repeat once. He'll play rook c4 again. I'm sure he'll play rook c4 again.
No, he plays
rook d6.
Rook d7 check.
I don't like this. King d2, very nice move, stopping the rook from getting active.
Beautiful technique.
Now b4 and a3. Right?
Well, this is one way.
I don't think this technique was the best, to be honest. I feel there was a better win. But okay, with 20 seconds, it's hard to
take this. No?
Oh, take rook c4?
This is draw.
Rook a4, no. Yeah, no. Srinath, no. Rook d7 check given. King g8, I think is the move. Because king f6 is rook h7. Rook d7 was very nice. Now play b4 and a3, no?
No, but now also b into a4 wins. Because king c3, king
rook a7. Rook a7.
Yeah.
Rook a7.
No, he plays a5. But okay, this is also winning.
But he would have done it directly. Yeah, just
king c3.
Just bring the king. I think
a6 started.
He'll bring the king. Yeah. He'll bring the king. He will give the f3 pawn. He'll give the a2 pawn. Oof, you know what?
King c3 he will play. Oh, okay, a3.
Okay, Magnus's thing is, how do you improve? I'll just move my king. How do you improve? That's what Magnus is thinking. But king now c4.
King b2 and rook c7 is one simple way.
Yeah, but he wants to play king.
Yeah, king b2, rook c7, rook c4. Yeah, rook c7 now. Rook c4.
Yeah. This is what happened, and now this is just winning. Yeah, rook c3.
Yeah, rook
Don't
c3
give the pawn and push a4. King b3, a4. And now king f7, rook e3.
Oh, he won.
Yeah, Magnus resigned.
E3 is nice.
Magnus resigned. Oh my god.
Magnus has resigned, so he's down 1-0. He has to win. He still has a chance, though. He faces fight in the second tiebreak, and he has to try and win that. Oh, did you look at
the
what?
Artemev is winning.
Artemev is winning. Artemev is a piece of. Artemev won the piece in a very nice manner, by the way. If we get a chance later, we should go back and see that point.
Yeah, we'll get a chance.
Yes. So.
Magnus has lost, and Artemev is going. Artemev versus Aronian finals incoming.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think
exactly
I should stop making any kind of predictions after this.
How do you win with white
predictions? Just don't expect it to be correct.
Words of wisdom.
Almost felt like reading a Gita quote out there. Yeah, like Karam kar chamatkar. H5.
I think H4 will be played, no? Maybe now. English and try to play H4.
By the way, Levon was wearing this Boston Celtics jersey,
Oh, really? Now he was wearing Boston Celtics?
Yeah.
It's his favorite jersey. This green one, right?
Yeah, his green one.
He wears it all the time.
Why did he play h4 and h3? Because of rook d3, is it? After h4, king g4 and h3, rook d3.
I think he was just not sure, like not enough time to make sure. Like it's so much about intuition. When Artemiev exchanges the rook, he believes that this endgame is winning. Like, oh, king g7
Can,
will
no?
be played now. King g7 will be played now.
f5.
How do you win this? No, you play. What do you play here?
f5.
f5. King h6. Oh, king h6. Bishop f7. Oh, king f6. Then you take. Play bishop e4. Very nice. And now king comes to g5. f5 was a brilliant move. And now king g5,
Yeah.
just winning. Yeah, this is just lost. Amazing game by Artemiev. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. He just
Brilliant.
shows like a boss he played. Oh, I feel bad for Dinglijan, but yeah, this is chess, yeah. Tough.
True. I mean, you have to end up feeling bad for one person, yeah, either Artemiev or Ding, because Artemiev also
Yes.
lost tragically in the third game.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I saw Artemiev do like a visual gesture, yeah, of winning. Like, he just let a sigh of
Yeah.
relief few minutes ago. And
Soumya, how did the peace win happen? Can you take us through it?
Oh, absolutely. Do you want to wait till the game is over? Yes,
No,
he
it's
won the
it
game.
designed. Artemiev is in the finals, guys. His first Champions Chess Tour. Very underrated guy in Rapid and Blitz. Very strong player.
Yeah, it's incredible, no, that this is his first champion chess tour, being so strong. But I think it didn't
Yeah.
help that he lost a lot of classical rating just before the pandemic. Because
But
I remember he used to.
he played lot of he played I think two events or one event at least last year he played in the Champions Chess Tour. Uh, First it was called
The
Magnus
Magnus
Carlsen
Carlsen
Invitational.
Invitational.
Yeah, so he played in the last year, so he did get his chance back then.
Right.
So in the Artemiev game, we followed it till 21st move, and he actually immediately won a piece after that, because 21st move rook a d1, black played knight c5, and white played knight b3 here. Very nice move, because after knight e d3, you can actually play queen f3 here, and after knight e5, take on d8, take on f3, bishop f3, rook d8, and take on c5. So this
It's
doesn't
two
work.
pieces.
Yeah, so black took on d3 with the c knight, and here white just played queen e4, and now he's playing f4 on the next move. So rook e7 and
Oh,
f4.
This was very
Um,
clever, yeah.
very
the
clean.
the combination goes on, because after black after this Ding played queen b6, and let's say king h2, then knight f2 is annoying. So white played queen d4 here, queen into d4, knight d4, rook d8.
Oh, the knights are still. Oh,
Yeah, and the knights are
oh
still
wait,
hanging.
no wait, but this looks wrong because black can play knight c5.
Yeah.
Just last move. I think maybe Artemiev messed up.
No,
Where?
this is not how the game went. No, in the game, Queen
No, this
e4,
is how it happened.
Ding played Rook e7 first.
Rook e7, yeah. Not
Queen
queen
e4,
b6.
rook e7. Yeah.
And now Queen
Oh,
b6 check.
I didn't show that.
Oh,
Okay,
rook e7
sorry.
f4, yeah. That's why it was like otherwise.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So rook e7, f4, queen b6, and now king h2 means knight f2. So queen d4,
Right.
queen d4, knight d4, rook d8, and here the final move of the combination, bishop d5,
This
and
chat
you win the piece. Oh,
cannot
okay,
find
fine.
Amazing
Sorry, chat.
game. Amazing game by Artemiev. Very clean. A well deserved win. To defeat Ding, it's not easy. And he did it. Kudos to him. Yeah, and he came back today after losing the first set. He won the set today, came back. And of course, you need a little bit of luck. Without that, it's not possible. But credit to his skills. Yeah. Good job. By the way, before the
Amazing.
next game begins between Magnus and Levon, I just wanted to read out a super chat. Which state promotes chess in India? Is it like better than other? I don't think they promote, but Chennai in Tamil Nadu have a great culture of chess. I think because of Anand probably, but they have
Yeah, so many
many
great
chess
chess players
players.
from there.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh, the game
Magnus.
has begun.
No, but I think Maharashtra does a lot of good things for chess, no? From what I've seen. You had the Maharashtra Chess League and many, many good things. So we have the Italian in the second game, the second Blitz game. Magnus has to win this with white in order to equalize and get into Armageddon. He has only one chance. So he goes for his trusted Italian from the Ruy Lopez. And chat, what are the odds that we will see Aronian playing King H8, Knight G8, F5 here as well? I think the odds are 100%. He will find some way King H8, Knight moves and F5. But
Now I think
let us
A4
know.
is the move for white because you want to avoid knight A5 and you need to have the square for the bishop, or either you play bishop B3 or A4. I think that's the point here. By the way, there was a super chat by Ashwini saying love to all through super chat. Thank you so much, Ashwini, for that.
Thank you.
A4 has been played, and now G5. Oh, he goes knight A5. So this is Aronian's idea. You know, the point is, okay, I'll tell you. If you go move back, knight to C6. If you play G5 here after A4, bishop G3, you cannot play knight H5 because knight takes E5, knight G3, and now knight takes C6 attacks the queen, an intermezzo. But if you play knight A5, like how Aronian played, you remove the knight in advance, so bishop A2, and now G5. So bishop G3, now he wants to play knight H5, now the knight on C6 won't be hanging. So this is Levon's idea, and he has played it in this tournament against someone. I don't remember it, but he has already played it.
And what if white plays b4 here, trying to get the knight to c6 and try the same?
You take the knight first, and then you go back with the knight.
Smart.
Oh, you know what I was looking at? It's interesting. It doesn't work, but like, let's go one move back. After knight h5, I was thinking, why not take knight e5 here, and after knight g3, knight g3, take on f7, so that after rook f7, we can take f into g3, but the pawn is pinned by the bishop. So
Exactly.
This doesn't work. But this would have
like a VD move.
Yeah. Actually, this idea is seen in the Moscow variation of the Slav, right? You take on f7 and then you take on g3 with the f pawn. So.
Oh, by the way, the score on the stream is wrong. Levon Aronian has won the game, not Magnus. So we need to fix that. But yeah, Magnus is in must-win game, guys. Thank you, chat, for pointing it out.
Yeah.
What a professional commentator we have today. Like, just killing it, telling the score to the chat.
The credit goes to the chat.
Yes. VD, आज VD ने formal shirt भी पहना है. Did you observe? Have you guys observed this, chat? इतना दिन t-shirt पहन के आया. Today is like full professional commentator mode.
I have to match blazer. Yeah, I'm blazer and sari here. So I mean, I have to keep up. Yeah, with what's going on here. You guys have set the bar high. By the way, here there is a very nice move. H5.
What?
Throw the pawn. Yeah, Gh5. Play G4. Throw another pawn. If knight G4 and then play Queen G5. If knight moves back to H2, there is Queen G3. I thought.
Oh.
But I didn't see King H1. But Bishop F2 probably. Just no. Queen E2.
Doesn't look like it should work.
No, I think I threw
just
too
the
much.
Initial excitement.
But H5 but H5 GH5 we can play Bishop H3, no? That's also good. No?
Yeah, but I didn't want to go for the exchange because knight to G4. Aronian has played knight G8. He likes his knights on G8 is what we have learned. Maybe his idea is to move the queen and bring knight to F6. I'm not sure exactly what he wants.
No,
I think
he wants...
Magnus's position is more comfortable, although engine says...
Yeah, I like the spawns on G3 and G4. The way it controls stuff. Have you played Armageddons with it?
No, never.
Soumya, is your internet disconnected or...
No. I also thought, for a second when you said it.
I'm thinking. I was just considering an idea like H5 because with it, I showed it and I'm like now fascinated by it. So every move I'm trying to make H5 work.
No.
Oh, F4.
What is this? But EF4, GF4, did he miss Queen C3? And he
I think
lose too
Magnus
many
has got
pawns.
very tired. Magnus gotten tired.
He
No, he
played
did not miss
D4.
this though.
Oh,
But
EF4 D4. Okay, this was his.
yeah, but this is very comfortable for white, black now because knight
Yeah,
comes
the
to
knight just comes
G6.
to G6. He just gave away a pawn for no reason.
Oh my god, I have a feeling Levon takes it this game, this match,
Yeah.
yeah.
Magnus is just missing stuff left and right. Yeah. It just feels like he's gotten exhausted.
Yeah, I mean
You can
it's
feel that
not hard to
exhaustion.
imagine. Wow, Levon showing his hair and great skills.
He's been scratching his hair from the beginning and now in a good way. Now he's caressing his hair. But when he's having a bad position, he was scratching it and now he's caressing it. That's
Just
how
when
you read
Soumya
body
said
language.
professional commentary, and then Srinath goes about scratchings.
It's body language, brother. It's body language.
So knight C4. The idea is that after knight G6, he wants to go
No,
knight
he wants to
E3.
go
Sorry.
knight E3. Yes, knight E3 is his idea. So I don't think knight G6 might be the best move. I was thinking D5 to just like get the knight to D5 if possible.
Yeah.
ED 95. I think he did play it very
But
logically.
this allows knight E. No.
95 D, no?
Yeah, knight
It's a
E5.
wild position, but I take Levon here. Although I mean I see the engine evaluation, but still I don't see clear-cut idea for white. That's why I pick black.
Also, the time
What if-
situation is terrible, yeah, for Magnus.
What if I
Ooh,
block
that's
the
true.
bishop with E5 and come back knight D2?
E5 makes sense. E5 makes a
Sorry,
lot of
Okay,
sense.
sorry,
first.
E5 and knight D2. Yeah.
I don't know where to put the queen though. Yeah,
Just do
Queen
greedy video, no?
C6.
yeah. Knight D to queen C3. Just take all the pawns. No?
Okay, I at least have B5, but okay, maybe.
Yeah, but okay, it's a second.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, he
maybe
did
I'll-
play
He goes
E5.
for it. He
But
goes
queen
for
C6,
it.
I think he just loses.
Clashes.
Queen
C6,
C6
So I
is
think this
very
will happen.
strong.
and the engine evaluation skyrocketing downwards.
B5 doesn't work, is it? Like, just give up all the pawns and block the
I
bishop.
mean, it works, but you
see?
lose a second pawn.
Some
And now
the
queen
board.
d3, rook f3.
No, I think knight G6. Simple. Knight to G6. Tension in life, man. F4 is protected. That's the main.
Knight g6.
Knight G6
You know,
is annoying.
The
That knight
engine
had
evaluation-
gone
Knight
to G8.
g6. Sorry. Soumya?
No, that knight had gone to G8. Nah? When did it, like, he just brought it back. Like, Magnus was thinking, oh, that knight is going to be on G8 now. Okay, fine. And then he just brought it back to G7 and
But
G6.
trip पे नहीं गया था. He was right there only. He didn't move cities. Knight D2. No, knight G6 I think is clean, no? Just play knight G6, bishop to E6. And don't forget that Levon just needs a draw, by the way. He doesn't even need to win.
Yeah.
He plays
But
knight
in this
G6.
context, I think it's going to be either a win or loss, yeah?
Yeah.
How is Queen F3 here? Is it a good move?
Skyrocketing downwards. I said that and chat is making fun of it.
Maybe Queen
Maybe
D2, yeah?
No, it reminds me of this movie Dhamal. I don't know if you've seen. There they fly this
I've seen
private
that.
jet and it goes down. Like, that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah, Queen B2 I missed because now
That
you're
is one
threatening
of the
bishop
suggestions.
D4.
Sorry, yeah.
Dhamal
Dhamal is one of
picture
the
is a-
suggestions. Okay, whenever I start, you also start.
You can go.
You go first.
Now you both stop. I'll speak.
Dhamal is an excellent bus movie, by the way. We had been
Yeah, that is
discussing.
one of the few suggestions I've taken from with it. Very few.
Yeah, VD, what did you have to say? We cut you.
It's okay. It's good to cut video. It's good to give him a taste of his own medicine.
Bishop B1, that's kind of desperate. Like, it's lack of a choice here. You play this move like Bishop B1. Now I think you can just play Queen E2. I liked Queen E2. Oh no, C5 also logical here. Knight F3. CD will be played here. Actually, I don't see what
Personally,
White is
these
doing.
kind of situations are the ones I've found to be most nerve-wracking in my playing
I
career.
think Rook
When you're so
A7.
close.
Rook A7 coming, I feel, by Magnus.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah. If takes knight d4, and you have to be careful. You have to protect the bishop on e6 with the queen. Yes, knight e6, queen e6. But I don't like because the character of the position has changed. Like there was no
Can you
need
play d3
for
here?
black to go for it. D3, I was worried about queen to a2
F2.
and protecting. Yeah. So knight d4 happening on the board. Now, how do you defend? You go queen to b6, or
Or
where do you put the
d7.
queen?
Queen
Or e8.
B6 looks good, no?
Yeah, but I'm worried about some knight f5, but you just take it. Nothing is happening. We know the evaluation, Levon does not, and that's why this change of events I don't like for him so much. Knight f5 has been played. Uh,
So he
Now he
will
has to
take
calculate. Or
Just
he can
take
play
the
king
pawn on
h8.
e5.
I feel he'll play king h8.
and give the H6 pawn, is it?
Yeah,
What does he get in
yeah.
return?
Um,
Magnus will play
Breathing
knight f3
time.
here, I think.
Right, right. No, the character of the position has changed. I don't like it how Levon handled the last two moves. Although it's still winning, but for Blitz, yeah.
Yeah, but I think he has to keep going concrete. Yeah, he has to because if you make non-concrete moves, then it can get some
Get into
unexpected play
trouble.
going.
But why
He
do
has
I
to
feel
just
he'll play king
calculate.
h8? Yeah, I know, I felt it, He played king h8.
Oh, you're so good at predicting, like really good at predicting. King H8, Knight F3 on the board. Now Rook H1 coming in.
Now I think he'll play rook a1 maybe. Try to give the rook for this bishop also so that you don't get mated. But I feel there should be a better way of handling this. Oh, fg3 because rook h1, queen f2. The
Ah.
fg3 makes sense. If you exchange queens, of course, you're not getting mated.
So King G3,
Oh, he
FG3,
allows
King
this.
G3.
Oh, yeah, allowed this? Now queen
What?
f2 and just, yeah, queen f2 and just never you win with white, no? Yeah, Magnus, yeah, he shakes his head
He
after queen
missed
f2.
it.
I think he'll
He's
resign.
he's he's
Yeah,
missing
yeah.
a lot. Yeah, he's very
Yeah,
tired, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
think
missed it.
when you get exhausted, it becomes difficult to recover from unexpected setbacks.
Now rook a1, no? Just you put the rook on a1 and nothing will happen. He did it. Rook a1, king g, bishop b3.
Now,
Now you bring the other rook also. Just move the rook. Rook c8. Oh, rook c8, rook g6. Don't do that.
yeah.
Sorry.
Can I? Yeah. Also,
No,
Knight
nothing will
F4.
happen. Nothing will happen.
Bishop is protecting it. Sorry. Yeah.
Hmm.
Knight d4. Now knight f4. Yeah. Play knight f4. I think he'll play knight f4. Yeah, he does it. Yeah, no
Knight
way he can
F4.
watch this up. Now rook a to check. Rook a to check.
Five.
Rook a to check will be played. I feel.
Now King G3 runs into a beautiful checkmate, guys. Can you spot it?
Yes, Magnus
Levon
has
is
resigned.
through. Oh
Wow.
my
Look at Levon
god,
versus Artemi in the
Levon.
final.
Levon
And
smiled. Levon smiled, the like really a sigh
yeah,
of
and did this
relief.
neck thing, yeah?
Yeah, he did his neck thing and defeating Magnus because he hasn't been able to defeat him in a match in a long time. He did that. Great win for Levon to come back again today. Yeah? He lost yesterday.
Absolutely,
Came
and
back
it's
today.
his
Absolutely.
second CCT final after the Air Things Masters. So he reaches the final for the second time, and Artime first CCT ever, and he's already into the finals this time. What a tournament for both of them.
Amazing. And today the games were so exciting. I joined later on, but it was super exciting games. Lot of great fight we saw. Mistakes were there. It's going to happen in rapid. That's the nature of this tournament and this format. But yeah, amazing fighting chess. People coming back after losing. That's what people pay for. I mean, they don't pay for here, but pay with their time.
Yeah, pay the time. And likes and subscriptions, which actually they don't pay for, by the way. So there is a super chat. There's a super chat from Tapan Krishna. My predictions got completely reversed.
Yes, Tapan, me too.
If you want to be on the winning side, follow with its predictions. Stay on the safe side, and there's a good higher chance that you will win. Meanwhile, guys, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and
Yeah, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night because I'm hungry and dinner time, coffee time. Yeah, the
Yes,
matches were
and
really long today.
Thank you so much, Vidit, for staying until the end. And it was so much fun today. You were so engrossed, and it was so nice to see you analyze all the games and all the banter. And we also know you will be the potion master in Harry Potter. So
Thank you, guys. Today, I think the energy level was really high, and it was a lot of fun to commentate. See you,
With
chat
you, it's
tomorrow.
always fun with it. And thank you so much with it. And thank you, Soumya. And guys, don't go anywhere. There is the Banter Blitz match of Prague happening right now, even as we speak. So, as we conclude an amazing semi-final day here with 2 tie breaks, don't go anywhere. The Prague Mr. Dodgy Banter Blitz Cup happening right now. It has already started. And see you guys tomorrow at the same time, 4:25. Thank you so much.